Chapter 1. Don't take advantage of your seniority. Duong. Linny, what time is it? Are you still sleeping? Hurry up and get up and cook. There was a shrill shout outside the door. The one howling outside was the original owner's mother-in-law, Li Guilan. I guess he just finished square dancing with those old men and women outside. That's right, Linny is a time traveler. An hour ago, he traveled through time and space to the original owner's body. It is said to be the soul traveling across time, but in reality it is more like the body traveling across time. Because the original owner's physical fitness was too poor, he brought all of Lin Yichang's qualities with him when he traveled through time, including the body and the little brother below. This body, except for some memories in the brain and a few cells, belongs entirely to Lin Yi. The original owner was also called Lin Yi. They had the same name and looked the same. But he is a complete fool. One man works 2 jobs to support his wife and the whole family. I go to work in the company during the day, doing computer programming, commonly known as a programmer. Go home and do laundry, cooking, housework, and all kinds of work. Take care of the old and the young. I also have to stay up late at night to write novels and do side jobs to make money. Long-term overwork leads to sudden death. By chance, Lin Yi traveled through time. My mother-in-law, Li Guilan, does nothing all day long. Early in the morning, I ran outside to dance square dance. The original owner stayed up late to write novels and had to get up early to cook for her. If you cook late or the food is not tasty, you will be scolded. The original owner swallowed his anger and dared not talk back. Lin Yi was very angry. Today is Saturday, and my wife Su Qingxue went to the company to work overtime. Only Lin Yi and Li Guilan were left at home. The old woman started to act up again. Don't play dead. Useless thing, hurry up and get up and cook. Li Guilan was still cursing outside. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering emotional fluctuations, triple critical hit, 3,000 yuan has been credited. The system's mechanical prompt sound rang in my ears. This is the emotional system that Lin Yi just activated. As long as you can cause the other person's emotions to fluctuate, you will make money. It is divided into 10 levels according to the severity of emotional fluctuations. Each level up doubles the critical hit rate. For example, now, Li Guilan's emotional fluctuations have reached level 3, triggering a triple critical hit. Lin Yi did nothing and got 3,000 yuan. It's much easier than working to make money. Lin Yi would not miss such a rare opportunity. Must brush more from her. It can also be considered as revenge for the original owner. I'm sleeping now. If you want to eat, make it yourself. Lin Yi lay on the bed and shouted at the door. Well, you little bastard, how dare you talk to me like that? Wait until Qingxue comes back, and then I'll see what you'll do. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't open the door, Li Guilan moved her daughter Su Qingxue out. In the original owner's mind, the reason why he was so tolerant of Li Guilan was to win Su Qingxue's heart. For Su Qingxue, the original owner was willing to do anything. When Su Qingxue pointed east, the original owner would never dare to go west and would obey her orders completely. Unfortunately, even if he tried his best to please her, Su Qingxue still looked down on him. After being married for half a year, he wouldn't even let me touch your hand. Seeing that Lin Yi was disobedient, Li Guilan resorted to the same old trick and brought her daughter out again. At this time, the door opened. Li Guilan thought her evil plan had succeeded and a smug smile appeared on her face. Lin Yi stood in front of Li Guilan with an expressionless face, looking down at her. Li Guilan is not tall and is quite fat. He has a pointed face and a body full of fat, and you can tell at first glance that he is not a good person. Lin Yi is 1.8 meters tall, almost 2 heads taller than Li Guilan, and has an intimidating feel. What do you want to do? Seeing that the situation was not right, Li Guilan's arrogance disappeared halfway. If Lin Yi gets angry and starts hitting someone, she really won't be able to beat him. Lin Yi said coldly, it's useless no matter who comes. You're always relying on your age and seniority. You only have energy for square dancing, but you can't cook? I earn money to support the family, what have you done for this family? You said I was trash, but you are worse than trash. After saying that, Lin Yi left his elegant back and walked out of the house. You. Li Guilan was so angry that she couldn't speak. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering an 8x critical hit, 8,000 yuan has been credited. The system prompt sounded again. Li Guilan is really petty. Just a few words to her and her emotions fluctuate to level 8. It's so easy to make money from her. I'll spend more when I go back. Linny took out the original owner's worn-out cell phone. The screen was broken, and it was difficult to see the words clearly. The back shell is also broken. The battery is swollen and looks dangerous. I don't know what the original owner was thinking. Be good to your wife and mother-in-law, but be bad to yourself. I live frugally and I'm reluctant to replace my phone even though it's so broken. And the clothes I'm wearing have several holes in them. I won't buy a new one. If Linny wasn't worried about affecting the cityscape, he wouldn't wear it. Linny walked out of the community and found that the world he was in was no different from his previous life. It's good, I don't have to work hard to adapt to life. Linny first went to the mobile phone store to buy a new phone. My phone is broken, stuck, and the text is unclear, so I can't use it at all. Insert the SIM card into the new phone and throw away the broken phone. It's a farewell to the past. Install the payment software, enter your password, and log into your account. The balance of the original owner's salary card, 120.11 yuan. According to the original owner's memory, with 2 sources of income, he earned at least 12,000 yuan a month from work and writing novels. He left 200 yuan for pocket money and transferred it all to his wife Su Qingxue. It's mid-month now. Only spending 80 yuan in half a month is really economical. Unfortunately, no one will remember his kindness. Everyone thinks that it is their due. Linny linked the bank card given by the system, with a balance of 11,000 yuan. Fortunately, I have a system, otherwise I really wouldn't have money to buy a mobile phone. Transfer 24.99 to the boss, leaving 8,501 yuan. Linny took his new phone and went to a clothing store to buy a new set of clothes. Buy another pair of new shoes. As usual, throw away all the old clothes and shoes. After all the trouble, I felt hungry. Linny went to a mutton soup restaurant and ordered a bowl of mutton soup and 2 baked buns. Half an hour later, Linny came out after eating and drinking his fill. Finally recovered to full health and became my original self again. After Linny finished his meal, he did not go home but went straight to the mall. The clothes at home are very worn out and there is nothing to wear. Linny wants to buy a few more sets to change into. By the time we finished shopping in the mall, it was already 12 o'clock. Have lunch at the mall and then go back. Around 1:30 p.m. Linny returned home carrying a lot of bags. Li Guilan was watching TV in the living room. You still remember to come back? Look at what time it is now. Hurry up and cook. Li Guilan sat on the sofa without moving and scolded Linny again. She didn't want to look at Linny and didn't even turn her head. Don't you have hands? If you want to eat, make it yourself. Linny retorted first. Put the things in the house first, then deal with her. That's outrageous. How can you talk to your elders like that? Li Guilan was scolded and had no mood to watch TV. He stood up and wanted to scold Linny, but happened to see the new clothes on Linny and the things in his hand. Spend money recklessly all day long. You're not going out, what's the point of buying these new clothes? Have you spent all the pocket money Qingxue left for you? If I had known you were wasting money, I should have let Qingxue go and not left you a single cent. I feel like spending money on clothes is more painful than killing her. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a 7x critical hit, 7,000 yuan has been credited. Linny put the things back into the house and checked the balance on the card. After deducting the shopping mall consumption, the remaining amount is 13,200 yuan. No, too little, brush more. Linny cursed loudly, I earn money, I can spend it however I want, you have no right to interfere. You live in my house, spend my money, and you still have the nerve to criticize me? If I were you, you should kneel down immediately, kowtow to me, and thank me for taking you in. Linny had never seen such a shameless person. A person who eats and lives for free and does nothing actually scolds the owner of the house who earns money to support the family. It's off the mark. Chapter 2, Earning Money to Help Others Pay Off Their Debts. Fortunately, the house was bought before marriage and the owner is Linny. Otherwise, the original owner would have been kicked out of the house long ago. The original owner's only remaining filial piety helped him find a place to stay. Su Qingxue's family repeatedly persuaded the original owner to add Su Qingxue's name to the property title. However, the original owner's parents had long realized that Su Qingxue's family was not a good family, and in order to help their son keep the house, they firmly disagreed. Even threatening death. The original owner didn't agree. But because of this incident, Su Qingshue's family hated the original owner's parents. Make things difficult for you. This is a later story. After being scolded by Lin Yi, Li Guilan was very angry. Despite her age, she was in good health and didn't faint from anger. Li Guilan refused to give in and argued, "You married Qingxue, so Qingxue owns half of the house. I live at my daughter's house, not yours. If it weren't for the snow clearing, I wouldn't have come." Lin Yi scoffed, "My parents bought the house before I got married. It's premarital property. My name is on the house, so it has nothing to do with your daughter. If I didn't pity you, I would have kicked you out long ago. Lin Yi will drive them away sooner or later, but now is not the time. They are tools for making money and still have value. You, fart." Li Guilan was originally in the wrong and was speechless after being confronted by Lin Yi. Lin Yi turned around and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll satisfy you." Poof! A foul smell filled the living room. Lin Yi quickly ran into the house and closed the door. As the saying goes, stinky farts don't make loud noises, and loud farts don't smell bad. Lin Yi's fart was loud and smelly, very strange. There must be something wrong with the restaurant we had lunch at. At least, Lin Yi thought so. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering an 8x critical hit, 8,000 yuan has been credited. Unfortunately, with a fart, I only got an 8x critical hit. Lin Yi really wanted to know how to trigger Li Guilan's limit, 10x critical strike. Lin Yi returned to the room and packed his things. Throw all the junk in the house into the trash can and throw it away. Clean the whole house again. It feels brand new compared to this morning. Comfortable. After Lin Yi cleaned up the room, he came to the living room. Lying on the sofa and watching TV. Li Guilan is not at home, she must have gone out to eat. She is very lazy and has never cooked since she came to this house. Lin Yi was watching TV and fell asleep unknowingly. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a triple critical hit, 30,000 yuan has been credited. Lin Yi was awakened by the sudden system prompt sound. Triple critical hit, 30,000 yuan? Lin Yi suspected that he had heard it wrong. How did the base number increase from 1,000 to 10,000? Lin Yi opened his phone and checked the balance, which was 51,200 yuan. It is indeed an increase of 30,000. Is there something wrong with the system? Lin Yi rubbed his eyes and sat up from the sofa. Turning head unintentionally. He saw Su Qingshuo standing by the dining table, staring at Lin Yi with cold eyes. No wonder the original owner was like a bootlicker, obeying Su Qingshuo in everything. Su Qingshuo is not only beautiful, but also has a hot body. She is nearly 1.7 meters tall, with a curvy figure and a lot of body. Especially those two long legs below are particularly charming. Maybe he just got back from get off work and hasn't had time to change clothes. Short skirt with black stockings. Which man wouldn't he be confused after seeing this? What are you looking at? Seeing Lin Yi staring at her intently, Su Qingshuo angrily asked, "Why didn't you cook?" In the past, the original owner would prepare meals in advance. Su Qingshuo came home from get off work and ate directly. Lin Yi stood up, slowly approached Su Qingshuo, and said with a smile, "I'm tired and don't want to do it." Are you the only one who is tired? Am I not tired? Su Qingshuo still had a cold expression. If you don't cook, what will you eat? Lin Yi reached out and touched the long black silk legs. Eat you. Get away, don't touch me. Su Qingshuo pushed Lin Yi's hand away. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a 4x critical hit, 40,000 yuan has been credited. It is true. Lin Yi guessed correctly. The base number of critical hits varies from person to person. Li Guilan's base number is 1,000, while Su Qingshuo's base number is 10,000. It seems that the closer the relationship, the higher the cardinality. There will be no problem in the future, just make Su Qingshuo angry. 10 times the income, isn't that great? But then again, the wife you marry at a high price becomes your legal wife. They don't even let you touch it. That's outrageous. At this time, the door opened and Li Guilan came back from outside. Qingshuo, you're finally back. Seeing Su Qingshuo, Li Guilan felt like she saw a savior. She quickly complained, "This useless thing, she didn't cook for a day and wanted to starve me to death. And he was disrespectful and called me a waste. Qingshuo, teach him a lesson for me." Li Guilan went to Su Qingshuo to help her vent her anger. What's going on? The originally cold face finally showed some fluctuations. Su Qingxue frowned. It seems that Li Guilan's words are very effective. Linny pretended to be innocent and said with a smile, I am telling the truth. I earn money to support the family, but she eats and lives for free and doesn't work. If she's not good for nothing, what is she? Relying on Su Qingxue's presence, Li Guilan felt fearless. I eat my daughter's food and live in my daughter's house. What does it have to do with you? Why are you meddling in my business? Linny didn't indulge her. The money your daughter earns is not even enough to pay off the debt. All the expenses of the family are paid by me. This story begins 3 years ago. Su Qingxue's father was diagnosed with advanced cancer. A lot of money was spent on her father's medical treatment. Not only did he sell the house, he also borrowed a lot from relatives and friends. But late-stage cancer cannot be cured at all. And they spend money like water. Soon, the borrowed money was spent. Su Qingxue is a filial daughter and is unwilling to give up treatment. So, he borrowed money from the original owner who was pursuing him madly. She promised to marry him immediately if he borrowed 500,000 yuan. The original owner didn't have so much money, so he asked his parents for it. The original owner's parents loved their son dearly, and seeing that their son truly liked Su Qingxue, they tried their best to raise money. Not only did he sell the house in the county town where the two elders were living, but he also borrowed money from relatives and friends. Finally raised 500,000. Su Qingxue is very trustworthy. After getting the money, he immediately went to the Civil Affairs Bureau with the original owner to get a marriage certificate. But she had a condition. The relationship between the two developed too quickly. They need to take it slow and start by dating. Without Su Qingxue's consent, the original owner could not touch her. The original owner was a complete bootlicker and agreed immediately without even thinking about it. Later, Su Qingxue spent all the 500,000 yuan in her hands again. She had no place to borrow money, so she asked the original owner for help. The original owner borrowed money from all his friends and classmates, and also asked his parents for more. The parents had no choice but to continue borrowing money for the sake of their son. Finally, I had enough money together. Unfortunately, all the money was spent and Su Qingxue's father was still not rescued. He died 3 months ago. After the funeral, Li Guilan had nowhere to live, so she lived in Su Qingxue's house. The person is gone, but the debt remains. Both sides owed a lot of money. In order to pay off the debt, Su Qingxue suggested that all the money in the family should be controlled by Su Qingxue. All the money earned by the original owner, except for 200 yuan pocket money, must be handed over. First pay off Su Qingxue's debt, and finally pay off the money owed to the original owner's relatives and friends. The original owner was bewitched and agreed again. Linny was speechless and was almost pissed to death by the original owner. Work hard to make money and work for others to pay them back. I got my parents into trouble, ended up in debt, and ended up with nothing. Chapter 3 You have changed. Su Qingxue only earns 3,000 yuan a month. After deducting daily expenses, it is not enough to pay off the debt. It's all supported by the original owner's money. Linny, no matter whether our mother is right or wrong, she is the elder after all, you shouldn't say that to her. Su Qingxue knew that she was in the wrong and what Linny said was true. But as a daughter, she must protect her mother. Linny stared at Li Guilan and said with a smile, look at her first to see if she looks like an elder. You. Li Guilan wanted to continue arguing with Linny, but was stopped by Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue asked Li Guilan to go back to her room first to calm down. Leave the rest to her. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a 6x critical hit, 6,000 yuan has been credited. Li Guilan was very considerate and gave Linny 6,000 yuan before leaving. After Li Guilan left, Su Qingxue looked Linny up and down. Perhaps out of a woman's intuition, she vaguely felt that the person in front of her was very strange. This was not the Linny I knew before, he seemed like a completely different person. But the voice, appearance, and figure are the same. Su Qingxue didn't understand. New clothes you bought today? Su Qingxue was the first to break the deadlock. Kindness. Very handsome. Thanks. The two of them asked and answered each other without any emotion, like strangers. Linny, what's wrong with you? Su Qingxue tried again. I'm fine. I'm fine. Linny answered casually. Linny, can you please speak properly? Seeing that Linny was indifferent to her, Su Qingxue was a little angry. No matter what, we are husband and wife, and she is my mother. For my sake, can you be nicer to my mother? Su Qingxue is a filial daughter. Her father had just passed away, so she didn't want her mother to suffer any more grievances. You still know that we are husband and wife? Linny grabbed Su Qingxue's hand. What are you doing? Let go. Su Qingxue didn't expect Lin Yi to dare to make a move. She was frightened and panicked. She hurriedly shouted, Lin Yi, we have an agreement. You can't touch me casually. What if I touch you? Lin Yi held Su Qingxue's hand tightly and slowly moved closer. Their clothes were almost sticking together. Lin Yi, let go. Li Guilan rushed out of the room and pushed Lin Yi hard. She was not idle in the room, she was eavesdropping. When he heard that Su Qingxue was in danger, he ran out immediately. Unfortunately, she is old and her strength is far less than that of an ordinary person. What is more, Lin Yi is tall and strong. It can't be pushed open at all. Seeing that Lin Yi was serious, Su Qingxue struggled hard. Lin Yi, I'm warning you, even though we're married, if you go against a woman's will, I'll arrest you. Su Qingxue brought up the law. Li Guilan was also beside her, shouting anxiously, Lin Yi, if you dare to touch my daughter, I will fight you to the death. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a 7x critical hit, 70,000 yuan has been credited. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering an 8x critical hit, 8,000 yuan has been credited. Two system prompts sounded in my ears. The first one is from Su Qingxue. Reaching level 7, it seems really scary. Li Guilan is still at level 8 and has not broken through her previous high. Lin Yi let go of Su Qingxue and said with a smile, no rush, take your time. We can't give them a quick death. Scare and torture them slowly. The most important thing is to make money. Lin Yi finished speaking and left home, leaving behind the panicked Su Qingxue and Li Guilan. Qingxue, are you okay? Li Guilan gently stroked Su Qingxue's wrist, which was red from being grabbed. Su Qingxue looked at the door where Lin Yi left and shook her head, I'm fine. Qingxue, you must protect yourself and not let that loser take advantage of you. Li Guilan reminded him again, wait until I help you find a suitable partner, and then divorce him immediately. Li Guilan has been very busy during this period. She has been looking for a rich single man to help Su Qingxue leave Lin Yi as soon as possible. After Lin Yi left home, he made a phone call. Shiryao, have you eaten? Come out and meet me, I'll give you the money. Nowadays, apart from relatives, anyone who dares to lend you money is definitely a good friend and must be cherished. Lu Shiryao is one of them. P.S. Lu Shiryao, Lin Yi's college classmate, is said to come from a well-off family. When he learned that Lin Yi needed money, he took out 50,000 yuan without asking why. Frank and friendly. Lin Yi didn't want to owe anyone a favor. Now that you have the money, pay it back first. Lin Yi, I'm not in a hurry to use the money, you can keep it for yourself. A very gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Lin Yi smiled and said, I have money now, so I'll pay you back first. If I run out of money someday, I'll borrow from you again. Okay, where are you? I'll come find you. I'll send you the location. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi sent the meeting location to Lu Shiryao. Half an hour later, the two met at a roadside barbecue stall. This was where Lin Yi borrowed money from Lu Shiryao. As the saying goes, everything has a beginning and an end. You must repay the money where you borrowed it. Lu Shiryao appeared in front of him in a white long dress, like a princess. Lin Yi felt a little regretful. I should have changed the place earlier. Lu Shiryao had obviously dressed up carefully, from her clothes to her makeup. Here, it looks particularly dazzling. Even a little inconsistent. Let's go somewhere else. Lin Yi was about to leave but was stopped by Lu Shiryao. It's okay, it's nice here, I like it. Lu Shiryao smiled sweetly and sat down on the chair. She is a cute princess. Gentle and sweet, with two shallow dimples on her face when she smiles. Very cute. It was completely different from Su Qingxue's cold face. Good. Lin Yi sat down and handed the menu to Lu Shiryao. Order whatever you want. It's my treat. Don't be fooled by the fact that it's a roadside barbecue stall. It's clean and hygienic, uses genuine ingredients, and tastes great. Business is booming. If Lin Yi hadn't come in advance to queue up, he would probably have to wait a long time. Thanks. Lu Shiryao took the menu and ordered 2 grilled wings and a few vegetarian skewers. Okay, that's all. I'm on a diet lately, so I can't eat too much. Linny took a special look at her and said with a smile, your figure is already perfect, you don't need to lose weight. No, I'm several pounds heavier than last month. I have some fat around my waist. I have to lose it. Lu Shiryao deliberately pinched the flesh on her waist and showed it to Linny. Unlike your guy, who never gets fat no matter how much he eats, and maintains a very good figure. Lu Shiryao and Su Qingxue are college alumni, but they are not in the same class. The two met while participating in a school activity, gradually became good friends, and often ate together. At that time, Lu Shiryao was particularly envious of Su Qingxue. You can maintain a perfect figure without deliberately controlling your diet or exercising. On the other hand, Lu Shiryao has to pay some price. Later, after Su Qingxue and Linny got married, their contact became less and less, until it was cut off. How can she compare to you? She has a bitter face all day long. You're much prettier than her. Linny was telling the truth. Su Qingxue's face was as cold as ice, and it was frustrating to look at. Lu Shiryao loves to laugh, like a little son. Being with her, I feel warm and comfortable. Linny, you have changed. Before, in your heart, Su Qingxue was a goddess, the most perfect, no one could compare to her. Not even a joke. Now, you say with your own mouth that she has a bitter face and that I am better than her. Lu Shiryao stared at Linny with her bright eyes. What happened between you two? Chapter 4, 10 times critical attack. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a 6x critical hit, 6,000 yuan has been credited. Linny didn't expect that the system could be triggered on Lu Shiryao as well. And the base number is 1,000, which is the same level as Li Guilin. According to Lin Yi's speculation, the closer the relationship, the larger the base number. Although Li Guilin is a piece of shit, legally speaking, she is my mother-in-law and they have a very close relationship. Is it because Lu Shiryao is a good friend? The system only gives a base of 1,000 because it determines that the two people have a close relationship. It seems that there are many ways to systematically judge the closeness of relationships, not just at the legal level. Linny thought of another question. Why did I just casually compliment her that she was prettier than Su Qingxue? Why would Lu Shiryao's emotions fluctuate so much? Does she like herself? It is very possible. Otherwise, if they were just ordinary classmates, she wouldn't have taken out 50,000 yuan without even blinking an eye. Linny, are you okay? Seeing that Linny didn't respond for a long time, Lu Shiryao mistakenly thought that Linny had his own difficulties and was too embarrassed to speak. She hurriedly persuaded him, I was just joking, you don't have to take it to heart. Linny smiled and said, I'm fine. He picked up a bunch of grilled wings and handed it to Lu Shiryao, do you like me? Linny asked directly. You have good academic performance and good character. Our teachers and classmates all like you. Lu Shiryao knew what Linny was asking, but she deliberately interrupted him. Linny shook his head and smiled, I mean the kind of love between men and women. Do you like me? Linny looked into Lu Shiryao's eyes and asked seriously. Hate it, don't tease me. Lu Shiryao blushed with shame and lowered her head quickly, not daring to look at Linny. She didn't admit it, but she didn't deny it either. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a 10x critical hit, 10,000 yuan has been credited. The highest 10x critical hit actually happened. And it happened to Lu Shiryao. Did I guess right? Lu Shiryao really likes herself. Otherwise, she wouldn't have reacted so strongly. Ding, congratulations to the host for reaching the highest level, level 10, triggering the system's hidden function. Randomly get a mysterious reward. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining various body function attributes, double the reward. A series of system prompt sounds rang in Ling Yi's ears. Unexpectedly, the system has hidden functions. It seems that it can be triggered as long as it reaches level 10. While Lin Yi was thinking, a mysterious energy flowed through his body. Integrate into cells, blood, and various parts of the body. Reshaping his body. The whole process was itchy and comfortable. Lin Yi slowly closed his eyes. Lu Shiryao lowered her head. After hearing Lin Yi's call, he secretly looked up after a long period of silence. Lin Yi had his eyes closed, his forehead, face and body covered in sweat. Lin Yi, what's wrong with you? Lu Shiryao was startled and quickly took out a tissue to wipe Lin Yi's sweat. Lin Yi, don't scare me. Lu Shiryao was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes. The voice also became choked and hoarse. She didn't care about anything else and quickly took out her cell phone to call the emergency number. I'm fine. Linny opened his eyes and reached out to hold Lu Shiryao's phone. Sorry, you didn't get scared, did you? A familiar smile appeared on his face again. Linny took out a few pieces of paper and wiped the sweat off his face. At the same time, shake your arms vigorously, making crackling sounds. The whole body is full of strength. I feel more than twice as strong as before. It feels great. What happened to you just now? It was really scary. Lu Shiryao sat back in her seat, still unsettled. She was really scared by Linny just now. Otherwise, let's go to the hospital for a checkup, just in case. Lu Shiryao was very worried about Linny's health and advised him, you work during the day and stay up late at night to write novels. This really can't work. Even for yourself, for your parents, you shouldn't do this. Lu Shiryao learned from others that Linny worked 2 jobs to earn money to support his family. I advised him twice, but the original owner just wouldn't listen. Later, Lu Shiryao was too lazy to persuade him anymore. Now that she saw Linny like this with her own eyes, Lu Shiryao felt really distressed. I couldn't help but persuade him again. Linny smiled and said, don't worry, I'm really fine. Maybe I didn't eat something right at lunch. I had a stomachache just now, but it's gone now. The system is the secret of the traverser and cannot be known to others. Linny could only make up an excuse. It can be seen that Lu Shiryao's concern comes from the bottom of her heart and is not just a polite remark between friends. Linny was very happy. From this aspect alone, he is much better than those at home. Su Qingshua's family doesn't care about Linny's health at all, they only care about money. They only see Linny as a tool to make money. Thinking of this, Linny once again felt sorry for the original owner. Real? Lu Shiryao is not stupid. I was a little bit skeptical about Linny's explanation. Kindness. Linny nodded seriously, it's true. Come on, don't just chat, eat it while it's hot. Linny quickly changed the subject. He picked up 2 lamb skewers and handed them to Lu Shiryao. Lu Shiryao swallowed her saliva and stared at the skewers. I'm on a diet and can't eat them. It's okay, it's worth a meal. If you're really worried, do a few more sets of exercises tomorrow to make up for it. Well, I think that makes sense. Tempted by the aroma of the skewers and persuaded by Linny, Lu Shiryao finally gave in. You don't know, I've been craving it for a long time. Lu Shiryao happily took the lamb skewers and ate them in 2 bites. Since you're eating, eat to your heart's content. Linny picked up the menu, called the boss over, and ordered some more. 2 more beers. Lu Shiryao shouted at the boss. Linny stared at Lu Shiryao in surprise, you can drink? Since they met, they have never seen Lu Shiryao drink. My parents are very strict and don't allow me to drink outside because they are worried about the danger. Hee, but I'm happy today, so it's okay to drink a little. Lu Shiryao's smile became brighter and brighter. It can be seen that she is really happy today. Okay, I'll accompany you. Linny picked up the bottle and poured some for Lu Shiryao first. Drink as much as you can. Don't try to show off. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Come on, cheers. The 2 clinked glasses. Lu Shiryao drank it all in one breath. Good alcohol tolerance. Linny poured another glass for Lu Shiryao. Shiryao, tell me your card number and I'll transfer the money to you. Linny took out his cell phone and prepared to transfer money. Yeah, I finally got a new phone. Lu Shiryao took Linny's phone and put it in her hand. Not bad, this year's new model, you have good taste. It seems that you are really rich. Lu Shiryao was truly happy for Linny. His old phone was completely unusable, so Lu Shiryao always urged him to change it. He just couldn't bear to do it. He would rather spend $10 on Su Qingxue than spend a penny on himself. After receiving salary and royalties, they must be handed in immediately and never left overnight. Even the 200 yuan pocket money he had left was not enough for himself, so he had to save some to buy a gift for Su Qingxue. Valentine's Day, Chinese Valentine's Day, 520, wedding anniversary, birthday, etc. A must-buy during every festival. It's really rare for a dog to lick the original owner like this. But, the result. Chapter 5 Don't joking. There are all kinds of reasons, such as poor quality, low grade, not being a brand, etc. In short, I just dislike it. Really TM. It's good enough to have 200 yuan pocket money a month and save enough to buy gifts. Still complaining about everything. If you want better things, buy them with your own money or save more money. To put it bluntly, I just look down on you. No matter how much thought or money you put in, it's useless. Linny got angry when he thought of the bad things the original owner had done. Pick up the wine glass and drink it all in one gulp. Hey, why didn't you call me? Lu Shiryao pouted and pretended to be angry. Linny poured himself a full glass of wine and said with an apologetic smile, I was wrong. Come, let's go together. No rush. Lu Shiryao handed Linny a skewer and said, eat some food first to fill your stomach. Drinking alcohol all the time is not good for your stomach. Thank you, you still care about me. When Linny took the skewers, he took the opportunity to touch Lu Shiryao's hand. Very smooth and soft. Hate. Lu Shiryao quickly hid her hands under the table, looked around, and whispered, there are so many people here, it would be bad if someone saw us. Linny leaned forward, slowly approaching Lu Shiryao, and said with a wicked smile, we can find a place where there is no one. You. Lu Shiryao was so amused that her face turned red. If you keep doing this, I'll leave. Lu Shiryao was brought up in a strict family and has conservative thinking. Girls have been taught by their parents since childhood that they should be reserved, self-respecting, and not let boys take advantage of them easily. It is for this reason that Lu Shiryao has never been in a relationship until now. Even her hands had never been touched by a strange man. Linny was the first one. If he hadn't caught the enemy off guard just now, Linny probably wouldn't have had the chance to succeed. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'll drink a glass of wine as punishment. Linny picked up the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. Humph, you're not taking me with you. Lu Shiryao crossed her arms over her chest, pouted her lips, and actually acted like a spoiled child. I have to say, it's really cute. I really want to tease her again. Linny filled his glass with wine and said with a wicked smile, give me a skewer to fill my stomach. Don't give me that. You must be trying to take advantage of me again. Take it yourself. This time, Lu Shiryao was not fooled. Linny had no choice but to pick up the skewers and start eating. After joking, let us talk about business. Linny asked Lu Shiryao for her card number again. Lu Shiryao persuaded Linny very seriously, I'm really not in a hurry to use the money, you can keep it for yourself. If there's an emergency at home, and you, as the head of the family and a man, can't come up with the money, it's not good. Lu Shiryao really cares about Linny. When a man has money, he has dignity. If there is an accident at home and Linny has no money, should he ask his wife Su Qingxue for it? With her personality of only wanting to go out and not come in, she will definitely not be able to come out. Do you want it from your parents? My parents have already sold their house in the county town and borrowed a lot from relatives, so how can they have any money left? By then, Linny can only rely on himself. It would be really embarrassing if you couldn't come up with the money. Lu Shiryao always thinks about Linny, while the one at home. Too lazy to mention her. Looking at the gentle, lovely and kind-hearted Lu Shiryao in front of him, Linny liked her more and more. The original owner was really blind. He left such a good girl behind and jumped into the fire pit. Why? Linny withdrew his thoughts, Shiryao, thank you for thinking of me. Don't worry, I really have money this time. After paying you back, I'll still have a lot left. With the system, you no longer have to worry about money. If I really spend all the money, I will go home and torture and scare Su Qingxue and her mother, and then I will have money again. Guarding 2 cash cows, with inexhaustible resources. And there is no psychological burden. I can get the money and feel good. Linny. Lu Shiryao stopped talking and looked around to make sure no one was paying attention. Leaning forward, trying to get closer to Linny, he said in a very low voice, Linny, I'm sorry, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that you suddenly have so much money, and I feel a little uneasy. Where did you get your money? You can earn money slowly, but you must never do anything illegal. Lu Shiryao has had this question in her mind ever since she received the call from Linny asking for repayment. It's just that the two haven't seen each other for a long time, and Lu Shiryao was embarrassed to ask. She had heard from others that Linny only had 200 yuan in pocket money every month. Suddenly, he took out 50,000 yuan to pay off the debt, which would make anyone suspicious. Linny guessed that Lu Shiryao would have concerns and had already thought of a response strategy. He explained with a smile, the copyright of the novel I wrote was sold, and the website gave me 100,000 yuan. I'll return you 50,000 yuan, and after paying back my roommate's money, there will be some left, enough for daily expenses. Hearing that Lin Yi's novel had sold out, Lu Shiryao was extremely happy. Congratulations. I told you long ago, you can do it. Come on, let's celebrate your achievement. Cheers. Lu Shiryao raised her glass happily. Cheers. The two clinked their glasses and drank it all in one gulp. Now that she knew Lin Yi was rich, Lu Shiryao no longer refused. She told Lin Yi her card number. Lin Yi transferred the money immediately. Card balance, 147,200. After paying back Lu Shiryao 50,000 yuan, there was still more than 140,000 yuan in the card. Most of the money here was earned from Su Qingxue. After all, she was the culprit and helped Lin Yi make money, so she should get her share. After 3 rounds of drinks, Lu Shiryao was already a little drunk. She wanted to continue drinking, but was stopped by Lin Yi. With her current situation, does she still have any idea? Fortunately, my family is strict. If I drink outside and run into bad people, I will definitely suffer. Beauty, you can drink a lot. A yellow-haired boy with tattoos on his arms walked up to Lu Shiryao, holding a wine glass. It seems that he drank a lot. Behind him were 2 shirtless strong men, one tall and one short. He has a broad back and a big beer belly. Both have tattoos on their backs. Looks like someone who is not easy to mess with. When passing by other tables, the guests at the tables all hid back. Beautiful lady, have a drink with me and I'll take you out to play. Huang Mao held the wine glass and approached Lu Shiryao. Seeing a strange man approaching her, who had yellow hair and tattoos, Lu Shiryao felt scared and her mind instantly became clearer. I don't drink. Lu Shiryao was about to stand up and hide behind. A handsome figure stood between the two of them. Roll. Lin Yi's eyes were sharp and his tone was cold as he scolded the yellow-haired man. Boy, do you know who I am? As the saying goes, alcohol makes cowards brave, and Huang Mao was not at all afraid under the stimulation of alcohol. He raised his index finger and pointed at Lin Yi. Be smart and get out of here. Otherwise. Lin Yi was quick-witted and quick-handed. He immediately grabbed the yellow-haired man's index finger with his left hand and twisted it back. What else? Ah, it hurts you. It hurts, ah. The yellow-haired man wanted to swear, but Lin Yi immediately increased his strength. The pain made Huang Mao kneel on one knee on the ground, howling in agony. Seeing the yellow-haired man suffer a loss, the short and strong man hurried forward and said with a smile, Brother, he is drunk and was just joking. Please be merciful and let him go. The short and strong man is quite reasonable. Lin Yi didn't want to make a big deal out of it. If a fight breaks out here, it will affect the boss's business. Not very good. Dude, be careful next time and don't make jokes like this. Lin Yi loosened his grip, intending to let the yellow-haired man go. Yes, when we get back, I will definitely teach him a lesson. The short and strong man continued to smile and apologize. At this time, the tall and strong man standing next to him was unhappy. He is about the same height as Lin Yi. But he is 2 laps stronger than Lin Yi. Especially the arm muscles and fat in front of the body, which look quite scary. The tall and strong man didn't take Lin Yi seriously at all. Brother, why waste time talking to him? Just give him a beating and he'll behave himself. Chapter 6. My mom is very fierce. The tall, muscular man raised his huge fist, walked up to Lin Yi, and threatened, Boy, I just asked your woman to accompany my brothers for a drink. Don't be ungrateful. He. Lin Yi sneered twice, then let your wife come over and have a couple of drinks with me. Boy, you're looking for death. Seeing that Lin Yi deliberately insulted him, the tall and strong man immediately became furious. He swung his fist and hit Lin Yi on the head. Lin Yi, be careful. Lu Shiryao hid behind Lin Yi and hurriedly reminded him loudly. Lin Yi was not at all panicked. He stretched out his right hand and firmly grasped the tall and strong man's wrist. Don't be fooled by his muscular body, he is actually just a facade and very weak. In his previous life, Lin Yi was a genuine rural person. I have been following my parents since I was a child, doing farm work at home. Later, because his family was poor and had no money to pay tuition, Lin Yi went to a construction site to move bricks and carry cement. I have done all kinds of hard work. Build up some strength. Much stronger than the muscles built in the gym. I just received a mysterious reward from the system, and all my body functions have doubled. It was easy to deal with the strong man in front of me. The tall and strong man used all his strength to try to move his fist forward and hit Lin Yi. However, the fist was always hanging in front of Lin Yi, not moving at all. You. The tall and strong man noticed that Lin Yi controlled the yellow-haired man with his left hand and grabbed his wrist with his right hand. I have no time to spare. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. With a sudden inspiration, he used his other hand to hit Lin Yi in the abdomen. Besides hands, I also have feet. Lin Yi suddenly raised his leg and kicked the strong man in the stomach. Bang! With a dull sound, the strong man flew backwards 2 meters. It hit a round mound on the side of the road. Lin Yi chose the right angle on purpose so as not to knock over the tables on either side. The tall and strong man was not convinced, so he got up and wanted to continue to cause trouble for Lin Yi. Stop! The short, strong man shouted, I'll take care of the rest. If you dare to mess around again, I'll break your legs. At this time, Huang Ma shouted anxiously, Brother, help me. My fingers are about to break. Throughout the fight, Huang Ma was firmly controlled by Lin Yi. Kneel on one knee in front of Lin Yi and don't move. As soon as he dared to move, he felt severe pain in his fingers. At this moment, his leg was numb. The fingers will also be deformed soon. If no one rescues him, his finger will be broken. Brother, we did something wrong. I apologize to you. The short and strong man smiled again and walked up to Lin Yi, have a cigarette to cool down. The short man took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to Lin Yi. Lin Yi turned his head to look at Lu Shiryao behind him and said with a smile, Thank you, but it's not convenient because there are ladies here. Okay, I understand. The short, sturdy man quickly put away his cigarette and said, Brother, as a token of my sincerity, I'll pay for your table. Let's just call it a day, how about that? Lin Yi shook his head and said, No, it's just a table of barbecue. I can afford it. The solution is simple. They just scared my woman and they must apologize to her in person. The short, strong man understood immediately, I understand. Get over here. The short and strong man called the tall one over and kicked the yellow-haired man in the butt, You two should apologize to this beautiful lady right now. Huang Mao immediately shouted, Beauty, I was wrong, please let me go. He had no other thoughts now, he just wanted to save his fingers. The tall man whispered reluctantly, I'm sorry. The short, strong man stood on tiptoe and grabbed the tall man's ear, louder, Haven't you eaten yet? I'm sorry, I was wrong. The tall man was afraid of the short and strong man, so he had to raise his voice and apologize in a loud voice. Brother, are you okay with this? The short and strong man signaled Lin Yi to let go of the yellow-haired man. Lin Yi turned to look at Lu Shiryao and said with a smile, I don't have the final say on this matter, you have to ask the real owner. The short, sturdy man looked at Lu Shiryao with a smile and pointed at the yellow-haired man, Beauty, you are a big man and don't bear grudges. Let him go. Lu Shiryao hid behind Lin Yi and nodded gently, Okay. Thank you, beautiful lady. The short and strong man still had a smiling face. Lin Yi let go of the yellow-haired man. Huang Mao covered his injured finger and immediately collapsed to the ground. Hurry up and get up. Don't disturb the beautiful girl and the handsome guy from eating. The short and strong man kicked the yellow-haired man again. Huang Mao said aggrievedly, My legs are numb and I can't stand up. You two should help me up. The two were speechless. They helped Huang Mao up and returned to their seats. After paying the bill, the 3 of them left and disappeared from sight. Lu Shiryao poked her little head out from behind Lin Yi, and only dared to come out after seeing that the 3 were not there. I feel especially safe staying behind Lin Yi. It was the first time she felt this way. Thank you. Are you not hurt? Lu Shiryao asked with concern. It's okay, it's easy to deal with them. Lin Yi shook his hands deliberately, pretending to be very calm. After Lu Shiryao sat down, she took out her cell phone to check the time. Oh, no, it's too late. I have to go back quickly. Lu Shiryao immediately picked up her bag and stood up, otherwise, my mother will scold me again. Are you afraid of your mother? Lin Yi called the boss to settle the bill and stood up with Lu Shiryao. Of course I'm afraid. When my mom gets angry, she's so powerful that even my dad doesn't dare to say a word. But she loves me very much. At most, she'll scold me. It's okay. The two left the stall and walked to the roadside. Lu Shiryao took out the car keys and unlocked the car. You drove? Lin Yi didn't expect that Lu Shiryao looked gentle and cute, but was actually quite brave. Drinking and driving. Hee, it's okay, I'll call a designated driver. Lu Shiryao opened her phone and booked a designated driver online. Let's go together later. I'll have the designated driver drive you first and then me. Linny smiled and said, You are so beautiful, I am worried about the danger on the road. I will take you back with the car first, and then I will go on my own. Most of the designated drivers are men. It is indeed dangerous for a girl to ask a strange man to drive her late at night. However, Lu Shiryao didn't seem to grasp the key point and only heard the first few words. Am I really beautiful? Lu Shiryao stared at Lin Yi with her big watery eyes. It seems to be able to speak. Of course, you are the most beautiful and best girl I have ever seen. Lin Yi answered very seriously. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a 9x critical hit, 9,000 yuan has been credited. The system prompt sound rang in my ears. This simple sentence once again caused Lu Shiryao's emotions to fluctuate greatly. Unfortunately, I was just a little short of reaching level 10. Not long after, the designated driver arrived. It turned out to be a male driver. The designated driver is driving in front. Lin Yi and Lu Shiryao sat in the back. After getting in the car, the two did not speak. Lu Shiryao put her hands on the seat, looking out of the car, not knowing what she was thinking. Lin Yi stared at Lu Shiryao intently. Her profile is also very beautiful. Slowly, Lu Shiryao blushed. Maybe she knew that Lin Yi was looking at her. She didn't turn her head and continued to stare out of the car. At this time, Lin Yi's hand quietly approached Lu Shiryao's hand. Chapter 7 Viewing the Scenery. The two hands just touched. Lu Shiryao immediately retracted her hand. Lin Yi continued forward and grabbed Lu Shiryao's hand again. Lu Shiryao didn't turn around and continued looking out the window. She tried to pull her hand out, but found that she couldn't move it at all. After struggling for a while, stopped struggling. Along the way, Lin Yi just held Lu Shiryao's hand quietly. Very soft, smooth and comfortable. But Lu Shiryao's face became redder and redder. She still looked out the window, pretending nothing had happened. Soon, the car entered the community and parked in the parking space designated by Lu Shiryao. Judging from the surrounding environment and infrastructure, it should be a high-end community. Arrive. Lu Shiryao's voice was very low. She gently shook the hand that was held, signaling Lin Yi to let go. Kindness. Lin Yi reluctantly let go of his hand. 3 people got off the car. Thank you, master. You're welcome. The designated driver left first. Lin Yi stood downstairs and watched Lu Shiryao go upstairs. Be careful on your way back and stay safe. Before going upstairs, Lu Shiryao gave careful instructions. Don't worry, go to bed early. Good night. After Lu Shiryao went up, Lin Yi called an online taxi. On the way home, Lin Yi specifically searched the internet for housing prices in Lu Shiryao's community. 80,000 yuan per square meter is indeed expensive. It seems that the rumors are true, Lu Shiryao's family is indeed rich. Got home at 10 o'clock in the evening. Li Guilan was not sleeping and was still watching TV in the living room. I don't sleep at night and I have to get up early during the day to dance square dance. I don't know where she gets so much energy. The bathroom light was on and there was the sound of running water. I guess Su Qingxue is taking a shower. Lin Yi returned to his room and changed into pajamas. You're going out to spend money on drinks again. You really don't know how to live. Wouldn't it be better to save the money and pay the debt? Li Guilan smelled the alcohol on Lin Yi and kept muttering, Qingxue is so blind to choose a loser like you. Li Guilan has always looked down on Lin Yi. Whatever he does, it's wrong. Lin Yi walked behind Li Guilan, opened his mouth, and exhaled heavily. Does it smell good? Ha ha ha. Lin Yi laughed loudly, as if he was drunk. Li Guilan was worried that Lin Yi would get drunk and hit someone, so she didn't dare to provoke him. She quickly dodged him with disgust. You're sick. Lin Yi had no intention of letting her go. He continued walking up to her and said, You're lazy and do nothing all day long. You know who is a loser. I'm the blind one who got into trouble with you and your daughter. You? Li Guilan was so angry at Lin Yi that she trembled. You are the loser. If I had known you were like this, I would never have let Qingxue marry you. Lin Yi sneered, Are you marrying me? You're selling me. I bought it from you for 500,000 yuan. Is there a dowry? Have. hundreds of thousands of foreign debts, and 2 burdens. The funniest thing is that people who paid for it are not allowed to touch it. It is equivalent to the original owner spending 500,000 yuan to buy a vase, 2 burdens, and a pile of debts. Big loss. Li Guilan was so angry that she pointed at Linny and said, I don't argue with drunkards. After saying that, he turned around and went back to his room. Li Guilan was successfully driven away. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering an 8x critical hit, 8,000 yuan has been credited. The system prompt sounded in my ears. Good, another income. If she wasn't still useful, she would have been kicked out long ago. Linny opened the bathroom door and went to the toilet. Mom, is that you? Su Qingxue heard some noise outside and asked softly. P.S. The shower room is blocked by frosted glass and you can't see outside. In the past, Su Qingxue would lock the bathroom door when taking a shower. Because Linny is not at home tonight, and Li Guilan is waiting outside, watching TV. I was careless and didn't lock it. Mom! Su Qingxue felt something was wrong outside, so she turned off the shower and grabbed the glass door with both hands. Prevent it from being opened forcibly from outside. Stop shouting, your mother has gone back to her room to sleep. Linny sat on the toilet and laughed loudly. Linny? Although she had a premonition, Su Qingxue was still startled and pulled the door hard. Why did you come in? Linny said helplessly, nonsense. Of course I'm going to the toilet. However, I wouldn't mind if you invited me to take a bath together. Linny stared at the frosted glass, trying to see something inside. Unfortunately, the material is so fine that I can't see anything. You rascal, get out now. Su Qingxue urged Lin Yi to leave. Linny said calmly, this is my home, why should I leave? I feel sick in my stomach today, maybe Dora will do it. Linny pretended to have a stomachache and said, it's okay, come out. I don't want to see it. I'm not going out. As long as Linny is outside, Su Qingxue will never go out. She is absolutely confident about her figure. Any man who sees it will be fascinated. If Linny had any improper thoughts, she really couldn't stop him. Okay, if you don't want to go out, just stay inside. After saying that, Linny tiptoed out of the bathroom. Who has nothing to do and plays with her in the toilet. When he left, he deliberately didn't flush the toilet, giving Su Qingxue the illusion that Linny was still inside. At the same time, take Su Qingxue's bath towel away. Linny lay on his side on the sofa in the living room, watching TV. Wait for Su Qingxue to come out. An episode of the TV series has finished. Linny almost fell asleep while watching. Su Qingxue hadn't come out yet. She was really patient. In the bathroom. Su Qingxue didn't dare to go out, so she washed inside and waited for Lin Yi to leave. But after waiting for a long time, I still didn't hear the sound of the toilet flushing. I couldn't hear Lin Yi talking either. Su Qingxue called Lin Yi's name many times, but there was still no movement outside. I put my ear against the glass door. It was very quiet outside, no sound. Did Lin Yi leave? Su Qingxue didn't want to wait any longer. My legs are almost numb from standing so long. She plucked up her courage, gently opened the glass door, left a crack, and looked outside. Only after confirming that there was no one around did he dare to come out. Childish. Su Qingxue guessed the little trick Lin Yi used and complained helplessly. Just as she was secretly rejoicing that she had escaped danger and was about to take a bath towel to wipe her body, she found that the bath towel was missing. Su Qingxue clearly remembered that she took it herself. Thinking about Lin Yi's visit just now, he said, asshole. He has no moral ethics and actually took away my bath towel. There are no clothes in the bathroom, how can I get out? P.S. Su Qingxue is used to wiping her body with a bath towel after taking a shower and then coming out wrapped in the bath towel. Su Qingxue heard a noise coming from the living room outside. Listen carefully, someone is watching TV. He guessed that Lin Yi must be outside, waiting to laugh at him. The best way now is to call Li Guilan over and get clothes for Su Qingxue. But the bathroom was well soundproofed, and Li Guilan was in her own room. Li Guilan definitely won't be able to hear me if I shout in the bathroom. So, Su Qingxue gently opened the bathroom door, stuck her head out, and prepared to call Li Guilan over. I accidentally saw Lin Yi lying on the sofa, motionless. Did he fall asleep? Su Qingxue smelled alcohol in the bathroom and guessed that Lin Yi must have come back from drinking outside. According to Lin Yi's previous alcohol tolerance, it was very poor. He would get drunk after drinking a little bit of alcohol. I came back, lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. No matter how I called him, he wouldn't wake up. Did he really fall asleep drunk? Su Qingxue looked up at the clock on the wall. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Normally at this time, Li Guilan would have been asleep. Su Qingxue couldn't bear to wake Li Guilan up again. She was hoping for a lucky break and wanted to go back on her own. Standing at the bathroom door, he observed Lin Yi for another 10 minutes. Lin Yi lay on the sofa, eyes closed, motionless. After confirming that Lin Yi was asleep, he gently opened the bathroom door and tiptoed towards his room. Did you finish washing? Lin Yi sat up, stared at the graceful figure in front of him, and said with a smile. Chapter 8 Can't hear. In fact, Lin Yi had been pretending to be asleep, waiting to see the show. Lu Shiyao was right, Su Qingxue did have a good figure and could be called a stunner. She has a slender waist, sexy long legs, and not a trace of fat on her body. The key part is very large and very informative. I really don't know how she looks like this. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering an 8x critical hit, 80,000 yuan has been credited. You can make money and see beautiful scenery, it's great. Faced with the sudden situation, Su Qingxue hurriedly covered her vital parts with her hands, shameless. Are you pretending to be asleep? Lin Yi stood up, looked Su Qingxue up and down, and said with a smile, if you are a smart person, you should go back to your room quickly instead of arguing with me here naked. You. Su Qingxue has the same problem as her mother Li Guilan, she can't speak when she is angry. What's wrong with me? My ears are not good, I can't hear. Lin Yi stared at Su Qingxue's body and slowly approached. You are shameless. Su Qingxue forced out 3 words and ran back to the room. Worried that Lin Yi would follow in, he locked the door from the inside. Lin Yi stared at Su Qingxue's door with unsatisfied eyes and shouted, you look so ugly when you run. Ha ha ha. Lin Yi laughed twice and went back to his room to sleep. The next day, Sunday. Early morning. Lin Yi was sleeping when his cell phone rang. Pick up the phone, the caller ID is team leader Wang Qian. Lin Yi hung up without even thinking. There's a system in place, so why bother with a job? Team leader? Worse than shit. Besides, today is the weekend and it's my personal rest time, so why make a phone call? P.S. Wang Qian is the company's new RD team leader and the direct supervisor of the original owner. 2 years younger than the original owner, just graduated from university, majoring in hotel management. That's right, a college student majoring in hotel management, who knew nothing about programming, became the RD team leader. Originally, the position of RD team leader should have belonged to the original owner. Wang Qian is just an ordinary receptionist in the company. Unexpectedly, Wang Qian was parachuted into the RD department, replacing the original owner and becoming the team leader. After taking office, he made things difficult for the original owner. The reason is simple. When Wang Qian was working as a receptionist, she once lost the original owner's express delivery. The original owner said a few words to her. Wang Qian held a grudge. Not only did he steal the original owner's position as team leader, he also took the opportunity to take revenge. The original owner was worried that he would lose his job if he resisted, so he kept enduring and giving in. Unexpectedly, the original owner's frequent concessions only resulted in Wang Qian becoming even more aggressive. Rude remarks, public criticism and insults, various dissatisfactions at work, etc. The original owner was really patient. If it were Lin Yi, he would have fought back long ago. A college graduate with a major in hotel management is appointed as a team leader in the RD department. There must be something fishy going on. Lin Yi hung up the phone and continued to sleep. Ding-a-ling. The cell phone rang again. It's Wang Qian again. Lin Yi couldn't stand it any longer and answered the phone, you're sick. Don't disturb my sleep. After saying that, he hung up the phone and blocked the call. The world is finally quiet. On the other end of the phone, Wang Qian was so angry that she threw the phone onto the bed. You dare to hang up on me? See how I'll deal with you tomorrow. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a 5x critical hit, 5,000 yuan has been credited. Lin Yi had just put down his phone and was about to go to sleep when he was woken up by the system notification sound. How come there is money coming in again? Is it because I just said a few words to Wang Qian? Does the relationship between colleagues count? If this is true, Lin Yi will have another way to make money. It seems that I can still go on with the class. Who can resist money? However, Lin Yi's way of going to work is a bit rougher. Ding-a-ling. Just after blocking someone, the phone rings again. It's so hard to sleep in. Lin Yi picked up the phone helplessly. It was his college roommate, Xiangzi, calling. You have to answer his call. Xiangzi, a local. Good character. When Lin Yi needed money, he took out 20,000 yuan despite his family's opposition. He is the one who borrows the most money among the 5 people in the dormitory. In addition to Xiangzi, Xiaopang lent him 10,000 yuan and Gangzi lent him 5,000 yuan. As for the remaining 2 people, not a cent was lent. Among these 5 people, there were 2 who surprised Lin Yi the most. Xiaopang is a very cheerful and honest person. Due to family difficulties, he was rated as a poor student in the school for 4 consecutive years. After graduation, I went to Kyoto to work alone. It was surprising that he could come up with 10,000. Because he himself is very short of money. The other person is Liangzi, who, like Xiangzi, is a local. It is said that his family is quite wealthy and he spent money lavishly when he was in school. Brand name watches, brand name clothes, buy whatever you see. Such a wealthy man didn't lend Lin Yi a penny. As the saying goes, helping you is a favor, not helping you is my duty. Lin Yi didn't blame him. But through this incident, we can see who is more worthy of close friendship. Hey, Xiangzi, it's so early, what's going on? Lin Yi lay on the bed and answered the phone. Ha, you haven't gotten up yet? Are you staying up late writing a novel again? The 2 of them kept in touch frequently, and Xiangzi knew a lot about Lin Yi. Making money is important, but life is more important. You must take care of your health. Although Xiangzi knew that Lin Yi was very stubborn and would not listen to advice, he still couldn't help but persuade him based on their years of friendship. Lin Yi smiled and said, Yeah, I know, thanks, brother. Life is only 100 years long, and it is not easy to make true friends. Don't be polite with me, let's talk business. Xiangzi paused and continued, Xiaopang is coming to our place today. He'll probably arrive around noon. Let's get together. Okay, no problem. I can take this opportunity to return the borrowed money to Xiangzi and Xiaopang. Oh, that's a pretty straightforward answer this time. On the other end of the phone, Xiangzi was a little surprised. Under normal circumstances, Lin Yi would definitely make all kinds of excuses. Something like being in a hurry to finish a manuscript, having guests visiting home, etc. The reasons vary. The result is that I don't want to go. Because Xiangzi knew that Lin Yi only had 200 yuan in pocket money, which was definitely not enough. Every time we have a meal together and it's time to pay the bill, Xiangzi is the one who rushes to pay. Lin Yi already owed a favor of 20,000 yuan, and he didn't want to owe any more. So I always find various reasons not to go. This time, Xiangzi had already thought of a countermeasure. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi did not play by the rules and agreed readily. This caught Xiangzi off guard. Are you sure you can go? You must not go back on your word. Xiangzi confirmed again. Lin Yi smiled and said, Don't worry, I will definitely go. Okay, it's a deal. The 2 hung up the phone. Lin Yi got up, put on his clothes and came out. There was no one in the living room and Su Qingshue's door was open. It seems that she is working overtime again. Lin Yi was a little puzzled. Su Qingxue never asked for leave during work, and she also worked overtime on weekends. Go out early and come back late all day. Why do I only earn 3,000 yuan a month? Obviously, it's unreasonable. If I get a chance, I'll have to ask her about it. Lin Yi saw that Li Guilan's door was also open, and guessed that she went downstairs again to dance square dance with those old men and women. Lin Yi went to the kitchen, cooked porridge and boiled an egg. Opened the refrigerator. There was only 1 potato left in it. Stir-fry some spicy and sour potato shreds. Eating out all the time will make you tired. Soon, the shredded potatoes were fried and the eggs were cooked. Lin Yi poured the cooked porridge into a bowl and started eating. At this moment, Li Guilan came back from outside. He was panting and sweating profusely, and seemed to be enjoying the dance very much. She saw the food on the table and smiled triumphantly. You have a conscience. You finally know how to cook. Li Guilan went to the bathroom to wash her hands and sat down opposite Lin Yi. Go, get me some chopsticks and some rice. I'm starving. Linny picked up the bowl, took a sip of porridge, and said with a smile, I said, if you want to eat, make it yourself. There is nothing here for you. Chapter 9 Confidentiality. Oomph, I'll go by myself. Li Guilan didn't believe that Linny was only cooking for one person, so she went to the kitchen. Porridge, eggs, vegetables, nothing. Linny, did you do this on purpose? Li Guilan stood opposite Linny and said angrily, making breakfast is not a big deal. What's the difference between one person and two people? You're so selfish about adding a handful of rice. Linny finished his porridge, put the bowl on the table, and said with a smile, yes, I did it on purpose. Since making breakfast is easy, why don't you do it? You still have the nerve to criticize others. Linny picked up the bowls and plates, went into the kitchen and washed them. Linny, you will regret treating me like this sooner or later. Li Guilan said something harsh, put on her shoes and went out. No need to guess, he must be going out to have breakfast again. I'm so lazy. Knowing that the family has a lot of foreign debt, he still doesn't know how to save money, just to save trouble for himself. The truly selfish person is her. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a triple critical hit, 3,000 yuan has been credited. The system prompt sounded. Easily earned 3,000 yuan, not bad. It would be better if Su Qingxue was at home and could make two big deals. Seeing that it was still early, Linny sat on the sofa and watched TV. I searched for a long time but found nothing good. Pick up your phone and read a novel. Wait until there is 1 hour left before the agreed time and then go out. Lin Yi's family doesn't have a car, so he takes a taxi. With the system, it is easy to make money. You don't have to save a little money and squeeze on the bus. After Linny pays off his own debt and his parents' debt, he plans to buy a car. It doesn't have to be very good, at least there is a means of transportation that makes travel convenient. Soon, Linny took a taxi and arrived at the agreed location. Thanks to the fast taxi service, Linny arrived half an hour early. Seeing that no one came, Linny walked around alone. As I was walking, I saw a familiar figure. My roommate Liangzai is shopping for clothes in a brand men's clothing store. Linny knows this brand. It is high-end fashion and is relatively expensive. An ordinary shirt costs several hundred. A coat costs thousands. Liangzi is indeed rich. Linny sat on a chair outside, waiting for him to come out. Liangzi walked around inside. I chose a white shirt, a pair of jeans, and a windbreaker. After paying the bill, the waiter put it in the bag for him. Liangzi came out satisfied. He turned his head and looked around, as if he was afraid of being seen by someone. After confirming that there was no problem, he walked straight past the chair where Linny was sitting and came to a black BMW. Even at such a close distance, he didn't recognize Linny. I don't know if it was because he felt guilty and was too nervous, or because Linny changed his hairstyle and clothes, his image and temperament changed and he was unrecognizable. Liangzi took out the key, opened the suitcase and put the clothes in. Linny happened to be sitting next to the car and accidentally saw the shopping receipt, which showed that the consumption amount was 2,400 yuan. Liangzi put his clothes away, locked the car again, clapped his hands, and walked towards the agreed location. Still didn't recognize Linny. Linny stood up helplessly. Since the other person doesn't recognize you, there's no need to chase after him and force a greeting. Whatever. Linny walked around again before going to the agreed location. When we got there, Xianzi and Xiaopeng had just arrived. Linny, you finally spend money on new clothes and become more handsome. Xianzi walked forward and greeted them warmly. Xiaopeng stared at Lin Yi's new hairstyle and said jokingly, it's good. It makes you look more energetic. You look at least 10 years younger. Thank you for the compliment. I'm a sincere person and I take everything you say seriously. Linny also joked along. The three of them greeted each other warmly, while Liangzi stood aside like an outsider. Linny, long time no see. Liangzi looked embarrassed and walked forward to say hello. Long time no see, I miss you so much. Linny joked, using the same attitude as he did towards Xiangzi and Xiaopeng. After all, we are college roommates and the friendship we have built over 4 years cannot be made too ugly. The four of them gathered together and came to the private room in the restaurant that Xiangzi had booked. Let me tell you, this restaurant has some delicious specialties. You must try them. Xiangzi picked up the menu, ordered a few main dishes and special dishes, and handed it to Linny. After Linny ordered, he handed it to Xiaopeng, and finally passed it to Liangzi. After ordering the dishes, Xiangzi took out a bottle of white wine from the paper bag he brought. This is a fine wine that my father has collected for many years. He went to great lengths to get it. You guys should try it. Xiangzi opened the bottle, placed 4 wine glasses in front of him and poured the wine. Xiangzi, I drove here. I have something to do this afternoon and can't drink. Lianzi took his wine glass back. You are the only one who has so much to do all day long. You are always busy. Xiangzi joked, it's okay, just drink your drink. Do you two have anything to do this afternoon? Xiangzi stared at Linny and Xiaopang and jokingly threatened, if you dare to let me drink alone. Linny smiled and said, I'll keep you company until the end. Fill it up. Xiaopang also shouted, it's so rare to have good wine. Even if the king invites me, I won't go. Okay, that's great. Xiangzi happily filled the glass with wine. To celebrate our dormitory reunion, let's go. Okay, let's do it. Dry. 3 glasses of white wine and 1 drink clinked together. The 4 of them drank it all in 1 gulp. Good wine. Linny put down his wine glass and praised. In his previous life, Linny liked to drink, especially white wine. You can tell good wine from bad wine with just 1 sip. Yeah, it's really good. Xiaopang picked up the bottle and said, I'll fill it up for you too. Fill it up. Xiangzi smiled very happily. The 3 of them were chatting and laughing, with Liangzi sitting next to them, interjecting from time to time. After 3 rounds of drinking. Xiaopang, you work in Kyoto and are usually very busy. How come you have time to come and play with us this time? After graduation, Linny and Xiaopang both worked in the computer industry and had common topics. The 2 of them are fine and often chat on the phone. Xiaopang works in a large factory in Kyoto. He is very busy and 996 is the norm. Even when it's busy, I have to work overtime on weekends. There is no rest time at all. Linny was indeed a little surprised that Xiaopang came to play this time. Xiaopang smiled and said, it's okay, I just missed you guys and came to see you. Xiangzi had drunk too much at first, his face flushed red, and he was so drunk he interrupted, his father is sick and in the hospital, and his mother's legs are paralyzed, so there's no one to take care of her. To fulfill his filial duty, he resigned and returned to his hometown. Xiaopang glared at Xiangzi, didn't I tell you to keep it a secret? Xiangzi slapped his head and woke up, saying, oh, I forgot, it's my fault. Look at my brain. Drinking makes things worse. Xiangzi regretted telling the truth. Linny knew why Xiaopang wanted to keep it a secret. Maybe he was worried that Linny would be in trouble after knowing the truth. There is a patient in Xiaopang's family who is hospitalized, so it definitely costs money. And Linny owed Xiaopang another 10,000. If I tell Linny the truth, he will be suspected of debt collection. Xiaopang, we've been together for 4 years in college, eating and living together. You don't have to hide anything from us. Linny said seriously, I will transfer the money to you later. Look. Xiaopang glared at Xiangzi angrily, if I had known this would happen, I would have asked you to keep it a secret and not tell Linny. But the result? Well. Xiaopang sighed helplessly and turned to look at Linny, I appreciate your kindness. I have enough money to spend, so don't worry about me. Your life isn't easy either. You work during the day and stay up late writing novels at night. Please take care of yourself. Xiaopang's face was bitter as he took a sip of white wine. I've finally come to terms with it. I won't trade my life for money. In the end, the family will be destroyed. Chapter 10, Distinguishing Good from Evil. Putting down his wineglass, Xiaopang told a story that really happened to him. A colleague of mine, the only son in the family, has been working for 5 years and often works overtime and stays up late. Last month, he died suddenly. The old couple cried so sadly as they saw their son die. Without a son, the family is broken up. Xiaopang is also the only son in the family. His mother has been paralyzed in bed for a long time, and his father has developed a lot of illnesses in order to earn money to support the family. A week ago, I was hospitalized due to illness. Just imagine, what would happen to this family if Xiaopang had an accident? Unbelievable. Well, nothing more to say, let's drink. Xiangzi raised his glass and clinked the 3 glasses together. Liangzi drank his drink and didn't move forward. Linny put down his wineglass and said, Xiaopang, tell me your card number. Linny, I really don't need money. I'll ask you for it when I need it, okay? Xiaopang's tone was sincere, not false. Linny smiled and said, "Don't be polite with me. I have money now, and I came here this time to pay back the debt. Not only you, but also Xiangzi's. If you don't tell me your card number, I'll transfer it directly to your WeChat." Linny took out his cell phone and prepared to transfer money. A new phone? Or this year's new model? Xiaopeng is a mobile phone addict and he could tell at a glance that Linny was using a new model of the phone. It's a new model indeed. Xiangzi took Linny's phone and looked through it carefully. New phone, new clothes, new hairstyle, it seems that Linny is really rich. Xiangzi said with a smile. It's a must, luck will come. Tell me your card number now. Xiaopeng and Xiangzi stopped refusing and told the card number. Linny transferred the money. Linny, that's not right, why are you giving me 30,000? Xiaopeng looked at the bank card text message reminder in surprise. I'll lend you 10,000. Linny smiled and said, it's 10,000. Uncle is sick and in the hospital, so he definitely needs money. Take it and use it. As the saying goes, give me a peach, and I will give you a plum in return. Friends should help each other. When Linny was in trouble, Xiaopeng was willing to lend him money to help him. Now that Xiaopeng's family is in trouble, Linny is willing to help. Xiaopeng excitedly grabbed Linny's hand and said, Linny, thank you. I appreciate your kindness. Xiangzi, you've already lent me 20,000, which is almost enough. Before Xiaopeng could finish, Xiangzi slapped Xiaopeng on the shoulder and said, I told you to keep it a secret, how come you let it slip? Xiaopeng was unconvinced and said, you leaked the secret first, and you blame me. Worried that Linny might misunderstand, Xiaopeng hurriedly explained, I didn't hide it from you on purpose, I was worried. Linny interrupted Xiaopeng and said with a smile, I understand. They were worried that Linny would be sad after knowing this because he had no money and could not help. I deliberately hid it from Linny. A true friend is one who can put himself in the other person's shoes and consider his own situation. Look at that one again. Eat food, drink drinks, and pretend you heard nothing. Linny raised his glass, looked at Xiangzi and Xiaopeng, and said with a smile, cheers to our deep friendship. Cheers. Cheers. When drinking with a good friend, 1,000 cups are not enough. The three of them were very happy and drank it all in one gulp. Putting down his wine glass, Linny told the two of them seriously, if anything happens again in the future, don't hide it from me. We are friends and brothers. From now on, we will help if we can. If we can't, there is nothing we can do. We will do our best. After saying that, he looked at Liangzi, who was eating happily, and asked loudly, is that right, Liangzi? Liangzi nodded awkwardly, yes, yes, yes. Xiangzi glanced at by Liangzi and muttered in a low voice, bullshit. Come on, let's keep drinking. The three continued drinking and ignored Liangzi who was sitting next to them. Liangzi seemed like a transparent person. He ate for a while longer, probably feeling embarrassed himself. He picked up his watch to check the time, and left first, saying that he had something to do in the afternoon. When they left, Linny, Xiangzi and Xiaopeng were just chatting and drinking, and ignored him at all. Liangzi left in shame. You bastard, you should have left long ago. After Liangzi left, Xiangzi's suppressed anger finally erupted, what a shame that 4 years of roommate friendship have been thrown away. Don't be angry. Let's stay away from people like this in the future. Living a new life, Linny is more open-minded. There is no need to punish yourself for other people's mistakes. Besides, Liangzi is not wrong. Perhaps from the very beginning, he had no intention of making friends with the people in the dormitory. In his heart, we are just temporary classmates. After graduation, the relationship ended. There is no connection between them anymore. Xiangzi drank a glass of wine and said angrily, I helped him punch in and bring his lunch when I was in school. He has no conscience. You deserve it. Xiaopeng helped Xiangzi fill his glass with wine. I advised you not to invite him to our party, but you just wouldn't listen. Xiangzi became angrier the more he thought about it, and drank another glass of wine. I want to give him another chance. When Linny asked for money, he refused. I thought that since your family is in trouble this time, he might be able to contribute a little. I didn't expect. Xiangzi picked up the bottle and filled it up again. Just as he was about to drink, he was stopped by Linny. Don't be upset about him. It's not worth it. Let's drink together. Okay, come on. Next time we get together, don't invite him. Dry. The three of them raised their glasses. Time passes by every second. The three of them drank and chatted, becoming happier and happier. Reminiscing about the happy life in college, chatting about the latest gossip news, and talking about the bright future. The three of them had countless topics to talk about. No more. Xiao Peng picked up the bottle and prepared to pour the wine. The bottle was found to be empty. I'll get it. Xiangzi stood up, staggering drunkenly, and wanted to get some wine, but was stopped by Lin Yi. I'm not drinking anymore. Xiao Peng still has to take the train back home. If I drink too much, it won't be safe on the road. After Lin Yi's body was transformed by the system, his alcohol tolerance improved, so he was fine. Xiao Peng is also fine. Mainly hadrons. He must have been pissed off with Liangzai, so he drank a few more glasses and got even drunker. Are you okay? Lin Yi asked the waiter for a pot of hot tea and poured it for Xiangzi. Hot tea can relieve the discomfort after drinking alcohol. After 2 cups of hot tea, Xiangzi felt better. Xiaopan's train is at 6 p.m. We still have time. Let's go to KTV and sing? Xiangzi started to organize another game. Xiao Peng waved his hand and said, no, it's boring. How about we go to the internet cafe and play a couple of rounds of CS? My hands are itching. Xiao Peng flexed his fingers, eager to try. P.S. CS, a first-person shooter game. In the university dormitory, the three of us often played it together. Okay, no problem. In his previous life, Lin Yi had nothing to do and often played this game. Especially the flick sniper, 1 shot and 1 kill, very accurate. Okay, let's go. Xiangzi stood up unsteadily and said, there's an internet cafe nearby. No, it's called an internet cafe now. The environment is good, the equipment is good, and you can find beautiful girls to play with you. Looking at Xiangzi's lustful look, it must be the alcohol that's causing it, his old problem has come back again. Get lost, let's just play together. Women will only slow down my charge. In the game, Xiao Peng is good at charging. Holding an AK, he killed indiscriminately. Xiao Peng raised his leg, made a kicking motion, and warned with a smile, if you dare to look for a girl, I will kick you to death. The two often joke around and even get physical. Xiangzi stuck his butt out and taunted, come on, if you can. Okay, I'm satisfied with you. Xiao Peng raised his leg and kicked him. Chapter 11. Who is he? Little fatty, are you really kicking? Xiangzi stepped forward and raised his leg to counterattack. If you are not careful, your feet will slip and you will fall down. Lin Yi reached out and helped Xiangzi up, saying with a smile, you're having trouble walking now, and you're still fighting? Save it for revenge later. Okay, I'll listen to you. Xiangzi touched his butt and grimaced, it seemed that he was really hurt from the fall. The three of them walked out of the private room. Xiangzi went to the front desk to pay the bill, but was stopped by Lin Yi. It's already paid. Let's go to the internet cafe. Didn't we agree that I would treat you? How did you intercept? Xiangzi knew that Lin Yi only had 200 yuan in pocket money every month, which was not enough. In the past, every time we went out for dinner, Xiangzi always paid. Lin Yi smiled and said, I have money now, and I also want to experience the feeling of treating others. Okay, this won't happen again. Xiangzi walked unsteadily in front, let's go to the internet cafe, I'll treat you. If you guys try to steal from me again, I'll use a grenade to blow you up. Xiangzi is good at throwing grenades in the CS game. One fry, a big piece. Okay, you go. Lin Yi and Xiao Peng didn't argue with him. The three of them walked to the internet cafe and turned on 3 machines next to each other. How do you play? Xiao Peng opened the game and looked at the two of them. How about we do it the same way as before? Lin Yi and I will charge forward, and Xiangzi will throw grenades to provide cover. Lin Yi smiled and said, I'll use a sniper to cover you from behind. Can you do it? The two men stared at Lin Yi with suspicion, you've never hit a target with a sniper before. In the original owner's memory, he really didn't know how to use a sniper and was very bad at it. But Lin Yi can do it, and he is a master at flick sniping. A good man must be able to do it. Don't worry, just wait and see. The game begins. Xiao Peng picked up the AK and rushed forward. Fire in the hole. Xiangzi threw a grenade. Lin Yi set up the sniper rifle at the back. Aim and shoot. It's so cool. The three of them killed every opponent without leaving a single one alive, winning the first battle. Lin Yi, your sniper skills are pretty good, have you been practicing secretly? When Xiaopeng was charging, he encountered danger several times, but was always solved by Linny using a sniper. I've always been good. Linny raised his head proudly. I praised you a few times, and you're still showing off. Come on. The three of them went into battle again. It's 5 o'clock, I should go. Xiaopeng put down the mouse reluctantly. He has a 6 o'clock train, and if he doesn't leave now, he's afraid he'll miss it. Well, let's play next time. The three of them walked out of the internet cafe. Linny called an online taxi from the platform in advance and parked it right in front of the internet cafe. Thank you, that's very thoughtful. Xiaopeng waved and said goodbye to the two of them. Linny and I will see you off. Xiangzi opened the car door and wanted to get in, but was stopped by Xiaopeng. No, the station is too sad. Let's say goodbye here. After saying that, Xiaopeng's eyes turned red. Again. Xiangzi kicked Xiaopeng and said, "This isn't a life or death separation, why are you crying? Get out of here." Xiaopeng is very emotional. The day we graduated from school and left the dormitory. Xiaopeng was crying loudly. No amount of persuasion would help. This caused everyone to cry with him. Linny patted Xiaopeng's shoulder and said with a smile, "Have a safe trip. When we have time, Xiangzi and I will come to find you together." Xiaopeng's father is sick and his mother is paralyzed. As the only son in the family, Xiaopeng may not be able to come out in a short time if he goes back. This is also one of the reasons why he is sad. Okay, it's a deal. Xiaopeng looked at the two of them while crying. When the time comes, I'll treat you. Don't fight with me for it, the two of you. Don't worry, we won't compete with you. Xiangzi's eyes also turned red. Hurry up and leave, you're making me almost cry. Goodbye. Xiaopeng wiped his tears and got into the car. Linny and Xiangzi stood by the roadside and watched Xiaopeng leave. Finally left. Almost made me cry. Xiangzi rubbed his eyes and pointed at the internet cafe. Let's go on. That little fatty is so clueless about romance, no wonder he doesn't even have a partner. I just saw that there are two pretty girls playing with you. They are pretty and have good figures. How about we each take one? Xiangzi is being infatuated with girls again. Linny said speechlessly, not interested. How can those mediocre women compare with Su Qingshui and Lu Shiyao? That's right, ha ha ha. Xiangzi smiled foolishly and said, "You have such beautiful wives like your sister-in-law at home, you definitely look down on them." The two chatted for a while, and Xiangzi was so drunk that he went home to take a nap. Linny took out his cell phone and asked Lu Shiyao to come out and play. No, my mom is watching in the living room. Lu Shiyao picked up her phone, returned to her room, and whispered, "Yesterday I came home late and drank alcohol, so my mom scolded me. She didn't let me go out all day." Lu Shiyao was holding her phone when she heard some noise at the door. When she turned around, she saw her mother had already opened the door and come in. "My mom is here. We'll talk next time." Lu Shiyao was so scared that she quickly hung up the phone. "Who are you secretly calling?" Lu Shiyao's mother, Zhanlan, wants to see Lu Shiyao's phone. Lu Shiyao protected it with both hands and refused to give it to him. Zhanlan had no choice but to sit by the bed and patiently said, "Shiyao, mommy doesn't want to control you. I'm just worried that you're innocent and might be easily deceived by bad people." Lu Shiyao put the phone on her chest. Lingy's handsome face flashed through her mind, and she smiled. "He is not a bad person, he will definitely not lie to me." "He?" Zhanlan hurriedly asked, "Who is he? The guy you drank with last night?" "Kid, I definitely have no good intentions when I ask you to go out for drinks so late at night." As a person who has been through this, Zhanlan is very familiar with the tricks used by men. Worried that her mother might misunderstand Lin Yi's character, Lu Shiyao hurriedly explained, "I was happy and took the initiative to drink. It has nothing to do with him. Later, he even advised me to drink less." Lu Shiyao grabbed Zhanglan's arm, shook it hard, and said coquettishly, "Mom, he's really not a bad person." "Okay, in that case, you ask him to come out and let your dad and I take a look. As parents, they have to help their daughter keep an eye on things." "Don't want." Lu Shiyao pulled the pillow over and lay on the bed. Although she liked Linny very much, Linny was already married. If Zhanlan knew that her well-behaved and perfect daughter actually liked a married man, I guess he would be pissed to death. Lu Shiyao could only bury this sincere love deep in her heart. "Don't let anyone know. You kid." Zhanlan pushed Lu Shiyao's head with her index finger. "You really make me worry." Lin Yi sighed. Lu Shiryao couldn't make the appointment, so she had to go home. Lin Yi will divorce Su Qingxue sooner or later, but now is not the time. They must pay the price. Lin Yi just opened the door and happened to meet Su Qingxue's mother, Li Guilan, coming back. She was carrying a lot of vegetables, meat and shrimp. He must have just come back from the vegetable market. It's just right that you're back. Your eldest sister and her family will be coming to our house soon. Go and cook. Li Guilan handed the thing in her hand to Lin Yi. Lin Yi dodged sideways. Come over again and eat for free? How shameless. Chapter 12, Sensible Daughter. The big sister Li Guilan mentioned refers to her eldest daughter, Su Qinghe, who is 3 years older than Su Qingxue. Although the two are sisters, they don't look alike. Su Qinghe is not tall and is fat, with a face full of flesh. The same character as Li Guilan. Su Qingxue takes after her father, with a good figure and good looks. Every weekend, Su Qinghe would bring her family of 3, her husband and son, to Lin Yi's house to eat and drink. Bring nothing, come empty-handed. The 3 of them sat on the sofa, watched TV, and chatted with Li Guilan. The original owner was busy in the kitchen alone. Not only that, he also ordered the original owner around as if he was giving orders to a nanny. Wash fruits, make tea, etc. They did nothing but chatted animatedly. The original owner was exhausted by himself. When it was almost time for dinner, 4 people sat down at the table and waited for the original owner to serve the dishes without helping. Not even chopsticks. When encountering dishes that he doesn't like, he will be picky and unhappy. After dinner, the 4 of them continued to sit on the sofa, drinking tea and chatting. The original owner started to clean up again. Wipe the table and wash the dishes. Anyway, from beginning to end, it was the original owner's job. The 4 of them do nothing. Not only that, when he left, if he saw something he liked, he would take it without even asking the original owner. Once, the original owner saved up 2 months' pocket money and bought a new mechanical keyboard. Su Qing has said that her husband's computer had no keyboard, so she took it home directly. A family of 3 ate and drank for free and even took things. Lin Yi had never seen such a shameless person. What's wrong with eating for free? My daughter, I am happy with it. Li Guilan defended her daughter and said, the Qinghe family is willing to come because they think highly of you. Don't be unhappy. They are guests. As the host, you should treat them well. Go cook. Li Guilan wanted to hand the vegetables and meat in her hand to Lin Yi again. Lin Yi raised his hand to avoid it and said with a smile, I don't need her to look down on me. This is my home, they are not welcome. If you want to eat, make it yourself and don't bother me. Lin Yi turned around and went back to his room. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a 2x critical hit, 2,000 yuan has been credited. Too bad it only has 2x crit. It seems that Li Guilan's psychological endurance is improving and her emotional fluctuations are becoming smaller. If you have the chance, give her something tough. Lin Yi returned to his room, turned on his computer and played games. I didn't play enough in the internet cafe just now. With the system in place, you don't have to worry about money. Being happy is the most important thing. Lin Yi used to love playing games the most. Time passes by every second. Lin Yi was having a great time playing games when the door was pushed open. Lin Yi, what's wrong with you? Su Qinghe put her hands on her hips and walked up to Lin Yi angrily. Mom is old and working hard in the kitchen cooking, but you are here playing games. Hurry up and cook. Su Qinghe shouted loudly at Lin Yi. Lin Yi turned around slowly. Didn't your mother tell you to knock on the door when entering someone else's room? How uneducated. Lin Yi stared at Su Qinghe with cold eyes. Your mother cooks for you, what does it have to do with me? If you really love your mother, you should help in the kitchen instead of here. You. Su Qinghe pointed at Lin Yi and said angrily, I'm your sister, how dare you talk to me like that? Lin Yi smiled and said, it's not your fault that you're old. But it's wrong to bully others by relying on your age. You. The Su family has a hereditary problem, and when they get excited, they can't speak. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a 4x critical hit, 4,000 yuan has been credited. Sure enough, Lin Yi guessed correctly, he could also make money from Su Qinghe. Considering that she contributes to the income, I keep her and don't drive her away, and continue to look for opportunities to make money. When Su Qinghe was about to continue arguing with Lin Yi, her husband Lu Bo walked in. P.S. Lu Bo is a particularly weak and incompetent person and has no status at home. Su Qinghe pointed east, and he absolutely did not dare to go west. Do laundry, cook, and take care of all housework at home. In addition, he also served tea and water to Su Qinghe, and even washed her feet, socks, and underwear. Obey orders however you say. Su Qinghe's bad habits were all caused by him. Li Guilan was not ashamed of it, but proud of it. He often used Lu Bo as an example and asked the original owner to learn from him. What the hell? Lin Yitsai doesn't buy it. Wife, don't disturb Lin Yi from working. Let's go out first. Lu Bo wore a pair of glasses and walked out holding Su Qinghe's arm. Open. Su Qinghe shouted loudly, scaring Lu Bo so much that he quickly let go. Open your dog eyes and see clearly, is he working? Su Qinghe pointed at Lin Yi's computer screen and said, he's playing games. Lu Bo glanced at the screen and defended Lin Yi, he must be too tired from work and wants to relax. Fart. Su Qinghe cursed at Lu Bo like a shrew, useless thing, you're actually turning your elbow outward. Don't go home today, go sleep on the street. Lu Bo lowered his head and let Su Qinghe point at his nose and scold him. Shut up. Lin Yi stood up and stared at Su Qinghe, you two go out and argue, don't bother me here. He turned to look at Lu Bo again, what a waste of that thing down there, show some manliness. If it were me, I would slap him. Want to slap me? Come on. Su Qinghe was throwing a tantrum, licking Lin Yi's face, and yelling, if you don't do it, you're not a man. Snap. A loud slap echoed in the room. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering an 8x critical hit, 8,000 yuan has been credited. The system prompt sounded in my ears. This slap is worth 8,000 yuan. You dare to hit me? Su Qinghe covered her swollen face and ran out of the room, Mom, Lin Yi hit me. Ugh. Su Qinghe went to Li Guilan to complain. Lu Bo looked up at Lin Yi and ran out as well. Not even a fart. Lin Yi shook his head helplessly, there was no hope. Soon, Li Guilan led Su Qinghe in her left hand and held a kitchen knife in her right hand, and ran over angrily to settle the score with Lin Yi. Lin Yi, who gave you the courage to hit Cheng Yi? Li Guilan picked up the kitchen knife and said to Lin Yi, Qinghe is a good child and very sensible. Her father and I have never touched her since she was a child. If you dare to hit her, I will fight you to the death. After saying that, he picked up the kitchen knife and waved it at Lin Yi. Lu Bo was worried that Li Guilan would really start a fight, so he quickly stopped her and said, Mom, don't do it. We are a family. Don't let anyone get killed. Get out of here. Su Qinghe kicked Lu Bo away and cursed, you useless bastard. Your wife was beaten, but you dare not take revenge. My mother is helping me vent my anger, and you're still trying to stop me. Mom, hurry up. Su Qinghe pushed Li Guilan towards Lin Yi. Li Guilan was almost fainted by her own good daughter. She just used the knife to scare Lin Yi and never thought of actually hitting him. She didn't want to go in and work the sewing machine. Ha ha ha. Facing the kitchen knife in Li Guilan's hand, Lin Yi showed no fear. Instead, he burst into laughter and mocked, your daughter is really sensible. Li Guilan stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to do. Mom, look at how arrogant he is, hurry up and do it. Su Qinghe stood by and encouraged Li Guilan again. Chapter 13 New Skills. Li Guilan stared at Su Qinghe blankly. If Lin Yi and Lu Bo were not there, she would definitely slap Su Qinghe. What sin did I commit in my previous life to give birth to such a daughter? Just when the situation became awkward, Su Qinghe's son, Liang, walked in with a cell phone. He completely ignored his father, mother and grandmother and went straight to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, my phone is too slow to play games, let's switch. Liang held his cell phone in the air and stared at the new phone on Lin Yi's desk. Lin Yi, how do you have the money to buy a new phone? Fortunately, Liang reminded her. Li Guilan had just discovered that Lin Yi had bought a new phone and asked, did he hide some private money? Our family owes so much money, and you still spend money on a cell phone. You really don't know how to live. That is. Su Qinghe fanned the flames, my husband, Lu, never buys a cell phone. Lu Bo said with a bitter look, I used the old phone that Qinghe replaced. What a good role model. Lin Yi picked up his new phone and said with a smile, it's my money, you have no right to control what I want to buy. Besides. Lin Yi bent down and gently stroked Liang's little head, what did you call me just now? Liang blinked her big, innocent eyes and said, Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't get angry and continued to ask, what do you call Su Qingxue? Call me auntie. I'm her husband, what should you call me? I learned in kindergarten that I should call him uncle. Then why did you call my name? Liang Liang turned to look at Su Qinghe and said seriously, Mom said that you are not worthy of being my uncle. When we meet, just call me by my name. Su Qinghe hurriedly covered Liang Liang's mouth and said, Don't talk nonsense. You have nothing to do here. Get out now. Liang Liang struggled to break free from Su Qinghe's hand and said righteously, I'm not talking nonsense. Dad can testify to this. Everyone stared at Lu Bo. Lu Bo chuckled twice and scratched his head in embarrassment. Su Qinghe kicked Lu Bo fiercely and said angrily, You're talking nonsense. Did I say that or not? Lu Bo hurriedly shook his head, I never said that. No. Liang Liang was about to speak when Su Qinghe covered his mouth again. It doesn't matter. By observing the expressions and conversations of several people, Linny already knew the truth. You don't have to listen to what they say. Linny squatted down, staring at Liang Liang, then looked at Lu Bo and Su Qinghe, and said slowly, Liang Liang, you really don't look like your father and your mother. The whole room was eerily quiet. The child does not look like them, and anyone with a discerning eye can see that. It's just that because of their face, it's not convenient to say it directly. Fart. Su Qinghe was the first to break the silence and raised her hand to hit Linny. She looked flustered and her expression wasn't right. Is that really true? Linny was shocked. He just made a joke because he saw that Su Qinghe and her family of 3 were unhappy. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a 10x critical hit, 10,000 yuan has been credited. A 10x critical hit appeared, it seemed that Linny guessed right. A pleasant surprise. Linny observed Lu Bo and Li Guilan carefully, his expression not changing much. Didn't they ever doubt it? Especially Lu Bo, he has a really big heart. Ding, congratulations to the host for reaching the highest level 10, triggering the system's hidden function. Randomly get a mysterious reward. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill of avoiding danger through face reading. The system is awesome, I finally got a special skill. Linny activated his skills and checked the 4 people present. Su Qinghe, Li Guilan and Liang Liang have normal foreheads, nothing serious. Only Lu Bo had a black forehead, which showed that he had a serious illness. I see you don't look well. Go to the hospital and get a checkup when you have time. Linny patted Lu Bo on the shoulder and kindly reminded him. In fact, Lu Bo is not a bad person, he is just too weak. As men, we should help if we can. Lu Bo stared at Linny in surprise, can you treat illnesses? He covered his stomach and said, my stomach has been hurting a lot lately. I don't know what's wrong. Although Linny cannot diagnose illnesses, he still has a clear understanding of the body structure. The area Lu Bo pointed to was probably where there was a problem with the stomach and liver. Considering the degree of darkness on Lu Bo's forehead, it is very likely that he has a serious illness. If it's a tumor, it's trouble. You should go see a doctor immediately. The disease cannot be delayed. Every day the disease is delayed, the danger increases. What are you looking at? Don't curse my old Lu. Su Qinghe stopped him loudly, he's fine, there's no need for you to worry about him. Going to the hospital wastes time and money. A stomachache is just a minor problem, just bear with it and it will go away. Su Qinghe only wanted to save money and didn't take Lu Bo's health seriously at all. Lu Bo remained silent again and lowered his head. There is no intention to defend myself at all. Linny shook his head helplessly. Having said that, take care of yourself. At this moment, Su Qingxue walked in. I was stunned by the scene in front of me. Mom, what are you doing with a kitchen knife? Sister, why is your face swollen? Brother-in-law, Liang Liang, what are you doing in Lin Yi's room? Countless question marks appeared above Su Qingxue's head. Seeing Su Qingxue was like seeing a savior. Su Qinghe immediately started crying and wiped her tears, pretending to be weak, completely different from the strong and shrewish woman just now. My dear sister, you are finally back. Su Qinghe pointed at her swollen face and cried, Linny, he hit me. My mother confronted Linny with a kitchen knife to protect me. Li Guilan still held the knife in her hand and nodded heavily, yes, that's what happened. Su Qingxue looked at Linny, then at Li Guilan and her daughter, and said, Mom, put down the knife first. Let's talk it over. Okay. Li Guilan agreed without any hesitation. Even if Su Qingxue didn't say anything, she couldn't hold on for long. It's really tiring to keep that posture. Li Guilan put down the kitchen knife, rubbed her sore arm, and still said stubbornly, "Boy, for the sake of Qingxue, I will let you go for now. If you dare to do that again, I will fight you to the death." Seeing that the situation had eased, Su Qingxue looked at Lu Bo again. "Brother-in-law, take Liang Liang out to play first. Some things are not convenient to say when children are present." "Good." Lu Bo led Liang Liang out obediently. Only Lin Yi and Su Qingxue, mother and daughter, were left in the room. Su Qingxue closed the door. "Sister, don't be angry first, what's going on?" Looking at Su Qinghe's red and swollen face, Su Qingxue felt inexplicably distressed. After all, they are sisters. Su Qinghe cried, "I'll bring Liang Liang and your brother-in-law to see our mother." Preparing dinner, my mother, even at her age, was so tired that she couldn't even straighten her back. But Lin Yi was playing games in his room and didn't go to the kitchen to help. I just said a few words and he started hitting people. Woo woo. At this point, Su Qinghe cried even harder. "My father and mother have never hit me before, but he, an outsider, actually dared to do it. Qingxue, what do you think we should do?" Su Qinghe asked Su Qingxue for an explanation. Chapter 14, Provoking Trouble. Seeing Su Qinghe crying, Su Qingxue's eyes turned red and she started crying too. "Lin Yi, apologize immediately." Su Qingxue wiped away her tears, her tone full of dissatisfaction. Lin Yi sneered, "She forced me to do it. She said if I didn't hit her, I wouldn't be a man." Lin Yi paused, straightened his back, and said, "As a man, I must take action." I was just angry." Su Qinghe argued, "Besides, isn't Qingxue clear whether you are a man or not? Why do you have to prove it in this way?" Lin Yi stared at Su Qingxue with a smile on his face. She still, really doesn't know. Su Qingxue was speechless. Lin Yi was right. Since they met, Su Qingxue has never let Lin Yi touch a finger. She really didn't know. "Sister, let's go to the living room and I'll help you deal with it." Su Qingxue was in the wrong and didn't want to continue entangled with Lin Yi, so she took Su Qinghe out. "Mom, go to the kitchen and cook first. I'll come help you after I've taken care of my sister's wound." Su Qingxue called Li Guilan out again. After the three of them left the room, Li Guilan whispered to Su Qingxue, "Qingxue, is this all you're going to do?" Su Qingxue glanced at Lin Yi's room and said, "Don't mess with him anymore in the future." Su Qingxue didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt that Lin Yi was completely different from before. It's like he's become a different person. She needs to observe for a while before making any decision. After the three people left, Lin Yi closed the door and continued playing games. "I made some money from Su Qinghe and gained a skill, which was a great harvest." Lin Yi was in a good mood. "After playing for a while, I heard some noise outside. It seemed that the food was ready and they were preparing to eat." Lin Yi walked out of the room. "I happened to be feeling a little hungry." Su Qinghe was eating melon seeds and watching TV while sitting on the sofa. Lu Bo plays games with Liang Liang. Li Guilan brought the dishes out from the kitchen. Su Qingxue was still busy in the kitchen. Before long, the table was filled with fish, meat, and various vegetables. The old woman is really awful. Usually when Lin Yi is at home, she does nothing and goes out to eat every day. My daughter came, very happy, and brought a whole table of food. "Qinghe, Liang Liang, come and have dinner." Li Guilan rarely showed a kind smile on her face. Turning around and seeing Lin Yi, his face immediately turned cold. "What are you doing out here?" Lin Yi smiled and said, "Of course it's to eat." Ignoring the expressions of others, Lin Yi pulled over a chair and sat in the main seat. Su Qinghe also came over and said sarcastically, "You don't do any work, and you still have the nerve to eat. Indeed, you are very self-aware." Lin Yi picked up the chopsticks and took a bite of the dish. "Not bad, it tastes pretty good. Tell me, why are some people so shameless? They bring their families with them, eat for free, and even provoke the people who pay for their food." Lin Yi stared at Su Qinghe with a smile. "Qinghe, stop talking and eat first." Lu Bo knew he was in the wrong and hurried to dissuade Su Qinghe. He wanted to buy something, but Su Qinghe wouldn't let him. There was nothing he could do. "What are you eating? It's useless." Su Qinghe couldn't argue with Lin Yi, so she took out her anger on Lu Bo. "Sister, brother-in-law, stop arguing and eat quickly." Su Qingxue brought out a bowl of soup to smooth things over. He glanced at Lin Yi, said nothing, and pulled a chair over to sit down. "Everyone is here, eating. Liang Liang, eat fish. Liang Liang, don't just eat vegetables, eat more meat. Su Qinghe was afraid that her son would be hungry, so she picked up some food for him. Soon, the plate in front of Liang Liang was piled up like a small mountain. After taking care of Liang Liang, Su Qinghe put all her favorite dishes on the plate. She doesn't care whether other people can eat it or not. Lu Bo's eyes showed helplessness. But he didn't dare to persuade her for fear of being scolded. Qinghe, try this dish. It's delicious. Xing Xue, take this dish to your sister. She can't reach it. Li Guilan only had Su Qinghe in her eyes. Seeing that the plate in front of Su Qinghe was full, he handed her another plate. Afraid that Su Qinghe would be hungry. As for Su Qingxue, Li Guilan hadn't even glanced at her since they started eating. He never picked up a single bite of food for her. Although they are both daughters, they are treated very differently. Typical bias. Su Qingxue saw it all but said nothing. Qingxue, when you have time, take care of Linny and don't let our mother cook all the time. Our mother is old and in poor health. As her daughters, we have to be filial to her. Eating couldn't stop her from talking, and Su Qinghe has started to act up again. Before Su Qingxue could speak, Linny stared at Su Qinghe and said, "That's right. As a daughter, you should be filial to your parents. When you leave later, take the old lady with you and let her stay at your place for a few days." No. Su Qinghe refused without a second thought. I'm living well here, why would I want to go to my house? Linny sneered, you are her daughter. Su Qinghe was speechless. The younger daughter is in college, not married or having a family, and doesn't support her mother, which is fine. But as the eldest sister, Su Qinghe should take on the obligation of supporting the elderly. Instead of putting the blame on the second brother, Su Qingxue. Seeing this, Li Guilan hurriedly defended her. Qinghe's family is in financial difficulty, the house is small, and she has children, so it's not convenient. I live well here and don't want to make any trouble. Li Guilan took the initiative to take the responsibility on herself. Is she in trouble? Linny had to talk to them about it. When her father was sick, she cried poor and didn't take a penny. It's all because Qingxue and I borrowed money from everywhere and ended up in debt. You still have the nerve to say she's having a hard time. Can she compare to the two of us? When Su Qingxue's father was ill and in urgent need of money, Su Qinghe cried poor and refused to take a penny. Li Guilan is partial and forces Su Qingxue to find a solution. Su Qingxue is stubborn and borrows money everywhere to show her filial piety. Now it's Su Qinghe's turn to support Li Guilan, but he refuses to take any money and doesn't want to help either. Put all the responsibility on Su Qingxue. Li Guilan and Su Qinghe knew they were in the wrong and were left speechless. Linny, stop talking. Su Qingxue put down her chopsticks and said, my mother is not going anywhere. I will take care of her. No matter how difficult it is, I will persevere. Su Qinghe took the initiative to take responsibility. People like her are foolishly filial. He is stubborn and can't be reasoned with. We must find a way to cure her. Okay, you're right. Linny stood up and said, starting from next month, I will manage my own money. Since you are willing to support your mother, use your own money, not mine. After saying that, Linny returned to his room. The money Su Qingxue earns is not even enough to pay off the monthly debt, so how can she support Li Guilan? Raise a fart. Let's see what she does when the time comes. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a 4x critical hit, 4,000 yuan has been credited. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a 6x critical hit, 60,000 yuan has been credited. Two series of system prompt sounds rang in my ears. It seems that Lin Yi's words are very intimidating. These two incomes should belong to Li Guilan and Su Qingxue. Only they knew the weight of Lin Yi's words. Chapter 15 The Target of Public Criticism. After Linny left, the living room immediately became quiet. Su Qinghe looked as if it had nothing to do with her and continued eating. This has nothing to do with her. As an outsider, Lu Bo couldn't stand it. It was obvious that Su Qinghe deliberately provoked trouble, and Su Qingxue suffered as a result. He also felt a little disgusted with Su Qinghe's personality. Lu Bo was afraid of Su Qinghe and dared not speak. He could only secretly glare at Su Qinghe to vent his anger. Qingxue, you must not agree to this. Li Guilan knew the seriousness of the matter. Although on the surface it seemed that Su Qingxue was supporting her, in reality it was all Lin Yi's money. If Linny didn't give them money, she and Su Qingxue would not be able to survive. Li Guilan hurriedly advised Su Qingxue, child, remember, Lin Yi's money must be handed over to you. Su Qingxue's eyes showed a trace of fatigue. Mom, I'm tired, go back to the room and rest. Sister, brother-in-law, Liang, take your time eating. With a lot of things going on outside and all kinds of worries at home, Su Qingxue is really tired. Su Qingxue returned to the room and lay on the bed. He stared blankly at the ceiling, not knowing what he was thinking. Lin Yi returned to the room and continued playing games. With the system in place, you don't have to worry about money. Do whatever you want to do. Finally, I can do whatever I want. Played for another 2 hours. Lin Yi stood up, stretched his arms and waist. Get ready for bed. Early to rise and early to bed, good health. Lin Yi walked out of the room and saw Su Qingxue cleaning the table alone. Li Guilan sat on the sofa, eating melon seeds and watching TV. Su Qinghe and her family of 3 were nowhere to be seen. He must have gone home. Su Qinghe was in her usual style. She came in empty-handed and waited for dinner. After dinner, leave. Never do any work or help clean up. The original owner used to be responsible for tasks like clearing the table and washing dishes. Now Lin Yi and Li Guilan don't want to do it either. Only Su Qingxue can do it. Seeing Lin Yi coming out, Su Qingxue looked up, said nothing, and continued working. Lin Yi went to the bathroom to wash up. Come back to sleep. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Monday. Lin Yi slept until he woke up naturally. I slowly finished my breakfast before going to work. Arrived at the company at 9:20. 10 minutes short, 1 hour late. Enjoying life always comes at a price. Compared with a good sleep and a healthy breakfast, deducting that little money is nothing. Lin Yi strolled into the office area. Colleagues all looked at Lin Yi with strange eyes. It seems like something big is happening. When I was almost at my workstation, team leader Wang Qian came over with a sullen face and an aggressive look. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a triple critical hit, 3,000 yuan has been credited. How much hatred is this? Lin Yi had just arrived at the company and had done nothing, but he made her so angry. But it's better this way, it makes it easier to make money. Wang Qian walked towards Lin Yi in high heels, twisting her steps. That kind of excitement can really make people get carried away. Lin Yi stood there, looking up and down. Wang Qian's attire is clearly inconsistent with her position as our D team leader. Low-cut dress, hip skirt, black stockings, high heels. If you don't know, you might think we are at some club. Normal RD personnel would never dress like this. Wang Qian has a tall figure, and with this outfit, she looks really sexy. She looks good too. Unfortunately, it is not used in the right way. Colleagues privately discussed that Wang Qian was the mistress of our D manager Sun Yong. Wang Qian often went in and out of Sun Yong's office, and some people even saw the two of them dating and shopping privately. The relationship is ambiguous. Sun Yong, husband of company owner Bai Yan. If it were just based on his work ability, Sun Yong would never have been able to become the RD manager. It's all thanks to Bai Yan's support. In other words, Sun Yong got to the top with the help of Bai Yan, and Wang Qian got to the top with the help of Sun Yong. The relationship is chaotic. No wonder the company's performance has been poor. It is already very good to have such a leader and survive. Lin Yi, you still remember to come? Wang Qian was furious and pointed at the watch on her wrist. Look at the time. Don't move. Lin Yi stared at his watch very seriously. Yeah, it's quite white. You. Wang Qian quickly hid her arms behind her back and said angrily, I asked you to look at the watch. What are you looking at? Lin Yi said seriously, I was looking at the watch. What did you think I was looking at? Seeing Lin Yi acting like a rogue, Wang Qian quickly skipped the watch check and said, You're 1 hour late. According to the regulations, 2 hours of salary will be deducted. Lin Yi sat down at his workstation, turned on his computer, and acted nonchalant. All right, whatever you want. Wang Qian was a little overwhelmed by Lin Yi's actions. In the past, when Lin Yi had his money deducted, it was like cutting his flesh, and it was extremely painful. Ask Wang Qian to cooperate and find various reasons to avoid having money deducted. For example, going out to meet clients, helping the department get things, etc. As long as the reason is legitimate and Wang Qian can provide proof, the lateness fine can indeed be waived. It was precisely because Lin Yi needed her help that Wang Qian was able to easily control him. Today is different. Lin Yi is not afraid of being deducted money. Why did you hang up on me yesterday? Seeing that she couldn't control Linny by deducting money, Wang Qian thought of other ways to cause trouble. As an ordinary employee, Linny actually dared to hang up the phone on the team leader. Wang Qian was very angry at that time, and she hasn't calmed down until now. She had to find a way to vent her anger today. Linny asked back, "The weekend is my personal time, why should I answer your call?" Wang Qian glanced at the employee who was secretly watching the show, and deliberately raised her voice, saying loudly, "Everyone is working hard overtime at the company this weekend, and you are the only one not coming. Is that appropriate?" Wang Qian has a vicious mind. It was obvious that he wanted to shift the conflict to Linny. If your colleagues are all working overtime and you don't come, it's your fault. Make Linny the target of public criticism. Linny didn't care about that and said loudly, "If they want to work overtime, it's their business. I don't care. I have something to do this weekend, so I just can't come." Facing the anger in his colleague's eyes, Linny pretended not to see it. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a 2x critical hit, 200 yuan has been credited. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a triple critical hit, 300 yuan has been credited. A series of system prompt sounds rang in Lingy's ears. A single word of truth actually angered everyone. However, a few hundred is still money, and Linny doesn't think it's too little. There are many key points. Linny roughly calculated that more than 10,000 yuan had been deposited into his account. Bank card balance, 248,200 yuan. Linny knew why they were angry. I'm sure everyone is thinking, only a fool would be willing to work overtime without any overtime pay. They were all called over by Wang Qian and worked for free. As for why work overtime? The culprit, Wang Qian. Her work ability is poor, which often leads to projects being reworked and revised over and over again. The work that could have been completed in one day took at least 2 days under Wang Qian's guidance. Working hours doubled. Ever since Wang Qian took office, Lingy's team has never had to work overtime. Busy all day doing useless work. After calming down and gradually coming to their senses, the colleagues all transferred their anger to Wang Qian. Okay, wait. Faced with the anger in her colleagues' eyes, Wang Qian didn't dare to stay here any longer. He left a harsh word and returned to his office. You read that right, ARD team leader actually has his own independent office. It is also large and well decorated. Not worse than the department managers. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a 5x critical hit, 5,000 yuan has been credited. She left angrily, leaving behind some money. The income one earned in less than an hour at the company is almost as much as a month's salary. Delicious. Chapter 16, Taking the Hook. Linny opened the programming software and looked at the project code. He was also a programmer in his previous life, developing computer games. Combined with the original owner's memory, the entire project structure was quickly sorted out. This is a game project that has been officially launched. During the sorting process, Linny discovered several system loopholes. If the problem is not solved, it will have a great impact on the company if it is hacked or hacked. With good professional ethics, Linny quickly tapped on the keyboard to fix the loophole. Linny, adjust these 3 functions. Wang Qian came to find Linny with 2 pieces of information. Linny looked up and said, "No change." The 3 functions contradict each other and are very amateurish. If adjustments are made, the project will be changed beyond recognition. This must be another one of her fanciful creations. If any problems arise after the adjustment, it is all because the people below made the wrong changes, and it has nothing to do with Wang Qian. Linny had taken the blame for her many times in the past. This time, no compromise. I'm the team leader, you have to change. Wang Qian spoke in a very tough tone, trying to use her position to suppress Linny. Linny stopped what he was doing and said with a smile, "It doesn't matter who you are. If it's right, I will definitely change it. Unfortunately, these are all wrong." Linny threw the information into the trash can. "Linny, how dare you disobey your leadership? I'll notify the Human Resources Department and have you fired." Wang Qian often uses this excuse to scare Linny and other team members. Things are different now, Linny won't fall for her tricks. Linny stood up, his face fearless, staring at Wang Qian. "You'd better fire me now and compensate me in +1, and I'll take the money and leave immediately." The same thing happened when I went home to ask Li Guilan for money. There's no need to suffer here. Okay, you said it. Wang Qian walked into Sun Yang's office with a rage. In fact, Wang Qian is just a team leader and has no right to fire anyone. She had to ask Sun Yong for help. Really? Not long after, Sun Yong called Linny and asked him to go to the office. Linny wanted to see what tricks Wang Qian and Sun Yong were playing, so he pushed open the door and walked in. Inside the office, Sun Yong leaned back in his office chair, crossed his legs, and looked like a leader, looking superior. Wang Qian stood straight next to Sun Yong. From time to time, she would touch her long hair, adjust her clothes, and wink at Sun Yong. Sun Yong's restless heart has always been on Wang Qian. He didn't even know Linny had come in. Fortunately, Wang Qian reminded me. Linny, what's going on? Sun Yong looked displeased. I just heard from team leader Wang that you are disobeying company management. I don't want to do the work assigned by the company. He is indeed a veteran in the workplace, cunning and shrewd. The work assigned by Wang Qian was immediately promoted to the company level. In the workplace, disobeying company management is very serious. According to the employee handbook, employees can be fired unconditionally without any compensation. Linny presented facts and reasoned with them, and answered seriously, I obey the company's management, but I don't listen to Wang Qian's arrangements. She was a receptionist who didn't know how to program, but she was parachuted into our team and became the team leader. How much trouble has it caused, and how much unnecessary work has it added? Mr. Sun, if you don't believe me, you can check the recent work content. If Mr. Bai knows about this, I'm afraid. Linny didn't continue. Bai Yan, company owner and Sun Yong's wife. Because of their special relationship, Bai Yan has absolute trust in Sun Yong. Sun Yong has the final say on all matters big or small in the RD department, and Bai Yan never asks. This led to Sun Yong abusing his power for personal gain. Linny, how dare you use President Bai to threaten me? Sun Yong's face showed a chill. He stood up and walked to Linny. Because he got to his position through connections, he is not worthy of his position. He is a gigolo. Sun Yong hated it most when people mentioned the name Bai Yan in front of him. If you know what's good for you, leave the company immediately. Sun Yong paused and continued to threaten, I will make it impossible for you to stay in this industry and you will never find a job. Linny was not afraid at all and slowly sat down on Sun Yong's office chair. He turned around and looked at Wang Qian, who was dressed sexy. Breathe gently, and you will smell a light fragrance, which is pleasant. This is not the place for you to sit. Come down quickly. Wang Qian scolded Linny harshly. Linny ignored Wang Qian and looked at Sun Yong with a smile on his face. If I tell Mr. Bai about you too, I'm afraid you won't be able to sit in this position anymore. There's nothing going on between us, don't talk nonsense. Wang Qian glanced at Sun Yong and refused to admit it. Seeing Wang Qian's wink, Sun Yong immediately understood, we are just ordinary colleagues. Even if Bai Yan knows, it's okay. Yeah? Linny raised the corners of his mouth and looked at the two of them proudly. He took out a small square object from under the table. Wang Qian's face immediately turned ugly. What is this? Sun Yong also came over in a panic. Linny took the thing in his hand and played with it. It's a bug. There's a hidden camera inside, facing this chair. Impossible. Sun Yong pretended to be calm and reached out to grab it when Linny was not paying attention. Linny had noticed these little movements early on, so he grabbed Sun Yong's wrist and pushed hard. Sun Yong fell to the ground. Wang Qian stood by and kept observing what Linny was holding, trying to figure out something. Linny pinched the little thing with his fingers, passed it in front of Wang Qian's eyes, and said with a smile, don't look at it. Have you forgotten that I studied computer science? This kind of thing is very simple. Linny stared at Wang Qian's sexy legs and said, I expected this day to come. Fortunately, I prepared in advance. You frequently went in and out of Sun Yong's office, often staying there for more than half an hour, or even longer. Who would believe that you two aren't doing something in there? Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a 6x critical hit, 6,000 yuan has been credited. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a 7x critical hit, 7,000 yuan has been credited. The system will not lie. Both of them were more than 5 times and began to believe what Linny said. Wang Qian was frightened by Linny's words. She walked to Sun Yong and spoke in a low voice. I couldn't hear what the two were discussing. In fact, this is an ordinary little item that Linny often plays with and usually keeps in his pocket. It's not a bug at all, and there's no camera inside. Linny was just deceiving them based on common sense. Sure enough, he took the bait. What do you want? Sun Yong no longer had the arrogant attitude he had before, and he negotiated terms with Lin Yi in a low voice. Lin Yi smiled and said, "It depends on your performance. When two parties are negotiating, you cannot reveal your cards first and let the other party play first." Sun Yong turned to look at Wang Qian, then at Lin Yi. "I'll appoint you as team leader and give you a 20% salary increase. How do you do?" "What about me?" Wang Qian pulled Sun Yong's arm and said coquettishly, "I want to be the team leader too." "Don't be impatient." Sun Yong patiently comforted Wang Qian, "You are also a team leader." "One team, two team leaders? He is worthy of being a gigolo, his brain is really weird." Lin Yi found it funny. Sun Yong asked Wang Qian to stop talking and explained to Lin Yi with a smile, "You are the team leader, she is the deputy team leader, she is under your supervision. Baby just wants to satisfy his desire to be an official. I will definitely not cause any trouble." Sun Yong calls Wang Qian baby. Hate. Wang Qian didn't want to be controlled by Lin Yi. She punched Sun Yong's chest with an angry fist and said, "I don't want to be a deputy." Chapter 17 Mysterious Reward. Baby, just be patient for now. When the opportunity arises, I'll arrange for you to be the leader of another group. Although Sun Yong is the manager of the RD department, he cannot immediately remove the team leaders of other groups and let Wang Qian take over. You have to find an opportunity. Lin Yi glanced at Wang Qian, then looked at Sun Yong with a smile. "Deputy team leader, are you listening? Be obedient, absolutely obedient." Seeing Lin Yi give in, Sun Yong was very happy and made a solemn promise. "Deputy team leader, pour me a glass of water." Lin Yi crossed his legs and looked at Wang Qian proudly. Wang Qian was unwilling. Sun Yong spent a long time trying to think it over before she agreed. Wang Qian pouted and poured water for Lin Yi, placing it in front of him. Lin Yi took a sip and said with a smile, as expected of a hotel management major, "You pour water very professionally." The service is just not good enough, and there is no smile on their faces. Seeing this, Sun Yong hurriedly urged Wang Qian, "Baby, smile quickly." He. Wang Qian forced a smile on her face, which was uglier than crying. "Brother Lin Yi, are you satisfied?" Sun Yong pointed at the thing in Lin Yi's hand and said with an apologetic smile, "Now, can you give it to me, along with the contents?" Sun Yong whispered to Lin Yi to make him happy, with the purpose of getting what Lin Yi had in his hand. He wanted to confirm whether Lin Yi had any evidence. If not, the verbal agreement made by Sun Yong will not count at all. Not only that, he also wanted to kick Lin Yi out of the company. They also informed companies in the same industry that Lin Yi disobeyed management and was a bad employee, and that they would make it impossible for Lin Yi to find a job. If Lin Yi really has evidence, once he gets all of it, Sun Yong will also find a way to force Lin Yi to leave. He has an extremely vicious mind. Lin Yi picked up the small square object and handed it to Sun Yong, but he showed no intention of letting go. "Boss Lin, one last question. Why are you looking for a woman behind Boss Bai's back? Tell the truth." Lin Yi's meaning was very clear. If he dares to give a perfunctory answer, he will never be given the thing. Sun Yong glanced at Wang Qian's two sexy long legs and said meaningfully with a smile, "How can a homegrown flower be as fragrant as a wild one? Cece is young and beautiful, and very gentle and caring. She is much better than my old woman." Hearing Sun Yong praising her, Wang Qian deliberately lifted her sexy long hair and blew Sun Yong a kiss. Sun Yong immediately returned one. "Stop. Lin Yi didn't want to see this couple showing off their affection. Here's something for you." As far as Lin Yi knows, ever since Bai Yan and Sun Yong got married, Bai Yan has been sincere and has no reservations towards Sun Yong, both spiritually and materially. Unfortunately, my kindness was taken for granted. Sun Yong got the item and immediately checked it carefully. Wang Qian also came over, and the two of them came together. After a lot of trouble, I found nothing. Sun Yong was so angry that he threw the things to the ground and stared at Lin Yi with a cold face. "Boy, there are no bugs or cameras in here. Do you know the consequences of playing tricks on me?" Sun Yong was extremely angry at being teased by his subordinates and wanted to beat Lin Yi up immediately. However, when he saw the tall and strong Lin Yi standing in front of him, he immediately became timid. "Can't beat him. Sun Yong, how dare he fool us? Fire him immediately." Wang Qian was fanning the flames. Lin Yi picked up the phone and said with a smile, "I was indeed teasing you just now, but not now. After that, open the video you just recorded. How can a domestic flower be as fragrant as a wild one? Cece is young and beautiful, and very gentle and caring. She is much better than my old woman. Sun Yang was familiar with the voice, which echoed in the office. Not only that, it also clearly records the two of them blowing kisses and winking at each other. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering an 8x critical hit, 8,000 yuan has been credited. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a 10x critical hit, 10,000 yuan has been credited. A 10x critical hit occurred, and now Sun Yang was completely panicked. If Bai Yan discovered their affair, Sun Yang would definitely be kicked out. And he was kicked out of the house. Because when the two got married, Sun Yang had nothing. Everything he has now was given to him by Bai Yan. As for Wang Xian, although her consequences were better than Sun Yang's, they were also very serious. As the boss of the company, Bai Yan has money and connections. If you want to deal with her, a young girl who just graduated and has no background, it's easy. Now, Linny doesn't care about the consequences for the two of them, he just wants to know what rewards the system will give. Ding, congratulations to the host for reaching the highest level 10, triggering the system's hidden function. Randomly get a mysterious reward. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining infinite power, folding, razor. Well, boring stuff. Linny is short of a razor, a place to put it, or a little electricity. Unlimited power, what a high-sounding word. If it is installed on an airplane or an aircraft carrier, it will definitely be powerful and a good thing. On top of the razor. He. Linny was speechless. He took out a small and exquisite razor from his trouser pocket. Press the switch. Swish, swish, swish. Flip, fold, combine. The whole set of moves is really cool. What are you going to do? Sun Yang was frightened by the recorded video. Seeing Linny take out another strange thing, he became particularly flustered. Linny held the razor in his hand and said with a smile, "It's okay, just shave." Sun Yang was speechless. It's just a razor, but it's so fancy that it scared him. Wang Xian also rolled her eyes at Linny. At this critical moment, you still have the mind to shave. As long as you delete the video, I will agree to any conditions. The evidence is in Lin Yi's hands. At this point, Sun Yang could only admit defeat. Linny shook his head, "This thing feels solid in my hand. As long as you don't make things difficult for me in the future and behave yourself, I will never let a fourth person see it. This is the handle between the two of them and cannot be given up easily." You. Just as Sun Yang was about to speak, the office door was pushed open. Who is so bold as to break into the RD manager's office? When they saw the person coming, all three of them were stunned. It turned out to be the company boss, Bai Yan. She only comes here a few times throughout the year, but she happened to come here this time. What a coincidence! Bai Yan is not tall and is overweight. She is also old, about 40 years old. It's true that she can't be compared with the young and beautiful Wang Xian. What are you three doing? Bai Yan stared at the three people in confusion. Fortunately, Linny had just stood up from Sun Yang's chair. Otherwise, there is no way to explain it. Linny didn't say anything, but looked at Sun Yang. Sun Yang reacted immediately, forced a smile on his face, and explained, "We are in a meeting." "Why are you free to come here today?" Sun Yang was very considerate. He took Bai Yan's bag and hung it on the clothes hanger. "I was on my way to meet a client and happened to be passing by, so I came to take a look." Bai Yan sat naturally in Sun Yang's office chair and pointed at Wang Xian, "Why are you here?" Bai Yan didn't come during this period. She didn't know that Wang Xian had been transferred from the front desk to the RD department as a team leader. In her opinion, it was not normal for a receptionist to go to the RD department for a meeting. Facing the powerful Bai Yan, Wang Xian was afraid and hurriedly explained with a smile, "I am the deputy team leader and I am in a meeting with Mr. Sun and Linny." Deputy team leader? Bai Yan stared at Sun Yang with a half smile, "Does our company have such a position? How come I've never heard of it?" Out of woman's intuition, Bai Yan felt that there was something wrong with Wang Xian's appearance in Sun Yang's office. Especially her sexy outfit, she looked like a slutty fox and didn't look like a worker at all. Chapter 18 Encouragement. Sun Yang was frightened by Bai Yan's sharp eyes. He hurriedly explained, "He's just the deputy team leader in name only, but he's actually an assistant." "Whose assistant?" There was a hint of coldness in Bai Yan's eyes, as if she wanted to pierce Sun Yang. Sun Yang quickly pointed at Linny, "Linny, team leader Lin's assistant." Bai Yan looked at Lin Yi and Wang Qian with a dignified expression. Really? Lin Yi did not answer Bai Yan, but turned to look at Wang Qian. This is a rare opportunity, I must make her admit it in person. In the office, Lin Yi, Bai Yan, and Sun Yong all stared at Wang Qian. Wang Qian is particularly reluctant to admit that she is an assistant. She wants to be the team leader and the leader. Ahem. Seeing that Wang Qian didn't respond, Sun Yong coughed twice and reminded her, Wang Qian, Mr. Bai is asking you a question. Wang Qian was extremely reluctant and nodded, yes. Bai Yan's doubts were not dispelled, so she turned to ask Lin Yi, as an assistant, what kind of work does she usually do? Lin Yi smiled and looked at Wang Qian, organizing materials, printing documents, and acting as a motivator for programmers. Is it right? Lin Yi deliberately asked Wang Qian in front of Bai Yan and Sun Yong. Wang Qian had no choice but to grit her teeth and nod, yes. P.S. Programmer Encourager is an auxiliary position specially set up for programmers. Help programmers relieve work pressure and provide psychological counseling. Massage services and cultural performances are sometimes provided. Bai Yan smiled and nodded, yes, I've heard of this position. It's an emerging position. I didn't expect that our company is also at the forefront of the times. But... Bai Yan turned to look at Sun Yong, then looked at Wang Qian again, as the team leader's assistant, just serve your team leader well. Don't come to Mr. Sun's office, it could easily cause misunderstandings. Bai Yan was worried that Sun Yong was seduced by Wang Qian. Kindness. Wang Qian nodded reluctantly again. Ding-a-ling. Bai Yan's cell phone rang. Bai Yan answered the phone and the other party seemed to have something urgent to tell her. Our company recently launched a game project. Who is responsible for it? After listening to this, Bai Yan looked up and asked Sun Yong. After Sun Yong confirmed the name of the game project, he told Bai Yan that Lin Yi's team was in charge. Bai Yan told Sun Yong and Lin Yi that there was a call from the customer service department. Users have reported that the game has several vulnerabilities that greatly affect the user experience and need to be addressed immediately. Lin Yi told Bai Yan that the vulnerability had been fixed and they could just wait and re-release it. Okay, good job, get busy. Bai Yan asked Lin Yi to go out. The team leader has left, why are you still standing here like an idiot? For some unknown reason, Bai Yan disliked Wang Qian very much. Seeing that she was standing there motionless, Bai Yan took the opportunity to scold her. Wang Qian didn't dare to confront Bai Yan, and left Sun Yong's office in anger. Only Bai Yan and Sun Yong were left inside. Husband, stay away from this kind of woman in the future. He doesn't look like a good person. Bai Yan was worried that Sun Yong would cheat on her, so she gave him special instructions. Okay, wife. Facing Bai Yan, Sun Yong didn't dare to say a single no. Wang Qian pouted and returned to her office angrily. Lin Yi has already moved his computer over. Sitting in Wang Qian's position and working. What are you doing? Get up. Wang Qian was arrogant and wanted to drive Lin Yi away. Lin Yi sat still and said with a smile, don't get the identity wrong. I am the team leader now, and you are my assistant, under my management. Wang Qian stamped her feet, unconvinced, and shouted, I'm not an assistant, I'm the deputy team leader. Lin Yi placed his water cup in front of her and said with a smile, no matter what you are, pour me some water. I don't. Wang Qian didn't want to be ordered around by Lin Yi. Lin Yi picked up the phone and said, since you don't listen, I'll go find Mr. Bai. Wait. Wang Qian pouted and reluctantly picked up Lin Yi's cup to pour water. Lin Yi has evidence of two people cheating on their partners. If Bai Yan finds out, Wang Qian will be in trouble. She didn't dare take the risk. Give. Wang Qian handed the cup of water to Lin Yi. Lin Yi took a sip with satisfaction and pointed at his shoulder, it hurts here, give me a massage. Lin Yi, don't push your luck. Wang Qian was so angry that her chest was bulging. Before today, Wang Qian could order Lin Yi around at will. But now he is being ordered around by Lin Yi. Wang Qian couldn't accept this huge gap. Lin Yi wasn't angry at all. He stared at the two big lumps in front of Wang Qian and said with a smile, I'm just pushing my luck. What can you do to me? I'm giving you two choices. Either you obey me and give me a massage. Or, get out now. The evidence is in Lin Yi's hands, so she can't make any waves. You. Wang Qian knew what leaving the office meant. After pondering for a moment, Wang Qian obediently walked behind Lin Yi. She stretched out her slender hands and massaged her shoulders. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a 5x critical hit, 5,000 yuan has been credited. Another source of income. Wang Qian's fingers are soft and her strength is moderate. Although her technique is not very good, the effect is acceptable. Smell the faint scent of Wang Qian's perfume and enjoy a comfortable massage. There is also money to be taken. It turns out that going to work can be fun. 20 minutes later. Wang Qian rubbed her sore wrists, spread her legs, and slumped down on the sofa opposite Lin Yi. Worn out. She didn't notice at all that her lower body was exposed. Lin Yi openly enjoyed the beautiful scenery in front of him. Wang Qian followed Lin Yi's gaze and looked down. Rogue. Hurry up and put your legs together. Lin Yi laughed and said, based on that posture just now, it was definitely you who took the initiative to seduce me. It has nothing to do with me. But. Lin Yi paused, raised the corners of his mouth, and wore a smirk on his face. Can I use your sexy legs? What do you want to do? Images that are not suitable for children flashed through Wang Qian's mind. Frightened, he quickly stood up, walked out, and angrily said, no. Close the door for me from the outside. Lin Yi deliberately warned loudly, thinking, I just asked you to dance, why are you so scared? Bang. When leaving, Wang Qian glared at Lin Yi and slammed the door shut. It was as if he wanted to vent all his anger on the door. Ha! Standing outside the office door, Wang Qian breathed a sigh of relief. It was hell in there and she didn't want to stay there any longer. Looking at the place that once belonged to her, Wang Qian shook her head helplessly and left in shame. She's going to hide outside for a while. After Wang Qian left, Lin Yi opened the downloaded game and started the game. There are no cameras in here, we've checked it long ago. The advantage of a private office is that you can do whatever you want in it. Work seriously? Absolutely impossible. Lin Yi just wanted to come here and use the system to make money. Besides, I have been promoted to team leader and am a leader. Of course, there has to be work assigned. Lin Yi spent the whole morning playing games, watching videos, and reading novels, having a lot of fun. As for Wang Qian, she was so scared that she didn't dare to appear in front of Lin Yi. After lunch, in the afternoon, Lin Yi called all the team members to his office for a meeting and reallocated their work. Upon learning that Lin Yi had become their leader, the team members all flattered him. He called him Brother Lin one after another with great enthusiasm. No matter what you think inside, you do a good job on the surface. After they left, Lin Yi continued playing games. Ding-a-ling. The cell phone rang. Lin Yi picked up the phone and it was his mother calling. Chapter 19 Pay Back the Money. Mom. Lin Yi answered the phone and said with a smile, how's your health lately? Pretty good, right? A kind and gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Okay, your father and I are in good health, don't worry. After a brief greeting between mother and son, Mother Lin spoke hesitantly, as if she had something to say but couldn't. Lin Yi smiled and encouraged, Mom, just say it, it's okay. Mother Lin hesitated for a moment and then said, your uncle's eldest sister, her son Xiaotao is dating someone, and they're getting along well. They're planning to get married. The girl's parents are sensible. They don't want a dowry, but they must have a house. Xiaotao and his wife both work in Kyoto, so for convenience, we plan to buy it in Kyoto. As you know, housing is very expensive in Kyoto. Your eldest sister is trying to raise money. Lin Yi smiled and said, Mom, I understand. After I hang up the phone, I'll transfer the money to my eldest sister. At the beginning, Lin Yi was in urgent need of money because of Su Qingshue's matter. The eldest sister took out 50,000 yuan without saying a word. Lin Yi remembers this friendship. Now that his eldest sister's family needs money, Lin Yi should naturally pay it back. Lin's mother was worried that Lin Yi would be embarrassed, so she hurriedly said, I know you don't have any money either. Your father and I have saved 3,000 yuan during this period, and we will transfer it all to you. Let's chip in together and pay back as much as we can. It's our token of appreciation. By the way, don't argue with Qingxue about paying back the money. If she doesn't want to, you don't have to pay, just pay back 3,000. Lin's mother didn't want Lin Yi and Su Qingshuo to quarrel over the repayment of the money. But if I don't pay back the money, it would be unacceptable both morally and logically. The two elders really have no money. There was really no other way, so he opened his mouth to talk to Lin Yi. Lin Yi was deeply touched and felt the greatness of maternal and paternal love. Mom, don't worry, I have money, you don't have to transfer it to me. Linny had 290,000 yuan in his bank card and 50,000 yuan left, which was more than enough. It's okay. We're back home, so we don't have much to spend. I'll transfer it all to you, and you can pay me back a little more. Lin's mother thought that Linny didn't have much money and wanted to get more. Linny explained with a smile, "Mom, I sold the copyright of the novel I wrote and got a large bonus, which is enough to pay off the debt. Things related to the system must not be known to anyone." Linny had no choice but to find an excuse. Otherwise, if a sum of money of unknown origin suddenly appeared, the two elders would have to worry again. Really? That's great. Hearing that Linny made money by writing novels, Lin's mother smiled happily. "Your father and I have always believed that you will have a bright future. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly." Does Qingxue know about this? Has her and her mother's attitude towards you changed? Although Lin's mother couldn't stand what Su Qingxue and her mother did, she didn't object as long as Linny liked it out of the mentality of loving the house and loving the people in it. The two elders had no other wishes but that their son could live a happy life. From the conversation, Linny could feel his mother's love at all times. Look at Li Guilan again, she is also a mother, but she is very different. "Mom, don't worry about them. This is my money." Lin Yi's tone was extremely firm. "Good son, you finally figured it out." Hearing that Lin Yi had his own ideas, Lin's mother was particularly relieved. In the past, Lin Yi listened to Su Qingxue and her daughter in everything, like a puppet. Lin's mother is particularly worried about Lin Yi's future. Now it seems that I can finally rest assured. After a brief chat, the two hung up the phone. Linny didn't put down his phone and directly called his uncle's eldest sister. "Big sister, are you busy?" Linny greeted with a smile. Nothing, just busy. My eldest sister still speaks the same way as before, very gently. But this time he seemed listless and must be worried about money. After the two chatted about family matters for a while, Linny got down to business. "Sister, I heard Xiaotao wants to buy a house in Kyoto. It must cost a lot of money. Tell me your card number and I'll transfer it to you." The eldest sister's tone was full of surprise. "Who told you that?" "My mother. We agreed to keep this a secret from your family. I don't know who spread it out." The eldest sister was a little angry. She understood the difficulties faced by Lin Yi's family, so she deliberately concealed the fact that she had saved up money to buy a house. Unexpectedly, the news leaked out. "Sister, buying a house is a big deal. I know you're really doing this for my own good and are worried about putting me in a difficult position. Based on the relationship between our two families, there's really no need to hide it. If you have money, help more. If you don't have money, help less. You have to let your brother do his part." Linny spoke very sincerely. "Xiaoi, I'm very happy to hear you say this. Don't worry about the money, I'll figure it out myself." The eldest sister also knew that Linny had no money, so she didn't hold much hope. "Sister, if you keep being so reserved with me, I'll be mad. Tell me quickly, how much is left?" Linny urged with a smile. The eldest sister hesitated for a moment and whispered, "I've borrowed from all the relatives and friends I could, and I'm still short of about 60,000 yuan. Linny has experienced it personally and knows how difficult it is to borrow money these days." Understand the elder sister's suffering. "Sister, tell me the card number." "Okay." The elder sister told Linny the card number and gently persuaded him, "Xiaoi, the amount of money doesn't matter. I'm already very happy to have your thoughtfulness. Don't quarrel with Qingxue because of this matter. The eldest sister really cares about Linny. Don't worry, I know what's going on." Linny transferred 60,000 yuan. "Xiaoi, where did you get so much money?" The elder sister was very surprised that Linny would transfer only 10,000 or 20,000 yuan at most, but unexpectedly 60,000 yuan. Linny repeated the reasons why he made money by writing novels. The eldest sister was very happy for Linny. "Xiaoi, I'll return the 10,000 to you when I have more money." Linny owed his elder sister 50,000 yuan, and transferred 60,000 yuan, leaving him with 10,000 yuan more. Linny smiled and said, "No need. Buying a house for Xiao Tao to get married is a token of my gratitude as an uncle. P.S. Xiao Tao is the eldest sister's son. According to seniority, he calls Linny uncle." "No, that won't do. I accept your kindness, but I have to return the money to you." The eldest sister pondered for a moment and whispered, "Oh, Xiaoi, I have to remind you to go back to your hometown. My aunt and uncle Linyi's parents are not doing well. If you have money, you should keep it to help them. The eldest sister hesitated and did not continue speaking. Linny vaguely felt that his elder sister had something else to say. Maybe the two elders are having a very hard time in their hometown. Thank you, big sister, I understand. I'll go back to my hometown tomorrow to have a look. By the way, don't tell my parents about my return. Linny planned to launch a surprise attack without telling the two elders. Let us see how the two elders are doing in their hometown in the countryside. Good. Linny hung up the phone with his elder sister. Dial Wang Qian's phone and say, come over here. Since leaving the office this morning, Linny has not seen Wang Qian. Deliberately hiding away. Linny had no choice but to force her in. What do you want to call me for? Wang Qian pushed the door open with a reluctant look on her face. To prevent Linny from maliciously retaliating, she deliberately stood at the door, leaving it open. Chapter 20 Surprise and Shock. Please ask Mr. Sun for leave for me. I have something urgent to do tomorrow and need to go back to my hometown. Linny was too lazy to meet Sun Yom, so he asked Wang Qian to pass on the message. Real? Wang Qian was overjoyed. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a 6x critical hit, 6,000 yuan has been credited. Linny was speechless. I just asked for leave, why is there such a big emotional fluctuation? It's so hard to get back to my hometown, I should take a few more days off. Wang Qian smiled from ear to ear and was very proactive. I'll treat you for 3 days first. If that's not enough, I'll treat you for more. Wang Qian wished that Linny would never come back. In this way, she can own the office and exercise the rights of a team leader. Okay, 3 days. Linny agreed with a smile. What Wang Qian said makes sense. Since you are going back, stay a few more days. It's too troublesome to go back and forth. Okay, I'll go now. Wang Qian ran out. Linny added a password to his computer and turned it off. Take out your cell phone and buy a train ticket back home. By the way, wait for get off work to end. Soon, it was time to get off work and Linny left the office with his backpack. Back home. Li Guilan is not here. She must have been chatting with those old men and women outside and forgot to go home. Su Qingxue hasn't finished get off work yet. Linny took out the cold noodles and sesame cakes he bought from the entrance of the community. Eat and watch TV. Halfway through the meal, Li Guilan came back from outside. Seeing Linny eating cold noodles, Li Guilan muttered unhappily, you didn't even cook, but bought ready-made ones. How lazy. Linny smiled and said, you are diligent, why don't you cook? I've been busy outside all day, working hard to earn money. What have you been doing at home? Li Guilan was so angry that she took out instant noodles and sausages from the kitchen. Boil a pot of water and soak some instant noodles. After dinner, Linny found watching TV boring and went back to his room to play games. After one round, the door outside rang. Judging from the sound, Su Qingxue is back. Mom, what are we having for dinner tonight? Su Qingxue hung her coat on the hanger at the door, changed into slippers, and walked into the living room. Li Guilan is watching TV. There was an empty bowl of instant noodles on the coffee table. Why are you eating instant noodles again? Su Qingxue dragged her tired body and patiently explained, eating instant noodles frequently is not good for your health. Li Guilan pointed at Lin Yi's door and shouted angrily, deliberately letting Lin Yi hear, no one is cooking. If we don't eat instant noodles, what will we eat? I don't have any money. Am I going to starve to death? Li Guilan is just being a rogue. Su Qingxue glanced at Lin Yi's room and gently persuaded him, Mom, you have nothing to do at home. Make porridge or stir-fry a simple dish. It's healthy and saves money. Before Su Qingxue could finish, Li Guilan stood up angrily, raised her voice, and asked, why? When your father was alive, he was the one who cooked. I never went into the kitchen. I'm old now, and if you want me to cook, it's impossible. I came to your place to enjoy myself, not to be a babysitter. If I have to cook, I'd rather die. As she spoke, Li Guilan began to cry. Seeing Li Guilan crying, Su Qingxue also felt sad and said, Mom, don't cry, I'll go cook. Su Qingxue compromised again. Put on an apron, drag your tired body, and go to the kitchen to cook. Li Guilan often uses this trick, and it is especially effective against Su Qingxue. Lin Yi walked out of the room, staring at Li Guilan and smiling, you acted really well. You should go film a movie, maybe you can even win an award. What do you care? Li Guilan wiped away a few tears from the corners of her eyes with a tissue and continued to eat melon seeds and watch TV. Really enjoying it. Linny couldn't stand it. I walked to the TV, picked up the remote control, and turned off the TV. My TV, I take care of it. You. If you don't want to watch it, then don't watch it. Li Guilan was so angry that she stood up from the sofa, picked up some melon seeds, and went back to her room. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a triple critical hit, 3,000 yuan has been credited. Finally, I got some money out of her. For the sake of money, she can't have an easy life. It didn't take long for the meal to be ready. Su Qingxue came out of the kitchen carrying food. There were 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks on the table, and the dishes were also enough for 2 people. Obviously, it was not done for Linny. I feel so sorry for the original owner of this mother and daughter who are so untreatable. Where's my mom? Seeing that Li Guilan was not in the living room, Su Qingxue asked in confusion. Linny ignored her, took the remote control and went back to his room. Soon, the mother and daughter were heard talking in the living room. Li Guilan spoke ill of Linny behind his back again, accusing him of not letting her watch TV. Su Qingxue advised Li Guilan to relax and not watch TV or her cell phone. Li Guilan thinks the mobile phone screen is too small and she is not used to it. Su Qingxue promised to buy a tablet computer for Li Guilan after receiving her salary next month. Li Guilan was finally coaxed into happiness. Linny thought, if I don't give you money next month, let's see what you can buy with it. The next day, morning. After breakfast, Linny took the train back to his rural hometown. After nearly 3 hours on the road, we finally arrived home at 12:30 noon. Enter the village. The dilapidated road surface has become bumpy due to years of disrepair. There are weeds everywhere on the roadside, the tallest of which is more than 1 meter high. Walking from the village entrance into the village, there is no one in sight. As early as 5 years ago, the village had a policy of unified contracting of fields. The rent per acre of land is more than what the villagers can earn from farming themselves. In addition, the village will provide an additional resettlement fee as a down payment for buying a house in a new community in the county town. In this way, the people in the village can still stay together, chatting and visiting without any delay. The vast majority of people in the village agreed to the conditions and moved to the county town. So there are not many people in the village. After walking for 15 minutes, I finally arrived at the alley where Lingy's house was. Arrived at the doorstep. The newly painted iron gate was open, but some rust was still visible. The yard was cleaned up and repaved with bricks. The bricks are of different sizes and colors. They are definitely not new. I don't know where they came from. Looking through the window into the house, I saw an old couple eating. He occasionally said a few words, but I couldn't hear what he was saying. On the table were 2 bowls of corn porridge, 2 steamed buns, and a plate of pickled vegetables. No vegetables or meat. The conditions are very difficult. Dad, Mom! Linny shouted outside the window. The 2 elders looked out the window in surprise. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a 7x critical hit, 70,000 yuan has been credited. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering an 8x critical hit, 80,000 yuan has been credited. I just wanted to see the real life of the 2 elders, but I didn't expect to scare them so much. It seems that Lingy's guess was correct. The 2 elders were hiding something from him. Xiaoyi, why are you back? Lin's mother hurriedly got down from the earthen Kong, put on her shoes, and ran outside. Lin's father also wanted to go, but was stopped by Lin's mother who gave him a look. Linny was about to enter the house when he was blocked at the door by Lin's mother. You kid, why didn't you tell me in advance when you were going home? Lin's mother's old face was covered with wrinkles. Old clothes from several years ago, already full of holes, are still worn. Compared to the last time we met, he looked much thinner. Mother Lin looked behind Linny and asked, You came back alone? Chapter 21 Return to Hometown. Linny held his mother's calloused hand and smiled, Yes, I'm alone. At this time, Lin's father came out of the house in a hurry. Old woman, let Xiaoyi in quickly. Father Lin was in the same condition as Mother Lin, with tattered clothes and a thin body. Yes, come in quickly. Mother Lin smiled and pulled Linny into the house. Have you eaten? When I came into the house, the dining table had been put away. I don't know where the steamed buns, pickles, and corn porridge are hidden on top. Linny smiled and looked at the 2 elders. Have you eaten? We both ate. We just had enough. You must not have eaten yet at this hour. Father Lin smiled kindly. You guys sit down first, I'll go to town to buy some vegetables and meat. The village is different from the city. There is no takeout or errands. If you want to eat something, you have to go to town to buy it yourself. There used to be a small supermarket in the village, but it closed down because people moved to the county town. Therefore, the two elders must have had an inconvenience in their lives. Linny hurriedly stopped him and said, No, I just want to eat something casually. Okay, I'll go cook a bowl of noodles. Father Lin went to the kitchen to cook. Add a poached egg for Xiaoyi. Lin's mother opened the refrigerator and went to get the eggs. Linny followed behind and saw that the refrigerator was empty. There were no vegetables, only a scallion and half a bowl of pickles. Lin's mother took away the only egg left. You came at an unfortunate time. We just finished eating. Worried that Linny would overthink things, Lin's mother gave an awkward explanation. Kindness. Linny smiled and nodded, not exposing his mother's white lie. The two elders really have a very hard life. In the past, when the original owner called his parents, they always said that they ate well and dressed well. It's all a lie. All the two elders did was to prevent their son from being sad or worried. No wonder the two elders reacted so strongly when they suddenly saw Linny just now. They are worried that their lies will be exposed. Recalling yesterday, the 3,000 yuan that Lin's mother mentioned on the phone must have been saved by the two elders through hard work and frugality. Not long after, Father Lin walked into the house carrying a bowl of steaming noodles. The only egg in the house, a poached egg, was placed in the middle of the noodles. It smells so good. Linny took the noodles with a smile. Although he felt mixed emotions, he kept a straight face. With such parents, Linny feels that he is the happiest person in the world. Be careful, it's hot. Eat slowly. Lin's mother was beside him, giving careful reminders. Linny picked up the chopsticks and ate the noodles quickly. This is the best noodles Linny has ever eaten. Because it is full of love. There's still some in the pot. Father Lin wanted to go to Shang, but was stopped by Linny. Dad, I'm full, you guys eat the rest. Linny went to the kitchen and saw that there was still a lot of food in the pot, so he served some to Lin's father and mother. After finishing the meal, Linny looked at the two elders seriously and said, Mom and Dad, it's too inconvenient to live here. I will take you to the county town to buy a house. Buy a house? The two elders looked at each other and said, Xiaoyi, are you talking nonsense? We still have a lot of debts, so how can we afford to buy a house? Linny explained with a smile that he had a large sum of money from his royalties, enough to buy a house. Father Lin persuaded meaningfully, Xiaoyi, it's a good thing that you have money. You can pay back the money owed to your classmates and friends first. It's not good to always owe people money. Linny smiled and said, I've paid it back. Lu Shiyao is the most numerous, followed by Changzi and Xiaopang, and the rest are very few. Linny had already paid it back. That's great. Mother Lin smiled brightly and said, then return it to your eldest sister. Xiao Tao needs money to get married and buy a house. It's all paid off. Linny told the two elders about the phone call he made yesterday to repay his eldest sister. Father Lin stared at Linny with doubt. After paying back all this money, will you still have money to buy a house? Yes, the housing prices in the county are cheap, so it should be enough. Linny just checked the housing prices in the county town on his mobile phone, and it was around 3,000 to 5,000. Of course there are also expensive ones, such as those in the county town's central urban area and prosperous areas, which cost 7,000 to 8,000 yuan. Let us go there and take a look first. If it really doesn't work, pay a down payment first, and then go back and get more from Li Guilan, Su Qingshuet and Wang Qian. As for the two elders, although the base amount is 10,000, it is valuable. Linny was reluctant to bother the two elders. Writing novels is so profitable? Lin's mother didn't quite believe it. Linny scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. Yes. There are indeed people who make money, but I am not one of them. Linny only likes to read novels. After repeated persuasion, the two elders were finally convinced. The three of them took a taxi to the county town. Find a real estate agent. Upon learning that the three people wanted to buy a house, the agent was very happy and enthusiastically introduced houses in various locations. Judging from the expressions of the two elders, they seemed not very satisfied. Linny asked in a low voice. The two elders looked at each other and finally spoke their true feelings. They still want the house in the same community as before. Because there are many fellow villagers there, it is more convenient to chat and visit each other. The agent quickly found 2 properties in that community. I drove 3 people to see it. Returning to the familiar community again, the 2 elders showed long-lost smiles on their faces. Passing by the community garden, I happened to run into my former neighbors from the village and we greeted each other. Walking out of the garden, the agency stopped in front of a building. "Old man, our house used to be right here." "What a coincidence." Familiar with the community, familiar with the roads, familiar with the building, everything is so familiar. "Auntie, where did you live before?" the agent asked with a smile. Mother Lin smiled and said, 302. "How many?" The agent took out the key to the property and stared at Lin's mother in disbelief. Father Lin raised his hand and pointed to the house on the upper floor. "This is it, room 302. Uncle, aunt, what a coincidence. This is the house I'm showing you." The agent was particularly excited. "This is the first time I have encountered such a situation in my many years of work." "Real?" The 2 elders were more excited than the agent. Regardless of the floor or the layout, the 2 elders particularly like their own house. If it weren't for their son, the old couple would definitely not be willing to sell it. If they could really buy their own house, the 2 old people would probably wake up laughing in their dreams. The agent took out the key and took the 3 people upstairs. Opened the door. Looking at the room layout inside. The familiar bed, the familiar cabinet, everything is the same as before. "Old man, you haven't changed at all." Lin's mother was surprised to find that the things in the house were exactly the same as when she sold it. "Yes, I didn't expect that." Father Lin leaned on the sofa, which was still so soft and comfortable. "Why does his family want to sell the house?" Linny asked with a smile. "Before buying a house, you must first understand the seller's reasons for selling the house." The agent told the 3 people that the family selling the house originally intended to use it as a retirement home. As a result, just after buying the house, the daughter-in-law became unexpectedly pregnant, so the old couple went to the city to help take care of her and the unborn child. Later, when a child was born, the old couple wanted to buy a house in the city to make it easier to take care of the child. "Since I don't have enough money, I want to sell this set." Xiaoyi. Mother Lin waved and called Linny closer, whispering, "We originally sold the house for 400,000, and now it's being offered at 350,000. If we buy it back, we'll make an extra 50,000. It's perfect." Thinking that she could make more money by selling the house, Lin's mother smiled very happily. House prices have been falling in the past 2 years, and county towns are no exception. It's an unexpected gain. Chapter 22 Life-Saving Grace. Since he had decided to buy the house, Linny asked the agent to contact the seller and the 2 parties sat down to talk. The house is priced at 350,000 yuan. According to common sense, it should be possible to bargain down the price by tens of thousands more. When the house was sold, the 2 elders came forward to negotiate with the other party. If we let the 2 elders talk about buying a house now, they will definitely be unhappy when they see that it is the same person. That's human nature. I bought your house and then sold it to you, but it was just a hassle and I lost tens of thousands of dollars. No one would be happy about that. There is a high possibility that the other party will not sell or will not be able to bargain down the price. Therefore, Linny took charge of this negotiation. Since the seller was out of town and couldn't come that day, the 2 parties agreed to have a face-to-face meeting tomorrow morning. After the agent left, Linny did not let the 2 elders return to their hometown. "I have to come back tomorrow, it's too much trouble." So, we booked a hotel nearby. After resting for a while in the hotel, I took my parents for a walk in the nearby park and then had dinner. Linny ordered a large table of dishes. The 2 elders had a very hard life in their rural hometown, so this was a good opportunity to improve their food. "Xiaoyi, the 3 of us can't finish it. It's such a waste." In fact, Lin's mother was not worried about the food, but about the money. The food on the table must have cost a lot of money. Father Lin glared at Mother Lin and said, "You're just talking nonsense. The food is already on the table and you can't return it. Hurry and eat." Father Lin also felt sorry for the money, but there was nothing he could do since it had already been spent. "Just try to eat as much as possible and don't waste it." Linny smiled and said, "Yes, eat it while it's hot." Linny asked for a glass of freshly squeezed juice and 2 bottles of beer for his mother. "How can we have food without wine?" The father and son hadn't sat together to drink for a long time. Mr. Lin can't drink much, he can only drink one bottle of beer at most. So Linny only needed one bottle and drank it slowly with him. Since the two elders usually ate steamed buns and pickles, they ate with particular relish when they saw the sumptuous dishes on the table. After drinking half a bottle of beer, Mr. Lin's face turned red and he felt drunk. Shall we, don't blame Dad for being nosy. When are you planning on having a baby? In fact, the old couple had kept this question in their hearts for a long time and had always wanted to ask it. He was also worried that Linny would be embarrassed, so he kept it in his heart. Under normal circumstances, Father Lin would definitely not open his mouth. Under the influence of alcohol, Lin's father finally couldn't help but ask. Lin's mother just glanced at Lin's father and had no intention of stopping him. Yesterday I heard that the elderly couple who sold their house went to the city to help their son take care of his children. I was so envious. She also wanted to know what Linny was planning. Linny really hadn't thought about this. I have lived my life over again and haven't had enough fun yet, so I'm definitely not in a hurry to have children. Linny pondered for a moment and said with a smile, I'll do it as soon as possible. It was a positive agreement, but no specific time was given. Okay, as long as you plan to have a child, I'll be relieved. Father Lin raised his glass and said, shall we, come on, let's have a drink. In fact, Lin's father was not urging Linny, he just wanted a result. As long as Linny is willing to have a child, the two elders are willing to wait. Mother Lin looked at Linny and silently put down her chopsticks. She was not worried about Linny, but was afraid that Su Qingxue would not agree. Especially the relatively Guilan, who always sows discord and interferes with important matters. Mom, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Lin's mother was staring at him and not eating, Linny asked in confusion. Mother Lin smiled and said, it's okay. I'm tired. I'll take a break before eating. No words were spoken that night. The next day, morning. Accompanied by the agent, Linny met with the seller. After several rounds of negotiations, the deal was finally concluded at 320,000 yuan. Since you are buying a house in full, you don't need to go to the bank to apply for a loan, which saves a lot of procedures. After both parties signed the contract, the agent immediately arranged the transfer. Both sides were anxious and in a hurry. On the third day, after completing the formalities, Linny got the key to the house. The two elders were very happy to finally return to their home. The three of them wiped the table, mopped the floor, and cleaned the house again. Linny threw away the old furniture and appliances and bought new ones from furniture stores and online. Since many things were not finished and Wang Xian could not go back home due to work tomorrow, Friday, Linny asked her to take another day off. It just happens to include the 2-day weekend, so I can have 3 more days off. Wang Xian was very happy when she heard that Linny asked for leave, as she could occupy the office for 1 more day. Exercise the team leader's rights for 1 more day. Sunday morning. Finally all packed up. Looking at his brand new home, Linny was very satisfied. Father Lin went to the community park downstairs to play chess with his old chess friends. Lin's mother went to visit the neighbors next door. In the past, the two houses lived next to each other and were neighbors. Still now. Linny had nothing to do, so he went to the supermarket to buy vegetables, fruits, and meat. Filled the entire refrigerator. And pay off the remaining debts of relatives. The eldest sister from my uncle's family gets the bulk of the money, 50,000, and the remaining relatives each get 10,000 to 20,000, not much. After paying off all the debts, I only had 10,000 yuan left. Originally, Linny wanted to wait and pay it back, leaving a few tens of thousands of dollars for the elders, but Lin's mother disagreed. According to her, if the relatives knew that Lin's mother had money to buy a house but did not pay back the debt, it would easily cause unhappiness. What Lin's mother said makes sense. There are many things to pay attention to when getting along with relatives. After finishing all his work, Linny sat on the sofa to rest. Ding-a-ling. The cell phone rang. It was Su Qing's husband, Lu Bo, who called. Hello. Linny answered the phone, curious about what he wanted to talk to him about. Linny, thank you. On the other end of the phone, Lu Bo spoke weakly, his tone full of sadness. Thank you for saving my life. What's going on? Linny asked doubtfully. The last time they met, Linny used the face reading to avoid danger skill awarded by the system and saw that Lu Bo had a black forehead. Suspected of serious illness. Combined with Lu Bo's statement that he often suffers from stomach pain, and the location of his hand pressure, it seems that there is something wrong with his stomach or liver. I just had surgery, it was successful, thank you. Lu Bo expressed his gratitude again. Since the last time they met, Lu Bo returned home and his stomach hurt again. Thinking of Lin Yi's suggestion, Lu Bo was also worried that something was wrong with him, so he went to the hospital for a checkup alone. The result was a diagnosis of gastric cancer. Fortunately, I went there early and it was in the early stages of gastric cancer. The doctor said I could have surgery. As long as you cooperate with the treatment, there is a chance of long-term treatment and even recovery. The doctor also told Lu Bo that if he had come a month later, he would have missed the best opportunity for surgery. His chances of survival would be greatly reduced. It is equivalent to Lin Yi saving Lu Bo's life. You're welcome. Get some rest and I wish you a speedy recovery. Lin Yi sent his blessings. Lu Bo is not a bad person by nature, he is just too weak and is forced by Su Qinghe to do all kinds of bad things. After the two hung up the phone, Lin Yi went to the kitchen to cook. In the original owner's consciousness, he had never cooked for the two elders. Always passively asking for things and not knowing how to give. Lin Yi will take the train back in the afternoon. Before leaving, I cooked a meal as a way of showing filial piety to the original owner. When the meal was ready, the two elders just came back from outside. Dad, how's the battle going? Lin Yi came out of the kitchen carrying the food. Father Lin put his hands behind his back and said triumphantly, same as always, a complete victory. Look at your dad showing off. Mother Lin gave Father Lin a cold look and said, if you keep winning, no one will want to play chess with you. Father Lin was unconvinced, if you don't want to play, then don't play. Am I going to lose 2 games on purpose for them? If you don't believe me, pull it. Mother Lin was too lazy to explain to Father Lin. The two elders had just moved in and were so happy that they were busy bickering and didn't pay any attention to the food on the table. Xiaoyi, did you do all this? When Lin's mother found out, she was very surprised. Chapter 23 Temptation. As far as she could remember, she had never eaten food cooked by her own son. Li Guolan and Su Qingxue can eat it every day, which makes me angry just thinking about it. Father Lin stood by the dining table, closed his eyes and smelled it, and couldn't help but praise, it smells so good. It tastes better than the food in restaurants outside. Linny took out chopsticks from the kitchen and said with a smile, thank you for the compliment. Mom and Dad, wash your hands and eat. Good. After the two elders washed their hands, the family of 3 sat around the dining table and ate happily. Happy times are always short-lived. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Linny said goodbye to his parents and left home with his backpack. Before leaving, he took out the only 10,000 yuan left in the card and secretly put it under the quilt of the two elders. The county town is different from my hometown, money is required everywhere. This 10,000 yuan is considered as living expenses for the two elders and will be enough for a period of time. I will transfer the money to them when I have money later. There was only a little over 100 yuan left in Lin Yi's card. However, he was not worried at all. When I get home, I will brush it off Su Qingxue and her daughter. Arrived at the train station. The train was supposed to leave at 5 p.m., but it was delayed by half an hour and I didn't get on the train until 5:30 p.m. On the way, we were delayed for half an hour because we had to give way to other trains. When Linny arrived at the community, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. There happened to be a restaurant open at the entrance of the community, so Linny went in to eat. By the time we finished eating, it was almost 10 o'clock. Linny arrived home and opened the door. The living room was dark and very quiet without any lights on. The doors of every room were closed and no sound could be heard from inside. It's so late, everyone should have gone to bed. After such a long journey and it being so late, Linny felt a little tired. I hung my backpack on the clothes hanger and went to the bathroom to wash up. After a quick wash, I threw the clothes I was wearing into the washing machine, leaving only my underwear, and went back to my room to sleep. I opened the door and found that there was no light inside and it was very dark. There is a faint fragrance wafting by. It seems to be the smell of Su Qingxue. Did she come in these days? Look again and you will see the quilt spread out randomly on the bed and messy items placed under the bed. It was obvious that someone had moved it. I guess he came here to look for the TV remote control. When Linny returned to his hometown, in order to prevent Li Guilan from watching TV, he deliberately hid the remote control in the room. Su Qingxue must have come to look for me. Linny didn't think much about it, pulled back the quilt, and lay down on the bed to sleep. Strangely, the bed was warm and had a stronger fragrance. Linny reached in and touched it. It was soft and smooth. Ah! A shrill female scream echoed throughout the room. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud clang. A man without clothes crawled out from under the quilt and rolled under the bed. Because the light was too dim, I couldn't see the other person clearly. The other person got up from under the bed, grabbed a piece of clothing, covered the vital parts of his body, and ran out. Linny has already guessed who she is and he definitely can't let her go. He took 2 steps at a time, ran to the door and blocked the way. The other party was in a panic and bumped into Linny. Linny grabbed the other person's wrist with his right hand, held it down, and turned on the light with his left hand. Snap! The room immediately became brighter. The dazzling light made it impossible for the two to open their eyes. Linny is highly adaptable and was the first to see clearly. Su Qingxue blocked the light with one hand and grabbed her clothes with the other to cover her body. Standing in front of Linny. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering an 8x critical hit, 80,000 yuan has been credited. As soon as I spent the money, it was delivered to my door. And in this special way. Linny likes it. Let go. Su Qingshua's pretty face flushed red, and she tried her best to break free from Linny's hands. Unfortunately, she was too weak to do it. Linny tilted his head and looked inside through the gap in his clothes. Endless spring. Don't look. Following Lin Yi's gaze, Su Qingxue realized something was wrong. He immediately used his only remaining hand to fiddle with his clothes, trying to wrap his body as tightly as possible. One hand and one piece of clothing cannot stop it at all. Block the top and expose the bottom. Cover the bottom and expose the top. Su Qingxue was busy doing nothing, and Lin Yi saw everything. At this moment, the door was pushed open. Li Guilan squeezed in from outside. Mom, save me. Su Qingxue pitifully asked Li Guilan for help. Linny, what do you want to do? Let Qingxue go. Li Guilan yelled at Linny at the top of her lungs. Linny pinched Su Qingxue's wrist hard and stared at her body without any concealment. This is my home, my room. I won't let go, what can you do to me? Linny was tall and strong, and Su Qingxue and her daughter couldn't beat him, there was nothing they could do. Linny, let's talk it over. Let go of my hand first. Seeing that being forceful didn't work, Su Qingxue lowered her stance and spoke in a negotiating tone. Why did you come to my room? Linny didn't let go and stared at Su Qingxue and asked. In the past, Su Qingxue disliked the original owner and everything about him, including his clothes, room, etc. They will not take the initiative to touch the original owner's things, let alone enter the room. Of course, except for money and house. She and Li Guilan had no place to live, so they had to stay here. The original owner's money was used for living and paying off debts. The mother and daughter were inseparable. Su Qingxue was about to explain when another person walked in from outside. Mom, Qingxue, what are you guys arguing about in the middle of the night? Su Qinghe walked in, sleepy and yawning. She wasn't wearing pajamas, only a sexy bikini. Unfortunately, her figure is too poor to compare with Su Qingxue. Linny was too lazy to look. Ah, hooligan. When Su Qinghe saw Linny, she screamed in fright and ran out. Grandma, second aunt, what are you doing? At this time, Liang Liang also rubbed his eyes and walked in. Su Qingxue was so scared that she quickly asked Linny for help. Although Liang Liang is young, he is a boy after all. Su Qingxue didn't want Liang Liang to see her exposed body. Linny used his body to block Liang Liang's sight. At the same time, he reached out and grabbed the coat on the hanger at the door and wrapped it around Su Qingxue. Thanks. Su Qingxue blushed, lowered her head, and spoke in a very low voice. This was the first time she said thank you to Linny. Even when the original owner took out 500,000 yuan to pay for her father's medical treatment, she didn't even say thank you. Because she thought that this was what she deserved in exchange for her marriage. All the sincere efforts of the original owner were considered to be his due. What a complete injustice. Seeing Su Qinghe and Liang Liang, Linny immediately understood what was going on. It must be a cuckoo taking over the magpie's nest. Su Qinghe and her son occupied Su Qingxue's room, and Li Guilan was willing to sleep alone. Su Qingxue had no choice but to come to Lin Yi's room. Liang Liang, there's nothing for you to do here, go back to sleep. Li Guilan felt sorry for her grandson and didn't want to involve him. Liang Liang, go to bed quickly. Su Qingxue poked her head out from behind and also persuaded Liang Liang to go back. Why are you sleeping? Su Qinghe was anxious and pushed Liang Liang into the room. She angrily yelled at Linny, "It's all your fault for disturbing our sleep. Why did you come back so late at night?" Su Qinghe spoke confidently, not realizing whose home this was. Linny wanted to laugh at her stupid theory. "This is my home. I can come back whenever I want. You, take your son and get out of my house." Linny wanted to let them know who was the master of this house. Chapter 24, Begging for Mercy. Why? Su Qinghe was still shouting, "I want to sleep with my mother, it's none of your business." Good. Linny smiled and nodded, pointing at Li Guilan. "You, your daughter, and your grandson, move out together." Su Qinghe wanted to continue shouting, but was blocked by Li Guilan. She didn't want to live on the streets with Su Qinghe. "Linny, in fact, Qinghe and the other girl moving here has a lot to do with you. You have a responsibility to take care of them." Li Guilan knew Lin Yi's temper. If they confronted him head-on, she and her daughter would definitely end up sleeping on the streets. So change the tone of your speech. Why? Linny really couldn't understand what relationship they had with him. Seeing that Linny had taken the bait, Li Guilan told him the whole story. The last time, Su Qinghe and her family of 3 left Lin Yi's house. Lu Bo went to the hospital for a checkup and was diagnosed with stomach cancer. Upon hearing the news, Su Qinghe's first reaction was not to help Lu Bo treat his illness, but to divorce. Treating cancer is not only time-consuming and costly, but also difficult to cure. Even if Lu Bo's operation is successful, he will be half disabled and will never be the same as before. I can earn money to support the family and take care of her at the same time. Su Qinghe saw no hope in this family, so she took the initiative to file for divorce. Her son Liang Liang belongs to her. Lu Bo pays child support on a monthly basis. Lu Bo was just diagnosed with cancer and Su Qinghe was about to divorce him, which made him physically and mentally exhausted and even wanted to die. But then I thought of my elderly parents who have no one to take care of them. We cannot let the elderly send off the young. Lu Bo immediately dismissed the idea. After more than 10 years of marriage, Su Qinghe left without any hesitation and didn't care about Lu Bo's condition at all. Lu Bo's heart suddenly sank. For the sake of his son Liang Liang, Lu Bo is willing to help Su Qinghe. Each person gets half of the property and pays child support on a monthly basis. He suddenly remembered what Linny said, "Liang Liang, you and your father really don't look alike." At that time, he just thought that Linny was joking. Now that I think about it, it might not be a joke. Linny could see that he was sick, and maybe he could see something else too. So Lu Bo secretly did a paternity test on his son. As a result, they are not biological children. Lu Bo was both painful and angry. He gave everything but got nothing in return. He even helped others raise their sons. In a rage, Lu Bo ordered Su Qinghe to leave the house with her son. Su Qinghe had an affair during marriage first, so she couldn't win the lawsuit. There was no other way, so Su Qinghe moved out of her home in shame and went to live with Li Guilan. Linny, you see, if you hadn't told Lu Bo wouldn't have known the truth. They and their mother will not be kicked out. Shouldn't you take responsibility? It was clearly Su Qinghe's fault, but Li Guilan blamed it on Linny. Linny was speechless. This is the first time I have encountered such a weird thing. They are indeed mother and daughter, just as good as each other. Your daughter is unfaithful and has an affair, and your son is not mine, so what does it have to do with me? Linny found it ridiculous. What if the son is yours? Li Guilan made another shocking statement. Mom, you can't say this kind of thing in front of the children. Su Qinghe glanced at Liang Liang who was standing next to her and reminded her in a low voice. Su Qinghe tugged at Li Guilan's arm and said coquettishly, "Mom, don't talk nonsense. Although I don't know who the father of the child is, it's definitely not Linny." Liang Liang blinked his innocent eyes, stared at Linny, and asked Li Guilan, "Grandma, is he my father?" Li Guilan knew she had said the wrong thing and quickly explained, "I was just joking, don't take it seriously." "Mom, don't make jokes like this again." Su Qinghe thought that Li Guilan had indeed gone too far. Su Qinghe squatted down and comforted Liang Liang, "Son, don't worry, he is not your father. I can guarantee this." Linny glanced at Su Qinghe. People like her don't want her even if she's given it to me for free. I don't want to hear about your family's shit. Take the kids and move out of my house. If it weren't for the child, Linny would have told Su Qinghe to get out instead of moving. You can't be polite to someone like her. Linny, where do you want these orphans and widows to go in the middle of the night? Since there is room, let them stay for a few more days. Li Guilan pleaded for Su Qinghe. Linny didn't buy her trick. If you're worried about them, you can come with us. Seeing that Linny refused to listen to any words or suggestions, Li Guilan and Su Qinghe both turned to Su Qingxue for help. No matter what, Su Qingxue and Linny are husband and wife. Talking would be more helpful. Su Qinghe has always been arrogant and looks down on Linny in her heart. In her eyes, Linny was a waste, a weak and incompetent man. If it wasn't to save her father, Su Qingxue would not have married him. She was particularly reluctant to ask Linny for help. But looking at her pitiful sister and Liang Liang, and with her mother Li Guilan urging her again and again, Su Qingxue had no choice but to bite the bullet and speak. Linny, let my sister and Liang Liang stay here for a few days. Once we find a house, we can let them move out. I beg you, okay? Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a 9x critical hit, 90,000 yuan has been credited. A system notification sounded in Ling Yi's ears. 9x critical hit, just a little bit away from the level 10 reward. Linny stared at Su Qingxue with interest. Is it so difficult to ask for help? It actually reached 9 times the critical hit. Okay, for your sake, let them stay for a few days. Linny pretended to be embarrassed and agreed. Simply moving away would be too cheap for Su Qinghe. Linny wanted to find an opportunity to teach her a lesson. There are also Li Guilan and Su Qingxue. With Su Qinghe and Liang Liang as 2 weak points, it is easier to control them. Especially Su Qingxue, Linny really wanted to know where her 10-fold critical hit point was. Before everyone could be happy, Linny continued, but I have a condition. She can't live here for free. She needs to work to pay the rent. This includes cleaning the room, cooking, and all other housework. I won't do it. Before Linny could speak, Su Qinghe interrupted him. I've been with Lu Bo for over 10 years and I've never done any housework. Why should I work for you? Su Qinghe was spoiled by Lu Bo and found it hard to accept. Linny smiled and said, if you don't like working, you can leave. Qinghe, don't be impulsive. Li Guilan hurriedly persuaded Su Qinghe, pulled her aside, and whispered, it's okay, Mom is here, let's work together. You have no money and no job, and you plan to take Liang Liang out to sleep on the street. After Li Guilan's persuasion, Su Qinghe finally agreed to the conditions. Starting tomorrow, there will be 3 meals a day in housework, remember to do it. If you do this perfunctorily and not seriously, I will ask you to leave immediately. After Linny finished his instructions, he asked Li Guilan, Su Qinghe, and Liang Liang to leave his room. Only Su Qingxue was left. Linny, what do you want to do? Su Qingxue protected the key parts of her body with her hands, alert to Lin Yi's every move. Su Qingxue was a little disappointed when she saw her mother and sister leaving her. Especially Su Qinghe, who abandoned her just after she helped her find a place to live. I feel a little sad for no reason. Chapter 25 Punishment. Linny pulled off Su Qingxue's newly wrapped coat and stared at the beauty inside. I also want to ask you, are you trying to seduce me with this outfit? I don't. Su Qingxue immediately covered her key parts with her hands. What are you afraid of? It's not like you haven't seen it before. The last time Su Qingxue took a shower, Linny took away her bath towel, causing her to come out naked. Linny was waiting in the living room and saw everything clearly. Now you are hiding it again, which is so boring. Those 2 moles on your lower jaw are in a really good position, one on the left and one on the right, like door gods. So funny. Lin Yi's eyes were always busy, looking everywhere. Linny, I warn you, don't touch me. We agreed on this before. A man shouldn't break his word. Now that Linny had seen through her completely, Su Qingxue simply lowered her bottom line. As long as you don't touch her, everything can be negotiated. Linny blocked the door and let go of Su Qingxue. So, I did what you asked me to do, let Su Qinghe and her son stay here. Shouldn't you repay me? What do you want? Su Qingxue felt that Linny had bad intentions and did not dare to let her guard down. Don't worry, I won't touch you. Linny smiled and promised, as long as you take off your clothes and turn around in front of me, I will let you go immediately, how about it? Shameless. Su Qingxue felt insulted, her eyes flashed with ferocity, and she gritted her teeth and asked, what if I don't agree? Linny locked the door and said, if you don't agree, you have to stay with me tonight. You? Su Qingxue was extremely reluctant to stay in the same room with Linny. Especially tonight, due to the special circumstances, she was not wearing any underwear. If Linny was tempted by her beauty and forced himself on her, she would not be able to resist with her strength. But asking her to take off her clothes and walk around in front of Linny was so humiliating that she couldn't do it. Faced with a difficult decision, Linny placed his hand on the light switch and said, "I'll give you 1 more minute to think about it. If you don't agree, let's turn off the lights and go to bed. I don't know what you're afraid of. Your body has already seen it. It's just a circle." Linny was about to add fuel to the fire and said with a wicked smile, "I've been feeling really bad lately. If you stay, I can't guarantee what I'll do." After hearing Linny's last words, Su Qingxue felt even more frightened. Looking at the second hand on the wall, it is moving away little by little, and there is not much time left. At the last second, Su Qingxue finally made a decision. She slowly took off her clothes, lowered her head, and didn't dare to look at Linny. "Turn around quickly and put your clothes back on." Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a 9x critical hit, 90,000 yuan has been credited. Unfortunately, it was another 9x critical hit, just a little short. "Can I go now?" Su Qingxue put on her clothes and looked at Linny with cold eyes. "Please." Linny opened the door and let Su Qingxue out. After Su Qingxue left, Linny opened the bank card message reminder and saw that the balance was 260,000. "The money I just spent in my hometown has come back again. In just 1 hour, I earned 260,000 yuan. How cool." The only regret is that I didn't achieve 10x critical hit and get the mysterious reward from the system. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Linny was sleepy and lay down on the bed to sleep. The next day, Monday. Early in the morning, 8 o'clock. Linny slept until he woke up naturally. "Get up and go to the bathroom to wash up." There's no one in the living room. I passed by the kitchen and heard some noise inside. When I came out of the wash, breakfast was already set on the dining table. There are boiled eggs, millet porridge, steamed buns and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Li Guilan and Su Qinghe were chatting in the living room. It was estimated that the two had just come out of the kitchen. Linny sat down to eat. The taste is average, but it's better than eating out. At least healthy. Well done. After Linny finished his meal, he praised the two of them. Su Qinghe frowned, turned her head away and ignored him. "As long as you like it." Li Guilan changed her usual sarcastic and mean face and spoke with a smile. She was worried that she would upset Linny and drive Su Qinghe and her son out. Linny pointed at Su Qinghe and said, "Who are you showing your displeasure to?" "I'm very unhappy." Let her turn her head and smile. Su Qinghe's bad habits must be dealt with severely. "Qinghe, do you hear me? Hurry up." Li Guilan patted Su Qinghe's shoulder and reminded her in a low voice. Su Qinghe still turned her face away, looking unhappy. She can't smile at someone she hates. Seeing this, Li Guilan twisted Su Qinghe's waist hard and reminded her again, "Do you want Liang Liang to sleep on the street with you?" After Li Guilan's repeated persuasion, Su Qinghe finally turned around and forced a smile towards Linny. "Forget it, it's too ugly, so don't laugh." Linny picked up his bag and went out. "Mom, look at him." Su Qinghe was so angry that she went to Li Guilan to complain. "Qinghe, it's okay, calm down." Li Guilan hurriedly comforted Su Qinghe, "Since we're letting you stay here, please bear with it." Linny came to the company with a backpack. A little after 9 o'clock. During working hours, there was no one in the office area. Strangeness. Linny came to his office and saw the words, "Do not disturb," hanging on the door. It's ridiculous. It's my own office, so of course you can come in as you please. Linny pushed the door open and walked in. Wang Qian was seen wearing tight yoga pants, kneeling on the ground with her upper body leaning forward. Lie on the ground with your butt sticking out, and do yoga. She seemed to be very focused in her practice. When Linny came in, Wang Qian didn't even notice. Linny didn't say anything either. He sat on the sofa and admired it slowly. Wang Qian spread her legs and continued with the next move. "Ah." Wang Qian looked up and saw Linny staring at her, screaming in fright. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a 4x critical hit, 4,000 yuan has been credited. When did you come in? Why didn't you knock? Wang Qian hurriedly put her legs together and covered her body with clothes. Didn't you see the do not disturb sign on the door? Linny smiled and asked, this is my office, why are you knocking on the door? Wang Qian looked embarrassed. She indeed forgot that this office no longer belonged to her. Linny has been on leave for the past few days, and Wang Qian has been occupying his office. Leading to illusions. You didn't come this morning, I thought you were on leave again, so? Worried that Linny might misunderstand, Wang Qian hurried to explain. It's okay, just keep going. It won't affect my work. Linny sat in his office chair and turned on the computer. No, I'm tired. Wang Qian refused. If I do yoga in front of Linny, especially certain movements, I will feel ashamed. Where did they all go? Linny pointed outside and asked Wang Qian. Don't you know? Wang Qian pretended to understand something and said, yes, you didn't come last week, so you must not have heard the notice. Mr. Liu from the group came to our company to hold a new technology seminar. The entire RD department was called to the meeting. Why didn't you go? Linny asked with a smile. I don't understand RD, so why would I want to join in the fun? Wang Qian knew her own limits and said, they've only just started half an hour ago. You still have time to go now. Linny sat comfortably in the chair, with no intention of leaving at all. No. Linny hates meetings the most. Sitting down and listening to the leader's speech, I couldn't move or talk, it was extremely boring. Go ahead. Mr. Liu has finally come to our company. If he has any new instructions, it would be a shame to miss them. Wang Qian urged Linny to hurry up again. Is there something wrong with you? Linny looked at Wang Qian in confusion. Based on Linny's understanding of her, he wouldn't be so kind. Chapter 26 Backfire. I'm fine. Wang Qian pretended to be indifferent and said, as an assistant, I naturally have to consider the team leader. Forget it. Linny opened his mailbox and checked the emails from the past week. Go get me a glass of water. Wait a moment. Wang Qian picked up the skirt and jacket and put them on. Linny immediately understood why Wang Qian urged him to go out for the meeting. She wanted to change her clothes in the office. There are many cameras outside, so Wang Qian doesn't dare to go out wearing this yoga outfit. Seeing that Linny refused to leave, Wang Qian had no choice but to put on a layer of clothes and go outside to find a place to change. The most secluded place in the company, the toilet. You change here, I won't watch. Linny deliberately teased Wang Qian. Wang Qian glanced at Bai Lini and said, men's words are lies. I don't believe you. After saying that, he put on his clothes and walked out of the office. Linny continued to check emails and notifications in the company's office system. As a team leader, you don't have to do your work, but you must know what is happening in the company. Not long after, Wang Qian came back after changing her clothes. Still the same as before, very sexy. Big waves, deep V backless dress, hip skirt, black stockings, high heels. I'll get you some water. Wang Qian picked up Lingy's water cup, tossed her long hair, twisted her slender waist, and walked out. An hour later, the meeting ended. Colleagues from the department came back in groups. Linny asked Wang Qian to call the team members over and arrange the work for this week. After the team members left, Linny was the only one left in the office. Wang Qian never came back after she went out. She didn't dare to be in the same room with Linny, because Linny always ordered her around. Linny opened the game storage folder and was about to play the game. The office door was pushed open. Sun Yong walked in front with a big smile on his face. Bai Yan walked in respectfully, accompanied by a man in a suit. A man in a suit, with white hair at his temples, at least 50 years old. He has a tall and thin figure. Wearing glasses, well-mannered. Looking at Sun Yong and Bai Yan's attitude towards him, Linny roughly guessed that he was Mr. Liu Changsheng, who came to inspect the company. Mr. Liu, he is the Linny you were going to mention. Bai Yan introduced Linny to Liu Changsheng. Hello, Mr. Liu. Linny stood up and greeted with a smile. Regardless of position or age, this is the most basic courtesy. Yes, the young man is young and promising. The game product you're in charge of is exceptionally well made, especially in terms of security, which far surpasses other products. Liu Changsheng looked Linny up and down, his eyes full of love. I'm in a meeting today, why don't I see you? Liu Changsheng spoke in a friendly and amiable manner, without any airs of a leader. Before Linny could answer, Sun Yong explained, he took 4 days off in a row last week and didn't know about the meeting today. Sun Yong deliberately said 4 days holiday in a serious tone. Linny had read the company's employee handbook. In principle, employees could only take 3 consecutive days off at most. Lin Yi's 4-day leave was a blatant violation of the employee handbook. Sun Yong wanted to take advantage of this to destroy the good impression Lin Yi had on Lu Changsheng. He even wanted to use Lu Changsheng to fire Lin Yi. Because Sun Yong had something on Lin Yi, he didn't dare to openly embarrass Lin Yi. Yeah? Lu Changsheng still had a smile on his face. Without any change, is there any difficulty at home? If there is, be sure to report it to the company. When Lu Changsheng learned that Lin Yi had taken a long vacation, his first reaction was not to blame him, but to worry about the difficulties at home. Under normal circumstances, no one would take a long vacation for no reason. Regardless of whether it is sincere or superficial, from this point of view, Lu Changsheng is a good person. Mr. Lu, it's not difficult for him to take leave and go back to his hometown. Sun Yong answered again. He was very proud of himself and stole a glance at Lin Yi. Since there is no difficulty at home and you still take a long vacation, you should be criticized this time. Going back home to visit your parents? Lu Changsheng still spoke softly, without any hint of blame. Lin Yi nodded. Yes, back to my hometown in the countryside. Rural people. Lu Changsheng's mind flashed back to his childhood, when he accompanied his parents to do farm work. It's not easy for people in the countryside. Life is hard. My parents are also from the countryside. When I was young, I farmed in my hometown. Perhaps because they both came from rural areas, when Lu Changsheng saw Lin Yi, he felt as if he was seeing his younger self. He patted Lin Yi's shoulder and said meaningfully, filial piety is the most important virtue. It's remarkable that you're willing to spend time back home to spend time with your parents. Lu Changsheng's eyes were full of approval. Sun Yong stood by and scratched his head anxiously. Obviously taking a long vacation is a bad thing, so how come it becomes an advantage for Lin Yi? He couldn't figure it out. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for the compliment. Lin Yi was neither humble nor arrogant, and his answers were very measured. At this time, Secretary Lu Changsheng walked in from outside. She leaned close to Lu Changsheng's ear and whispered, Mr. Lu, it's almost time to go. We have a meeting this afternoon. Good. Lu Changsheng nodded and looked at Lin Yi with a smile. That's all for today, we'll talk next time. After saying that, he said hello to Bai Yan beside him and turned to walk out. Mr. Lu, wait a moment. Lin Yi called out to Lu Changsheng loudly. Everyone has their own destiny, and he didn't want to meddle in other people's business. But considering that Lu Changsheng is a good person and has high praise for Lin Yi is willing to save his life. Lin Yi possesses the skill of reading faces to avoid danger. From the moment Lu Changsheng entered the room, Lin Yi saw that Lu Changsheng's forehead was red, and it was almost purple. Black represents disease and red represents accidents. If the forehead turns red like Lu Changsheng's, it means an accident is about to happen and it will be fatal. I just heard Lu Changsheng's secretary urging Lu Changsheng to leave. Accidents are likely to happen after leaving here. If Lu Changsheng was a bully who took advantage of others' power and bullied others, Lin Yi would not bother to care about him. Let him fend for himself. But Lu Changsheng's character is unexpectedly good. Lin Yi is willing to save him. Lin Yi, stop making trouble. Sun Yong stopped Lin Yi from speaking. Mr. Lu is very busy and can't always waste time with you here. Lu Changsheng raised his hand to signal Sun Yong not to speak, then turned to look at Lin Yi. What's up, young man? Still the same as always, smiling and friendly. Lin Yi stepped forward and said with a smile, Mr. Lu rarely comes here, and it's already noon. Don't you want to taste the food in our company cafeteria? Lin Yi paused and continued, the canteen chef has 2 specialties that are particularly delicious. Mr. Lu should try them. What nonsense are you talking about? Can Mr. Lu eat in the cafeteria like you? Sun Yong wanted to flatter Lu Changsheng, so he spoke out again to stop Lin Yi. I don't like what you said. Lu Changsheng looked displeased. Employees can eat in the company cafeteria, so why can't I? I'm hungry. Come on, young man, let's go to the cafeteria to eat. I must try those 2 specialties. Lu Changsheng waved his hand and asked Lin Yi to lead the way. Mr. Lu, this afternoon's meeting. Secretary Lu Changsheng ran over to remind him again. Chapter 27 Job Transfer. Lu Changsheng pondered for a moment and said, well, you guys go back and prepare the documents first. Wait until I finish my meal and then take a taxi back. Bai Yan, who had been staying by Lu Changsheng's side without saying a word, finally spoke. How can we let Mr. Lu take a taxi back? After dinner, I will take you back myself. As a veteran in the workplace, Bai Yan knows that it is not the quantity of words that matters, but the quality of the words. Ha, thank you for troubling Mr. Bai. Lu Changsheng accepted Bai Yan's kindness. After arranging the rest of the matters, the secretary took everyone away. Lin Yi and his group went to the cafeteria downstairs to eat. Sun Yong didn't want to eat in the cafeteria at first, but Bai Yan and Lu Changsheng both went. He had no choice but to accompany her. Walking at the back, staring at Lin Yi's back, he muttered quietly, "It's all your fault for meddling in other people's business. You made me eat in the cafeteria with you." Half an hour later, Lin Yi, Lu Changsheng, and Bai Yan were full and satisfied. Sun Yong was busy running around, just trying to flatter Lu Changsheng, and didn't eat much. "It tastes really good." Lu Changsheng raised his wrist to check the time. "I should go now." "Stand up and get ready to go." Ding-a-ling. Lu Changsheng's cell phone rang. "Hello." Lu Changsheng answered the phone with a smile. "What, a car accident?" Lu Changsheng's smile disappeared instantly and he stared at Lin Yi in surprise. "How are the people?" "Which hospital?" "Okay, I'll be right there." Lu Changsheng hung up the phone, stared at Lin Yi, and didn't speak for a long time. After calming down, he walked up to Lin Yi. He raised his arm and patted Lin Yi's shoulders twice. "Thank you." After saying that, he turned and headed towards the hospital. Bai Yan hurried to follow. She wanted to drive Lu Changsheng there. Sun Yong stood there wondering, why did Mr. Lu want to thank Lin Yi? "Sun Yong, what are you doing standing there like an idiot? Come here quickly." Seeing that Sun Yong didn't move, Bai Yan shouted anxiously. Lu Changsheng needs help now, and this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to show his courtesy, which cannot be missed. "Here I come." Sun Yong didn't think anymore and quickly caught up. Lin Yi returned to the office to rest. Lu Changsheng came to the hospital to check on the condition of the driver and secretary. The two were in the same ward. The head and calves were wrapped in gauze, and they were just superficial injuries, nothing serious. "It will be fine after a period of time." Seeing that the two were fine, Lu Changsheng immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But when he saw the photos of the car accident scene, Lu Changsheng broke out in a cold sweat. The entire back seat of the car, including the trunk, was crushed by the truck. Fortunately, the driver and secretary were in the front row and escaped the disaster. If Lu Changsheng had followed them, he would definitely have sat in the back seat and might have died on the spot. After settling the driver and secretary, Lu Changsheng left the hospital. After returning to the group office, "I couldn't calm down for a long time. Is it a coincidence?" Lu Changsheng doesn't believe in fortune-telling, physiognomy, and other feudal superstitions, but they are indeed too unbelievable. Under normal circumstances, ordinary employees would not dare to invite Lu Changsheng to the cafeteria for dinner. But Lin Yi did it. It was this action that saved his life. Regardless of whether it was a coincidence or not, Lu Changsheng wanted to thank Lin Yi for saving his life. He opened the group's employee files and found Lin Yi's personal information. Pick up the phone and dial the number. Lin Yi returned to the office, turned on the computer and played games. All the work has been assigned, and Lin Yi has nothing to do. He only needs to check the team members' work logs and completion status before going to and from get off work every day according to the plan. Lin Yi was having fun when the company boss Bai Yan pushed the door open. Lin Yi immediately used the shortcut key to close the game. "Boss Bai." Lin Yi greeted with a smile. "Lin Yi, are you busy?" Bai Yan closed the door and walked up to Lin Yi, looking mysterious. "Why did you ask Mr. Lu to stay in the cafeteria downstairs for lunch today? Do you know what will happen?" Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. "I don't know. It was just lunchtime, so I just wanted to be polite. I didn't expect Mr. Lu to actually agree. System skills are secret and cannot be told to anyone." Lin Yi just found an excuse to deal with it. "Did you know that Mr. Lu's car was in an accident?" Bai Yan tested Lin Yi again. Lin Yi still shook his head. "I don't know. When did it happen?" Bai Yan stared into Lin Yi's eyes, trying to see something. It's a pity, Lin Yi's acting was so realistic and flawless. Bai Yan couldn't see anything. At noon, when we were having lunch with Mr. Lu in the cafeteria, the rear seats and trunk of Mr. Lu's car were completely crushed by the truck. Fortunately, Mr. Lu was not in the car. Bai Yan paused. "Do you know what this means?" Lin Yi pretended to be confused. "What does that mean?" Bai Yan smiled and said, "It's like you saved Mr. Lu's life." Based on my understanding of Mr. Liu, Lin, your good opportunity has arrived. Just as Bai Yan finished speaking, Lin Yi's phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Lin Yi answered the phone. Hello, is this Lin Yi? I'm Lu Chongsheng. A gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, Mr. Liu, I'm Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't know what Lu Chongsheng wanted to do with him. Upon learning that Lu Chongsheng had called, Bai Yan quietly left the office and closed the door for Lin Yi. She didn't want to eavesdrop on their conversation. You should have heard what happened this afternoon. Thank you for saving my life. Lu Chongsheng didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Mr. Liu, you are very lucky and have a long life. It has nothing to do with me. It's just a coincidence. Lin Yi still pretended to be confused. Ha, young man, I was right about you. Lu laughed loudly a few times. If it were anyone else, they would definitely take the credit for themselves. My life, Lu Chongsheng, is worth a lot of money. Whatever the reason, the result is that you saved my life. Just tell me what you want, and I'll do my best to satisfy you. Lu Chongsheng made a very generous promise. Mr. Liu, thank you for your kindness. This matter really has nothing to do with me, and I feel unworthy of it. Lin Yi helped Lu Chongsheng simply because he was a good person and did not expect anything in return. I guessed you would do this. Lu Chongsheng looked like he had foreseen the situation. It seems my judgment was correct. I won't waste any more time talking. The group's cybersecurity center has just been established and is recruiting security officers. I've looked at the information and I think you'll be able to handle it. The salary doubled, the work wasn't tiring, the working hours were flexible, and I had my own office. Would you like to come over? Lu Chongsheng revealed his real purpose. This will not only help the group recruit talents, but also thank Lin Yi for his kindness, killing two birds with one stone. The job benefits were indeed good, and Lin Yi was a little tempted. Water flows to the low places, and people go to the high places. Lin Yi also wanted to go to the group to see what it looked like. Seeing that Lin Yi did not respond, Lu Chongsheng continued, as long as you want to come, I will greet Bai Yan. You don't have to worry about other things. Lu Chongsheng has made all arrangements for the follow-up work. Thank you, Mr. Liu. I'll go. Lin Yi agreed to Lu Chongsheng's conditions. Okay, wait for notification, see you in our group. Lu Chongsheng hung up the phone. Near the end of the working day, Bai Yan came to Lin Yi's office again. Lin Yi, congratulations on joining the group. When you get there, don't forget me. Bai Yan changed her previous leadership style and spoke softly with a smile on her face. He is completely different from before. Chapter 28 Partiality. She received a notice from Lu Chongsheng, asking her to arrange Lin Yi's work handover as soon as possible. Bai Yan did not dare to neglect what Lu Chongsheng had instructed her to do. After finishing the urgent work at hand, he came here in person immediately. As the saying goes, it is easier to get things done if you have connections in the government. Bai Yan thought she was pretty nice to Lin Yi because of their relationship. If there is any movement in the group, Bai Yan can get the news the fastest through Lin Yi. Before Lin Yi leaves, she wants to perform well and leave a good impression. Thank you, Mr. Bai. Lin Yi expressed his gratitude with a smile. During the time he had been working in the company, Bai Yan had indeed been quite nice to Lin Yi. You're welcome. If you go to work at the group, we'll no longer be in a superior-subordinate relationship. I'm a few years older than you. If you like, you can just call me Sister Bai. The smile on Bai Yan's face was particularly bright, as if she had seen a relative. She would try her best to win over Lin Yi and help her get information from the group. Hey, where's your assistant? Bai Yan glanced around but didn't see Wang Qian. Call her over to help you clean up. You can report directly to the group tomorrow and don't need to come to the company again. Bai Yan is very efficient when she takes action. If you follow the normal working process, it will take at least 1 week. After Bai Yan left, Lin Yi called Wang Qian back to the office. Are you really going to the group? Wang Qian couldn't hide the joy on her face. After Lin Yi left, this office, along with the position of team leader, all belonged to her. Yes, help me pack my things. Lin Yi first copied the personal information from the company computer, including games. Okay. Wang Qian smiled so happily and happily helped Lin Yi pack his things. In fact, Lin Yi doesn't have many things. It took less than 5 minutes to clean up. Wang Qian packed the things she had packed into a handbag and placed it in front of Lin Yi. I used to always look forward to your leaving, but now that you're really leaving, I still feel a little reluctant. Wang Qian lay opposite, staring at Lin Yi. Why, are you captivated by my infinite charm? Lin Yi deliberately joked with Wang Qian. After spending some time together, I found that Wang Qian is not a bad person at heart. It's just that some of the ways he behaves are disgusting. Wang Qian glanced at Bai Lini, put one hand on her waist, and deliberately straightened her upper body. I am a great beauty. I can only charm others, but I will never be charmed by others. Wang Qian is very confident about her beauty and sexiness. Before I leave, I'll tell you a secret. Wang Qian stared at the door mysteriously, and after confirming that no one was there, she leaned over to whisper in Lin Yi's ear, actually, my feelings for Sun Yang were just a casual flirtation, we didn't have any substantial relationship. Why are you telling me this? Lin Yi didn't care at all what happened between them. On the contrary, Wang Qian's sudden confession made him very curious. Wang Qian rested her chin on her hand and looked at the ceiling of the office. I don't know why I told you this. Maybe I want to leave a good impression here. After saying that, Wang Qian looked at Lin Yi with a sweet smile on her face. For the first time, I laughed without any worries and from the bottom of my heart. Lin Yi picked up his handbag and walked to the office door. With your conditions, you might be able to live a better life if you change your lifestyle. Yeah? Wang Qian stood in front of the mirror, turned around, and admired her sexy figure in the mirror. Besides this, what else can I do? Short videos, live broadcasts. After saying that, Lin Yi opened the door and walked out. Walking out of the office building and looking back, there seems to be nothing worth reminiscing about. Lin Yi took a taxi home. In the living room, Liang Liang was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Li Guilan and Su Qinghe were busy in the kitchen. In the past, Li Guilan refused to cook no matter what. Now that Su Qinghe has a place to live, he is finally willing to humble himself and cook for her himself. Lin Yi came in carrying something. The floors and tables at home are very clean and obviously have been swept. Things are also neatly arranged. It seems that the two of them are not idle today. Lin Yi took his things back to his room and packed them up briefly. After a while, someone knocked on the door. Lin Yi, the meal is ready. Come out and eat when you're done. Li Guilan was very polite in her words. He is completely different from before. Having a soft spot in your hand can really change a person. Lin Yi came out of the room and the dining table was already full of food. It's out, eat it while it's hot. Li Guilan just came out of the kitchen with chopsticks and a spoon in her hands. With a smile on her face, she warmly invited Lin Yi to sit down. Although it was obvious that her smile was fake, she was indeed trying hard to smile. It must be very uncomfortable for her to pretend to like Lin Yi even though she clearly hates him in her heart. Su Qinghe helped Liang Liang wash their hands, then walked over and sat down. Have a meal. Li Guilan picked up the chopsticks and invited everyone to eat. Grandma, second aunt hasn't come back yet. Seeing that Su Qingxue had not returned, Liang Liang reminded her loudly. Li Guilan gave Liang Liang a piece of meat, gently stroked his little head, and said lovingly, no need to wait for her, let's eat first. Your second aunt doesn't eat much, so just leave some for her. Although Su Qingxue provided all the food, accommodation and other necessities, Li Guilan still favored the eldest brother, followed by the third brother. I dislike Su Qingxue the most. Yes, Liang Liang is growing and needs to eat more. Su Qinghe picked up a large shrimp, peeled it, and put it in Liang Liang's bowl. Su Qinghe is selfish and loves no one except her son Liang Liang. Qinghe, you eat too. Li Guilan stood up and put her favorite dishes on the plate. Lin Yi eats quickly and goes back to his room to play games after he is full. After a while, Su Qingxue came back from get off work, dragging her tired body. Qingxue, I didn't cook enough food today, so just make do with what you have. I'll make more tomorrow. Wash the dishes after you finish eating. After Li Guilan finished speaking, she played with her grandson Liang Liang. Su Qingxue walked to the dining table and looked at the few dishes of soup left, feeling extremely uncomfortable. It was like going back to the time before I met Lin Yi. It was the same when Su's father was alive. Every time Su Qingxue came home from get off work, everyone else had already eaten and drunk their fill, leaving only vegetable soup or a few pieces of green leafy vegetables. Su Qingxue dipped the steamed buns in vegetable soup. After eating, you have to wash the dishes. Ever since she married Lin Yi always reserved some dishes in advance. When Su Qingxue comes back, Lin Yi will heat it up and bring it to her. After eating, Linny rushed to wash the dishes, letting Su Qingxue rest. With Linny, she finally enjoyed the treatment like a princess. This is also one of the reasons why I am reluctant to leave Linny. After Linny finished playing a game, he walked out of the room and saw Su Qingxue finishing her meal and preparing to wash the dishes. Su Qinghe was enjoying herself particularly as she ate melon seeds and watched TV. Li Guilan plays games with Liang Liang. We agreed yesterday that you would be responsible for all the housework. Go wash the dishes. Linny pointed at Su Qinghe and said loudly. Compared to Su Qingxue, Linny dislikes Su Qinghe even more. She can't clean it, I'll do it. Li Guilan felt sorry for Su Qinghe, so she quickly stood up and rushed to do the work. Su Qingxue felt even more upset when she saw the scene. After a busy day, I came back, ate vegetable soup, and was asked to wash the dishes. But Su Qinghe played at home and was reluctant to do any work. Mom, you are too partial. Chapter 29 Promotion. Su Qingxue really wanted to say this. But the words were swallowed back when they came to his lips. After all, she was her own mother, so Su Qingxue was overwhelmed with filial piety and chose to endure it again. No. Her thoughts were interrupted by Linny. Linny walked up to Su Qinghe and said, "You can't live and eat for free here. You have to work. If it's not clean, wash it a few more times." Su Qinghe stood up angrily. "Humph, go ahead. I'm going to teach her how to wash dishes." Li Guilan followed happily. Only Linny, Su Qingxue, and a little kid were left in the living room. "Thanks." Su Qingxue looked at Linny and spoke softly. She knew that Linny did this for himself. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a 2x critical hit, 20,000 yuan has been credited. A system notification sounded in Linny's ears. Is this being touched? Linny didn't want to help Su Qingxue, he just couldn't stand Su Qinghe even more. It's an unexpected gain. You are welcome. Linny returned to his room and continued playing games. No words were spoken that night. The next day, early morning. Linny got up early, put on new clothes, had breakfast, and went to work at the group. Although the work is flexible and allows you to come in late and leave early, you cannot be late on the first day of work. Linny took a taxi to the door of the group's office building. There is no direct bus from home to here. I need to change buses and take a long detour. Including the waiting time, it was at least 70 minutes, more than an hour. Taking a taxi only takes 20 minutes, which is fast and convenient. Now there are 280,000 yuan in the card, and Linny plans to go to the 4S store to buy a car after get off work. It's so inconvenient not having a car. Linny entered the group's office building. There were 2 uniformed security guards standing guard at the door. Going further inside, there are 3 beautiful receptionists welcoming visitors. It was Linny's first day at work. He didn't have a door card, and he couldn't even use facial recognition, so he couldn't get in. I had to go find the front desk lady. Hello, sir. The lady at the front desk stood elegantly, smiling and very polite. I'm a new employee, it's my first day at work, and I can't get in. Linny stated his needs. What's your name, please? Linny. Okay, wait a moment. The receptionist quickly found Lin Yi's name among a pile of documents. Mr. Lin, please sit here first. Mr. Lu specifically told me to call in if you come. A lady at the front desk warmly invited Lin Yi to sit down and rest. Another young lady called Lu Chongsheng. 3 minutes later. Ha ha ha. Sorry, I'm late. Lu Chongsheng laughed loudly and walked out quickly. Hello, Mr. Lu. When they saw Lu Chongsheng, the 3 front desk ladies immediately stood side by side, looking their best. Well, go get busy. Lu Chongsheng smiled and nodded, letting them mind their own business. Linny walked over and said with a smile, Mr. Lu, thank you for making this trip. Normally, new employees are brought in by human resources specialists, so there is no need to bother the group president to greet them in person. Linny received special treatment. You saved my life. What I did is nothing. Lu Changsheng led the way. Come on, follow me upstairs. The 2 came to the Human Resources Department on the 3rd floor. Hello, Mr. Lu. Wherever Lu Changsheng goes, people will greet him. As expected of a big leader, very impressive. Welcome, Mr. Lu. The Human Resources Minister came over personally to greet Lu Changsheng. This is Lin Yi, the newly appointed manager of the Cybersecurity Center. Please help him with the onboarding procedures. Lu Changsheng introduced Lin Yi to the Minister of Human Resources. Manager? Lin Yi originally thought that he was just a small follower in the group. I didn't expect that I would be one level higher than the team leader and become a leader. P.S. The highest manager of the department is the director, followed by the manager, supervisor, team leader, and ordinary employees. Okay, Mr. Lu, I'll do it right away. Manager Lin, this way please. Anyone who can reach the position of Human Resources Director is definitely a smart person. He immediately arranged for the Human Resources Manager to take Lin Yi to complete the entry procedures. Seeing that Lu Changsheng had no intention of leaving, the HR Director immediately brought over a pot of hot tea. Mr. Lu, this is our newly arrived tea. It tastes pretty good. Please try it. The Human Resources Director invited Lu Changsheng to sit down and poured him a cup of tea. Thanks. Lu Changsheng picked up the teacup and took a sip. Well, it's really good. While the two were chatting, the HR Director winked at the HR Manager, urging him to hurry up. We can't keep the group boss waiting too long. At the same time, the HR Director was also wondering who on earth could get the group president to come forward and bring him in for employment. There are managers everywhere in the group, but it seems that no one has received such treatment. No matter what, he is definitely not an ordinary person. After receiving a hint from the director, the HR manager immediately helped Lin Yi jump the queue to complete the job application process. The two came to an office. An employee from the Human Resources Department is helping a new employee apply for a door card. There are about 10 people. The one at the front of the line is a little fat guy. This is Manager Lin from the Cybersecurity Center. Please help him first. Boss Lu has something urgent to discuss with him, so he's waiting outside. The HR manager directly put Lin Yi in front of the fat guy, making him the first one. Sorry, I'll do it for you right after I finish helping him. Out of politeness, the HR manager apologized to the fat boy. Hey, it's okay. I'm not in a hurry. The fat boy looked down at his work badge and stole a glance at Lin Yi. Mustering up his courage, he smiled and said to Lin Yi, Hello, Manager Lin, I'm Wang Xiaowei, a new employee of the Cybersecurity Center. Lin Yi looked down at Wang Xiaowei's ID card, which indeed stated, Department Cybersecurity Center, Position Security Engineer. I didn't expect to meet people from my department here. Hello, I'm Lin Yi, welcome to the Cybersecurity Center. Although Lin Yi is also a newcomer, he is a department manager after all. On behalf of the department, extend a hand to express welcome. Thank you, Manager Lin. I will do my best. Xiaopeng held Lin Yi's hands with both hands, very excited. He believed that meeting Lin Yi here was fate and he must perform well. Sorry to bother you two, let's go through the onboarding procedures first. Seeing that the two were chatting enthusiastically, the HR manager immediately interrupted them. Lu Changsheng is still waiting outside. If he wastes time chatting and is held accountable, he won't be able to afford it. Okay, Manager Lin, you go first. Wang Xiaowei took 2 steps back and let Lin Yi go through the formalities first. He is well versed in the rules of the workplace and tries his best to perform well in front of his leaders while keeping a low profile. Thanks. With a sensible employee, Lin Yi feels that his future life in the group will be very comfortable. The HR specialist helped Lin Yi apply for a door card, and the HR manager went to print the labor contract and other procedures. Both sides proceed simultaneously. Once the door card is ready, sign the contract and get your work badge immediately. The whole process takes less than 10 minutes. The HR manager brought Lin Yi to Lu Changsheng and said, Mr. Lu, it's done. Well, it's hard work. Lu Changsheng stood up and saw the brand new work badge hanging around Lin Yi's neck. He smiled and said, Not bad. Come on, I'll show you around so you can get familiar with the environment. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Lin Yi followed Lu Changsheng away. Minister, can you please allow Mr. Lu, who is so busy with his work, to wait outside for 10 minutes to complete the onboarding procedures? And carry it around. Who exactly is this Manager Lin? After Lin Yi and Lu Changsheng walked away, the HR manager asked the director in a low voice. The minister smiled and said, No matter who he is, if you meet him next time, it's always better to be polite. Chapter 30 Returned Female Expert. After leaving the Human Resources Department, Lin Yi and Lu Changsheng went to the RD Department, Customer Service Center, and the group canteen. Wherever Mr. Lu Changsheng goes, he will hear the 3 words, Hello, Mr. Lu. This is the new manager Lin from the Cybersecurity Center. When meeting the directors or managers of various departments, Lu Changsheng would take the initiative to introduce Lin Yi to them. Lin Yi discovered something magical. Standing next to Lu Changsheng, the other party's eyes looking at Lin Yi also became different. Doubt, surprise, respect, and friendliness. Lin Yi felt that he was a bit like a fox taking advantage of the power of another. Thanks to Lu Changsheng's status in the group, Lin Yi, as a newcomer, will definitely not be bullied or treated unfairly. Perhaps this is Lu Changsheng's real purpose. Use his power and status to help Lin Yi gain benefits in his new position. As a way of repaying a favor. After getting familiar with the group's environment, Lu Changsheng took Lin Yi to the Network Security Center. Your department has just been established, and the director hasn't been decided yet. You should do the work first. When there's an opportunity in the future, I'll recommend you as a candidate for minister. Whether you can get the position depends on your performance and ability. The position of minister belongs to the senior management of the group, and Lu Changsheng has no say in the matter. He could only help Lin Yi up to this point. Thank you, Mr. Lu. I will try my best. Lin Yi doesn't care whether he can become a minister or not. But Lin Yi accepted Lu Changsheng's kindness. This is the minister's office. It's empty anyway. I've already said hello, you can use it first. Lu Changsheng opened the door and let Lin Yi in. The office desks, chairs, sofas, and computers inside are all high-end products. It is at least 2 grades higher than what Lin Yi used in his previous office. As expected of the minister's office, high salary and high standards. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your concern. The intention of letting Lin Yi use the minister's office is very clear. He wants to train Lin Yi to become the director of the Cybersecurity Center. The two walked out of the office. 2 people came towards me, a man and a woman. Old Lu. The man in front was in his 50s and seemed to be very familiar with Lu Changsheng. He walked over with a smile. Old Li. Lu Changsheng went to greet him with a smile. Why are you here? I wanted to ask you something else. Ha ha ha. After the two exchanged greetings, Lu Changsheng called Lin Yi to the front and introduced them to each other. This is Mr. Li Yong, CEO of the group. He's Lin Yi, the newly appointed manager of the Cybersecurity Center. What a coincidence. Li Yong called the woman behind him to the front. She's Sun Xuani. She just returned from studying abroad. She's an expert in security and the manager of the security center I hired. This is the famous Lu Changsheng, Mr. Lu. Remember to say hello when we meet next time. Hello, Mr. Lu. Sun Xuani had a blank expression on his face and nodded slightly, seemingly reluctantly. 1 department, no director, 2 managers, interesting. Old Lu, I'm sorry, she just came back from abroad and hasn't adapted to the local customs and practices yet. Li Yong helped Sun Xuani explain. Fine. Lu Changsheng was not affected at all and continued to smile. Since she plans to return to China for development, she still needs to adapt as soon as possible. If she continues like this, I'm worried that she won't be able to stay here for long. As the president of the group, he naturally wouldn't get angry with a newcomer over such a small matter. But the right attitude must be maintained. Don't worry, I will help her adapt as soon as possible. Li Yong led Sun Xuani to the door of the minister's office. This is your office. Go in and take a look. Old Li, I'm sorry, I've already given this office to Lin Yi. Seeing that Li Yong wanted to occupy the minister's office, Lu Changsheng hurriedly spoke out to stop him. Ah, Lao Lu, you're really quick. Li Yong opened the office door, unwilling to give up. It's big enough for 2 people. Lu Changsheng turned to look at Lin Yi. Is it okay? I'm fine. Lin Yi replied with a smile. Li Yong and Lu Changsheng appear to be friendly on the surface, but in reality they seem to be at odds with each other. It seems that they are fighting for an office, but in fact they are fighting for the position of minister. No matter what kind of overseas returnee or expert she is, Lin Yi is not afraid at all and will just rob her. Sun Xuani glanced at Lin Yi and said coldly, I don't like being in the same room with people, especially strangers. Okay. Since you don't like it, I won't force it. It's spacious outside, bigger, and better. Lin Yi won't tolerate her bad habits. If you don't want to be in the office, just stay outside. Haha, Lao Li, look, they've already discussed it, so we won't get involved. Come on, go to my office. I have something to tell you. Lu Changsheng forcibly pulled Li Yong away. No. This. Li Yong still wanted to grab the office, but Lu Changsheng didn't give him a chance. After the two left, Sun Xuanyi still had a cold face. After walking around the security center, find an empty seat and sit down. Sun Xuanyi has a good figure and average looks. She has short hair and wears big earrings. Especially that bitter face, as if someone owed her money. Linny didn't want to look at her and went back to his office. Manager Lin. Just as I was about to go in, I was stopped. Turn around and look. The little fat boy Wang Xiaowei was standing in the corridor, waving and greeting Lin Yi. He walked quickly to Lin Yi. Manager Lin, you are handsome and capable. I am very happy to work under you. Wang Xiaowei started to flatter again. I turned my head inadvertently and saw Sun Xuanyi sitting at her workstation. Manager Lin, who is she? He leaned close to Lin Yi's ear and asked in a low voice. Her name is Sun Xuanyi. Like me, she's also the manager of the security center. Oh. Wang Xiaowei nodded thoughtfully, complaining in his heart. One department, 3 people, 2 leaders. It turns out that he is the only one who actually works. Life will be difficult in the future. Manager Lin, you go ahead and do your work. I'll go say hello to Manager Sunday. As a low-level worker, Wang Xiaowei dared not neglect Sun Xuanyi. Okay, go ahead. Lin Yi already had a premonition of what was going to happen. Standing at the office door and watching the show, Wang Xiaowei happily walked over to say hello. Hello, Manager Sunday. I'm Wang Xiaowei, a safety engineer. Wang Xiaowei greeted Sun Xuanyi with a smile. Sun Xuanyi glanced at Wang Xiaowei without any response and continued to busy herself with her own things. Wang Xiaowei looked a little embarrassed. To ease the atmosphere, Wang Xiaowei mustered up his courage and smiled innocently. Manager Sun, is there anything I can help you with? Sun Xuanyi didn't even bother to raise his head, and replied coldly with 2 words, no. Wang Xiaowei scratched his head awkwardly and returned to Lin Yi. Manager Lin, did I offend Manager Sun? Why does she look unhappy? As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. This was the first time Wang Xiaowei encountered such a situation. It has nothing to do with you. Maybe she's having her period. Lin Yi joked. Well, it's possible. Wang Xiaowei nodded in agreement. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a 4x critical hit, 4,000 yuan has been credited. The system prompt sounded in my ears. Wang Xiaowei stood beside Lin Yi and didn't react much. Did she hear it? Lin Yi looked up and saw Sun Xuanyi staring at him with eyes full of resentment. My ears work pretty well. Is it fun to talk bad about people behind their backs? Chapter 31 Encounter. Sun Xuanyi still had a bitter face, boring. Lin Yi stood at the door of the office and said with a smile, I didn't say it behind your back, I said it to your face. Also, is having your period considered a bad thing? Since I can make money from Sun Xuanyi, I naturally want to make more. It's a farce. Sun Xuanyi turned her head away, ignored Lin Yi, and continued to busy herself with her own things. Manager Lin, what should we do next? As a low-level worker, Wang Xiaowei knows that completing the tasks assigned by his superiors is the most important thing. He couldn't afford to offend Sun Xuanyi, so he had to ask Lin Yi for work assignments. First, summarize all the company's online products. Review the cybersecurity incidents that occurred in the company in recent years and analyze the causes. Lin Yi worked in network security in his previous life, so handling these things was a piece of cake for him. Okay, manager, I'll do it right away. On his first day at work, Wang Xiaowei worked very actively. After explaining the work, Lin Yi entered his office. It's so comfortable to lie on a high-quality sofa. Pick up a book at random and read it carefully. With the doubling of the system's intelligence and combined with his previous life experience, Lin Yi quickly spotted some problems. Turn on your computer and write it down. After a busy day, it's finally time to get off work. Manager Lin, see you tomorrow. Wang Xiaowei picked up his backpack and went home happily. Sun Xuanyi glanced at Lin Yi, then left the office in her high heels. Lin Yi turned off all the lights and power in the office and left the office building. Go straight to a nearby car 4S shop. It's not far, you can walk there. Just left not long ago. Lin Yi. I heard someone calling me from behind. Turning around, I saw that it was Lu Shiyao driving and following behind. Why are you here? Linny stopped. I didn't expect to meet you here. Lu Shiryao turned on the right turn signal and stopped the car on the side of the road. What a coincidence, why are you here? Didn't you go to work? Lu Shiryao didn't know that Linny had changed jobs. The location of his previous company and his current company are one in the south and one in the north, exactly in opposite directions. It's just past the end of get-off work time, Linny shouldn't be here. That's why Lu Shiryao felt strange. Linny explained with a smile, I changed jobs, and the company is nearby. Real? Lu Shiryao was very excited. My company is also nearby. This way, we should be able to meet each other often in the future. That's great. Some time ago, Linny asked Lu Shiryao out several times, but she didn't show up. Now we can meet after get off work, it's convenient and good. Where are you going? Get in the car, I'll take you there. Lu Shiryao opened the car door and let Linny get in. Okay, thank you. Linny didn't hesitate, opened the passenger door, and got in the car. I'm going to the 4S store in front. You want to buy a car? Lu Shiryao was surprised. In the past, Linny only had 200 yuan in pocket money and was extremely poor. It's unexpected that I have enough money to buy a car now. Yes, it's inconvenient to go to work without a car. Linny fastened his seatbelt. What kind of car do you want to buy and what is your budget? Lu Shiryao slowly started the car and drove forward. SUV, around 200,000 yuan. Linny likes SUVs because they have a high chassis and are spacious. I have a friend who's selling a car. I'll take you over to have a look. Linny wants to buy a car, and Lu Shiryao's friend needs performance, so both sides win. Good. In fact, the brand doesn't matter. The price is there, and the model is the most important. 15 minutes later. The car was parked in front of a 4S store. Lu Shiryao picked up her phone, dialed the number, and joked, I'm bringing a client here to buy a car, so hurry out to greet them. Okay, I'll be right there. A hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone. Linny and Lu Shiryao got out of the car. Not long after, a girl with a high ponytail came jogging over. About the same age as Lu Shiryao. Wearing 4S shop work clothes. Let me introduce you. Lu Shiryao pointed at the girl and said, she is my best friend, Yang Tingting. His name is Linny, my college classmate. Hello, I always hear Shiryao mention you and praise you for being handsome. Yang Tingting smiled and extended her hand, seeing you today, you are indeed handsome. Thank you for the compliment. The two shook hands and greeted each other. Okay, since we already know each other, let's go look at the car. Lu Shiryao grabbed Linny's arm with her left hand and held Yang Tingting's hand with her right hand. The three of them walked side by side into the store. Due to the special relationship between the three of them, Yang Tingting did not use any false tactics or false propaganda. Very practical introduction. Linny didn't bargain and directly ordered a black SUV. Landing price, 220,000. With Yang Tingting's hard work, the price was reduced by 5,000 yuan and she was given a 1-year sponsorship as a gift. Since the store had the car in stock, Linny directly swiped his card to pick it up. After completing the formalities, Yang Tingting handed the car to Linny. Shiryao, my dear, thank you for helping me complete the performance. Yang Tingting hugged Lu Shiryao and opened her mouth to kiss her. Don't make trouble, someone is watching. Lu Shiryao stole a glance at Linny and her face immediately turned red. She hurriedly covered Yang Tingting's mouth with her hands. I'm not a man, why should I be shy? Yang Tingting deliberately teased Lu Shiryao. Lu Shiryao pretended to be angry and said, if you continue like this, I won't help you introduce clients. Baby, I was wrong. Next time something good happens, remember me. Yang Tingting cooperated very well, pretending to be scared and begging for mercy. After the two of them had a fight. Let's go and have a meal together. Lu Shiryao invited Yang Tingting to dinner. Yang Tingting knew that Lu Shiryao liked Linny and didn't want to be a third wheel. I have something else to do, you two go ahead. Yang Tingting refused. After greeting Linny, he returned to the store to continue his work. I know a good barbecue place, let's go try it. You helped me save 5,000 yuan, so I have to treat you today. Linny took the initiative to invite Lu Shiryao. Unfortunately, we both drive and can't drink. Lu Shiryao expressed regret. You want to drink? We can call a designated driver. The last time they met, Lu Shiyao went to drink and hired a designated driver. Lu Shiyao shook her head helplessly, forget it. The last time I went out drinking with you, my mom scolded me for several days in a row. I dare not drink anymore. Linny drove in front and led the way, while Lu Shiyao followed behind. Came to the barbecue restaurant that Linny mentioned. In order to have a quiet chat without being disturbed, Linny specially booked a private room. The two ate and chatted until 9:30 in the evening. No, I have to go back quickly. My mother requires me to be home before 10 o'clock in the evening. Seeing the time, Lu Shiyao immediately packed up her things and said, if we don't leave now, it will be too late. I'll take you back. Linny also picked up his things and came out with Lu Shiyao. No, we each have our own car, so we can't send it. Lu Shiyao took out the car keys and opened the door. Don't worry, I haven't drunk any alcohol. I'm fine. Okay, drive slowly and text me when you get home. Linny watched Lu Shiyao's car leave before driving home. After parking the new car downstairs, Linny opened the door and got out. In the dim light, I could vaguely see a familiar figure in the small park not far away. She was having an intimate moment with a man. Chapter 32 Horror Movie. It's almost 10 o'clock in the evening and many people have gone to bed. In addition, the small park was located in a remote area and there were only the two of them in it. Out of curiosity, Linny approached quietly. It turned out to be Su Qinghe. She was sitting on a bench hugging a bald middle-aged man. Just a few days after divorcing Lu Bo, he found a new love. And the bald man looked at least 10 years older than her. He is short, fat and ugly. Judging from his clothes, he doesn't look like a rich man. I don't know what Su Qinghe sees in him. Take out your phone, turn on night mode, take a photo and keep it as evidence. Seeing the increasingly disgusting scene between the two, Linny hurried away, wanting to vomit. Go back upstairs. The lights in the living room were off. The doors of Li Guilan and Su Qingshue's rooms were closed and there was no sound from inside. They must have been asleep. After Linny finished washing up, Su Qinghe had not returned yet. I don't know how long I will continue to fool around with the bald guy. Linny turned off the lights and went to sleep. The next morning, Linny got up and washed up, but the kitchen was empty and no one was making breakfast. Li Guilan was helping Su Qinghe pack her things. Su Qingshue's door was open, but there was no one inside. She must have gotten up early and left for work. Seeing Linny coming out, Su Qinghe proudly showed off her suitcase and said, I've moved out. I don't have to cook for you anymore. Linny took out his phone and opened the photo. Go find the bald guy? When did you take this photo? Su Qinghe tried to grab the phone, but was pushed away by Linny. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a 5x critical hit, 5,000 yuan has been credited. Such a big emotional reaction. It seems that she also knows shame. Whatever, I don't care. Su Qinghe said she didn't care, but she stuffed the clothes into the suitcase roughly with her hands. He seems very angry. Seeing her beloved daughter being bullied, Li Guilan rushed to defend her. Qinghe found a good person, at least better than you. The mother and daughter are both stubborn. Linny took out the photo again and showed it to Li Guilan. Are you blind? He is indeed better than me. He is older, shorter, uglier, and bald. I didn't expect your daughter to have such a strong taste. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a 7x critical hit, 7,000 yuan has been credited. Hearing the system prompt, Linny nodded with satisfaction. I spent a lot of money on a car yesterday and need to get it back as soon as possible. However, Li Guilan really dotes on Su Qinghe. Linny just said that the person she found was not good enough, and it reached a 7-fold critical hit. I guess Su Qinghe is her weak spot. Li Guilan was unable to refute, so she lowered her head to pack her things without saying a word. Liang, are you dressed? Su Qinghe was so angry that she yelled into the house, come on, mom will take you to find your godfather. Liang rubbed his eyes and came out of the room, obviously having just woken up. The clothes on his body were askew and untidy, and 2 buttons were buttoned incorrectly. That's it, let's go. Su Qinghe didn't want to stay here any longer, so she walked out holding Liang in her left hand and the suitcase in her right hand. Don't worry, I'll take you there. Li Guilan changed her shoes and jogged to catch up. The room immediately became quiet. After Linny finished washing up, he drove to the gate of the community, bought breakfast, and went to work. Good morning, Manager Lin. Start by entering the office building. The security guard at the door, the front desk lady, and the directors and managers of various departments who had met yesterday all took the initiative to greet Lin Yi. Even some people who had never met me took the initiative to come forward and say hello. Yesterday, Lu Changsheng specially took Lin Yi to various departments to familiarize himself with the environment, and the effect has been achieved. And the effect is very good. Go upstairs to the security center. Good morning, Manager Lin. The fat boy Wang Xiaowei arrived first, carrying a cup of coffee, and walked up to Lin Yi. Hot coffee, refreshing, try it. Lin Yi turned his head and saw 2 cups of coffee on Wang Xiaowei's table. The extra cup must have been bought for Sun Xuani. The young man is quite worldly wise and knows how to buy things and please his superiors. Thanks. Lin Yi took the coffee with a smile and said, "This won't happen again. Don't buy it again." In fact, Lin Yi doesn't like this kind of bad workplace habit. We are all workers, just with different functions. There is no distinction between high and low, so there is no need to do this. Hey, okay. Wang Xiaowei was very happy to see Lin Yi accept the coffee he bought and express his thoughtfulness. At this time, Sun Xuani walked in with a bag. Just like yesterday, she had a sullen face, as if others owed her a lot of money. Wang Xiaowei was scared when he saw Sun Xuani's bitter face. He returned to his workstation and after much hesitation, he finally picked up the cup of hot coffee. He mustered up his courage, raised the corners of his mouth into a smile, and walked to Sun Xuani's side. "Manager Sun, this cup of hot coffee tastes good. Please try it." Wang Xiaowei carefully placed the hot coffee on Sun Xuani's desk. Sun Xuani didn't look up at Wang Xiaowei, but just glanced at the coffee on the table. "Sorry, I like iced American coffee and I'm not used to drinking hot coffee. Take it away," Sun Xuani said coldly. The smile on Wang Xiaowei's face disappeared instantly and he stood there in a daze. You can see it's extremely embarrassing. He didn't expect Sun Xuani to be so unkind. "If she doesn't drink, I will." Lin Yi walked over with a smile, picked up the hot coffee on the table, took a sip, and said, "It tastes really good." After saying that, he put his arm around Wang Xiaowei's shoulders and said, "Come on, I'll arrange your tasks for today." The two entered Lin Yi's office. "Manager Lin, thank you." Wang Xiaowei was not stupid. He could see that Lin Yi was trying to help him out and ease the embarrassment. "It's okay. Don't try to please others in the future." Lin Yi patiently told Wang Xiaowei, "When you come to work, just do your job well. As for other things, don't worry about it." "Yeah, I understand." Wang Xiaowei stood in front of Lin Yi like a wrong child. "Okay, get busy." Lin Yi deliberately drove Wang Xiaowei away, leaving him alone outside to calm down and think things through. After Wang Xiaowei left, Lin Yi continued to check all the company's products and found safety issues. "It's Friday, time to get off work. Brother Lin, have a nice weekend. I'm leaving first." Wang Xiaowei put on his backpack, greeted Lin Yi warmly, and left happily. After spending a few days together, Wang Xiaowei discovered that Lin Yi was easygoing, had no airs of a leader, and was very easy to get along with. The two get along like brothers and have a very good relationship. From the previous manager Lin to brother Lin. As for Sun Xuani, Wang Xiaowei no longer paid any attention to her. "I have a sullen face all day long, and I don't know who I'm showing it to. Okay, bye." After Lin Yi packed up his things, he turned off the lights and door in the office and left the company. Only Sun Xuani was left, and no one knew what she was busy with her head down. Walked downstairs to the company's office building. Lin Yi. Lu Shiyao, wearing a white corset dress, got out of the car and walked over happily. She knew the address of Lin Yi's company and waited here on purpose. "You look so beautiful today." From her makeup to her clothes, Lu Shiyao was dressed very delicately, like a princess. Lin Yi looked Lu Shiyao up and down and couldn't help but praise her. "Thanks." Lu Shiyao lifted up her skirt and turned around in place, specifically to show Lin Yi. "Let's go eat first, then watch a movie." The two of them made an appointment yesterday to go to the movies after get off work today. There is a very popular horror movie recently with good reputation. Lu Shiyao wants to watch it. But she was timid and didn't dare to watch it alone. I had no choice but to ask Lin Yi for help. Chapter 33 Sister-in-Law. Lin Yi agreed immediately without saying a word. Go to the movies with a beautiful woman, no matter what kind of movie it is, I don't care. Because it is a horror film, it is played later. The two decided to eat first. Wait until the time comes and go watch it. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the two arrived at the cinema. This is a horror movie, the earliest one. The next one is at 8:30. The whole movie was 90 minutes long, and it was 10 o'clock sharp when the show ended. Lu Shiryao couldn't get home before 10 o'clock. There is not enough time. Therefore, the two could only watch the earliest one. After checking their tickets, the two sat down next to each other according to their seat numbers. Linny booked the ticket online in advance, and the seat was particularly good, right in the middle. Linny, are you really not afraid? Lu Shiryao started to get nervous before the movie even started. Movies are all fake, what are you afraid of? Linny smiled and comforted Lu Shiryao. Lu Shiryao nodded seriously, you're right, I'm not afraid either. The video starts playing. All the lights in the cinema were turned off and it became completely dark. Everyone stared at the movie screen. Suddenly, a bloody mouth seemed to burst out from the screen. Ah! In the cinema, continuous screams immediately rang out. Lu Shiryao hugged Lin Yi's arm tightly with both hands and leaned on him. Close your eyes and shout with everyone. Lin Yi turned his head and stared at Lu Shiryao's trembling body, echoing the words, she's both naive and playful. Horror movie, good reputation. What does it represent? It means it's really scary. Otherwise, there will definitely be a flood of negative reviews and it won't become popular. Lin Yi, are you over? Lu Shiryao closed her eyes and asked Lin Yi in a low voice whether the horrific scene just now had passed. She really didn't dare to look. Yes, that's enough. Lin Yi asked Lu Shiryao to open her eyes. When Lu Shiryao saw the screen return to normal, she let go awkwardly and sat up straight. I'm sorry. It's okay, do you want to continue watching? Lin Yi thought, if you don't dare to watch it, just change to another movie, there is no need to suffer here. Look. I can do it. Lu Shiryao clenched her fists and cheered herself up. I trust you. Lin Yi nodded seriously. Suddenly, a terrifying ghost face appeared. Ah! Lu Shiryao hugged Lin Yi's arms again, curled up her legs on the seat, and trembled with fear. Sure enough, the result was the same. Fear is fear, and it is difficult to change in a short period of time. Lin Yi patted Lu Shiryao's shoulder and said, it's okay. You can open your eyes and continue watching. The entire movie was 90 minutes long, and Lu Shiryao closed her eyes for at least 45 minutes. Especially the final climax, with the terrifying scenes and sound effects, Lu Shiryao was so scared that she went straight into Lin Yi's arms. Not only did she close her eyes, she also covered her ears. Her originally petite body shrank into a ball and stuck to Lin Yi. Shaking non-stop. Lin Yi put his arm around Lu Shiryao's neck and patted her back gently. Don't worry, it's okay. I'm here. The lights come on. The movie is over. The audience left one after another. Lu Shiryao was still curled up in Lin Yi's arms, not daring to open her eyes. Lin Yi accompanied her quietly. It wasn't until the second show started to attract audiences that Lu Shiryao recovered. Excuse me. Lu Shiryao tidied her hair and clothes and stood up from her chair. My legs felt weak and I didn't dare move for fear of falling. Lin Yi took out a tissue and handed it to Lu Shiryao, wiped the sweat off. Thanks. Lu Shiryao's cheeks and body were covered in sweat, and she was very scared. I'll help you walk. Seeing that Lu Shiryao was not in good condition, Lin Yi stretched out his arm and asked Lu Shiryao to support him. The two slowly walked out of the cinema. Lu Shiryao raised her wrist to check the time. Oh no, I have to leave quickly. Because we were delayed inside for half a day, it was already 9:45 in the evening. Recalling the way her mother Zhang Lan scolded her, Lu Shiryao immediately felt energized and returned to normal. She ran quickly towards the car. Lin Yi had no choice but to follow behind. It seems that Lu Shiryao's mother is scarier than a horror movie. Can you do it on your own? I'll take you back. Worried that Lu Shiryao had just recovered and it was unsafe for her to drive, Lin Yi wanted to take her back. No, I'm fine. Lu Shiryao insisted on driving herself. Coming home late is a big mistake. In case her mother found out again, the strange man sent Lu Shiryao back. Making matters worse. She was not going to have a good time tonight, or even for the next week. After watching Lu Shiryao leave, Lin Yi drove home. Go downstairs and park the car. From a distance, I saw Li Guilan still in the small park, chatting with her old sisters. There is something wrong with you if you don't sleep at night and chat outside. Linny opened the door and entered the living room. The TV was on and an entertainment variety show was playing. There are shower sounds in the bathroom. Su Qingxue is in there? Su Qingha and the children have moved out, and Li Guilan is chatting outside. It's a rare opportunity for the two of them to be alone. Su Qingxue goes out early and comes back late every day, so it is not easy to meet her. Linny wanted to go in and tease her. Anyway, they are a legal couple, just taking a shower together, no big deal. Linny quickly took off his clothes and walked into the bathroom. Su Qingxue's bath towel was hanging at the door, and Su Qingxue's slippers were on the floor. Linny pulled open the shower curtain and rushed in. "Ah, get out!" A shrill scream echoed in the bathroom. Linny was naked, standing there in a daze. Looking at Su Qingxue carefully from head to toe, something seemed to be wrong. The model is small. Skin is more supple. Still looking? Get out of here! Su Qingxue pushed Linny out with force. When he heard the word get out, Linny couldn't bear it anymore. "This is my house, get out!" Linny pulled Su Qingxue out, closed the curtain, and took a bath inside. "Asshole, I'm not done yet." Su Qingxue, who was covered in foam, was so angry that she stomped her feet outside. Linny was washing inside while recalling what had just happened. Wrong model, wrong skin, wrong sound. ISNT at Su Qingxue? Linny opened the shower curtain again to confirm. "You rascal, you still dared to look." Su Qingxue didn't care about the foam on her body and hurriedly wrapped herself with a bath towel. "You are Su Qing, you?" Linny wasn't sure. Su Qingyue is the third child in the Su family and the younger sister of Su Qingxue. She is a college student and is a senior this year. Although the two sisters are a few years apart in age, they look very similar, just like twins. If you don't look carefully, you can't tell at all. The only difference is that Su Qingxue has a better figure than Su Qingyue. Outsiders don't know, but Linny knows. He once happened to see the two of them performing an underwear show. You know that and you're still watching? I'll definitely tell my sister and let her deal with you. Su Qingyue pouted, and her face was surging with anger. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a 7x critical hit, 7,000 yuan has been credited. Linny straightened his back, spread his legs, opened his arms, and displayed his perfect body in front of Su Qingyue. "Now, you've seen mine, and we owe each other nothing." With the help of the system, Lin Yi's physique is definitely the best among men. Shameless. Close the shower curtain. Can my body be the same as yours? Su Qingyue blushed and quickly covered her eyes with her hands. However, Linny noticed that a small gap appeared between Su Qingyue's index finger and middle finger. She must have been unable to resist the temptation and was peeking. Chapter 34 Living Expenses. If it were a normal woman, she would have left the bathroom long ago and ran outside to avoid suspicion. Instead of two people facing each other and chatting. "Aren't you in school? Why are you back?" Since she didn't leave, Linny asked the doubts in his heart. "It's Friday today. I can come back for the weekend, okay?" Su Qingyue didn't realize anything was wrong at all. She stood there and talked to Linny normally. Suddenly, someone outside opened the door with a key. "It's bad." Su Qingyue was so scared that she ran out quickly. It turned out that she knew this was not the place to chat. Especially Linny, who opened the shower curtain and chatted while taking a shower. There is no reservation about Su Qingyue. "Qingyue, why is there still foam on your hair and body?" Li Guilan saw Su Qingyue's expression and couldn't help but nag, "You're so old, but you can't even take a bath. Hurry in and rush in." Li Guilan pushed Su Qingyue into the bathroom. Su Qingyue didn't want to go in again, so she hurriedly reminded her, "Mom, there's someone inside." "Who? Qingxue is back?" Li Guilan wanted to go in and take a look, but was stopped by Su Qingyue. "It's not second sister." "Linny?" Li Guilan's anger was visibly rising as she angrily asked, "He kicked you out?" Su Qingyue nodded slightly, not daring to describe the specific details. If Li Guilan knew the details, she would definitely be scolded. That's outrageous. Even showering has to follow a first come, first served basis. That's so unreasonable. Li Guilan was just angry and didn't think too deeply about it. At this time, Su Qingxue came back from outside. "Sister, did you work overtime today? Are you back so late?" Su Qingyue had the best relationship with Su Qingxue, so she hurried over with a smile to say hello. Su Qingxue looked a little tired and nodded with a smile. Unintentionally seeing the foam on Su Qingyue's body, why didn't you wash it clean? It's all Lin Yi's fault. Li Guilan complained to Su Qingxue. Qingyue was just halfway through washing when Lin Yi crushed her out. She spoke so realistically that it seemed as if she were there. Yeah. Based on Su Qingxue's understanding of Lin Yi, she didn't think he could do such a thing. Forget it, second sister. Actually, I've already washed it, but I was in a hurry and didn't rinse it thoroughly. Su Qingyue was worried that Su Qingxue would come after Lin Yi to settle the score. If Lin Yi lets everything out, she will be extremely embarrassed. Okay, since it's nothing serious, forget it. Su Qingxue was very tired and didn't want to argue with Lin Yi in the middle of the night. Come, let me help you clean it with a towel. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's sleep together tonight. That's great. I miss my second sister too. The two sisters walked into the house hand in hand. Li Guilan glared angrily towards the bathroom, feeling depressed, and went back to her room. Su Qingyue didn't care, and she was too lazy to care. When Lin Yi came out of the shower, there was no one in the living room. The next day, Saturday. Lin Yi slept until he woke up naturally. When I came out of the room, there was no one outside. The doors of Li Guilan and Su Qingxue's rooms were open, and the three of them were nowhere to be seen. Until 5 p.m. The three of them came back from outside carrying large and small bags. There are clothes, snacks, vegetables, and fruits. There are a lot of things. The three of them must have gone out shopping and purchasing. After packing up, Li Guilan and Su Qingxue went to the kitchen to cook. It's rare for Su Qingyue to come back, and we can't eat out for 3 meals a day. Lin Yi sat on the sofa and read a novel. Su Qingyue changed into loose pajamas and sat on the sofa, slowly moving towards Lin Yi. Brother-in-law, are you busy? Looking at the malicious smile on Su Qingyue's face, it must be something bad. Because Su Qingxue looked down on Lin Yi, the whole family disrespected Lin Yi. Although Lin Yi is nominally Su Qingyue's brother-in-law, when they meet, Su Qingyue calls him Lin Yi by his full name. I only call him brother-in-law when I need a favor. Most likely, money. Su Qingyue goes to college, and the annual tuition and living expenses are quite a lot of money. Li Guilan is lazy and likes to eat. She spends all day dancing square dance and chatting with old sisters. She doesn't make any money. Su Qingxue's monthly salary of 3,000 yuan is not enough to pay off her debts, so she has no time to take care of Su Qingyue. As for Su Qinghe, he was extremely selfish and never spent a penny on Su Qingyue. Because of this reason, Su Qingyue had a conflict with the eldest brother Su Qinghe and stopped talking to each other. Ever since Lin Yi married Su Qingxue, all of her college expenses have been paid by Lin Yi. I guess he has spent all the living expenses I gave him last time, so he came back to ask for it. Brother-in-law, have you been busy with work recently? Are you tired? Su Qingyue called him brother-in-law all the time, and her voice was very sweet. It seems that the living expenses this time are definitely not small. Su Qingyue pulled off a banana and helped Lin Yi peel it. Brother-in-law, come and eat a banana. Lin Yi took the banana and said with a smile, you can eat the banana, but I don't have any money. Su Qingyue was not surprised at all. Because she knew that Lin Yi would hand over all his salary and royalties from writing novels to Su Qingxue every month. There are only 200 yuan left in the card. I know you don't have any money. Ask your friends or colleagues to lend you some. Lin Yi was speechless, looking at Su Qingyue's nonchalant expression. Listen, are you talking like a human being? Why should I lend you money? Because you are my dear brother-in-law. Su Qingyue came over with a smile. In order to get living expenses, she would say anything. Lin Yi pushed her aside and said, don't try that. If your sister doesn't let me touch her, I can't be your brother-in-law. Su Qingyue didn't give up and came closer again. At least legally, in the eyes of outsiders, you are my brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, please help me borrow some living expenses. Su Qingyue pulled Lin Yi's arm, blinked her big watery eyes, and acted coquettishly and cutely. How much do you want? Lin Yi was very curious about how much money it would cost for her to work so hard to ask for help. Su Qingyue stretched out a finger, 10,000. Get out of the way, no. Lin Yi pushed Su Qingyue away again and said, go ask your sister for it. Lin Yi, don't be ungrateful. When she didn't get the money, Su Qingyue immediately changed her expression. Even the name has changed. If my sister gave me money, would I have to beg you so humbly? Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a 4x critical hit, 4,000 yuan has been credited. Su Qingyue's return was not in vain, as another sum of money came into the account. While shopping outside today, Su Qingyue begged Su Qingxue for a long time. Su Qingxue only had 2 words, no money. Let her figure it out on her own. Su Qingxue really had no money, she had just paid off a debt. I only have 1,000 yuan left for daily expenses. Su Qingyue had no choice but to ask Lin Yi for money. You're a senior this year. It would be great if you could find an internship at a company or work part-time and earn money on your own. Considering Su Qingyue's status as a college student, Lin Yi, as a person who has experienced it, is willing to give some advice. Part-time jobs are too tiring. During internships, I'm supervised by my boss and have no freedom. I'm about to graduate from college, and I want to have another go while there's still time. Su Qingyue took her lazy and gluttonous nature for granted. Lin Yi, are you going to give me the money or not? Su Qingyue stood up and glared at Lin Yi angrily. Lin Yi crossed his legs and said with a smile, I can give you the money. Brother-in-law, you are the best to me. When she heard about giving money, Su Qingyue's expression immediately changed back to her flattering smile. Sitting next to Lin Yi, he picked up an orange, peeled it, and showed his courtesy. But I have a condition. Chapter 35 Deal. Lin Yi is not the original owner. It is impossible for him to take away 10,000 yuan by just saying a few nice words. Brother-in-law, you say. Su Qingyue smiled and handed the peeled orange to Lin Yi. Tonight, no matter what method you use, send your sister to my room. Let me be your real brother-in-law, and I'll give you the money right away. Lin Yi stated his conditions. No. Su Qingyue refused without a second thought, that's my biological sister. She's very kind to me. I would never hurt her. 20,000. Lin Yi stretched out 2 fingers. We are sisters with a deep bond. Don't try to seduce me with money. 30,000. Brother-in-law, I can't. 50,000. Su Qingyue hesitated for only a second before high-fiving Lin Yi. Deal. Money makes the world go round, and this saying really works. You sold out your own sister for 50,000 yuan? Lin Yi looked at his lazy, greedy, and stupid sister-in-law with a teasing look. Brother-in-law, you and my sister are a legal couple, and we have been married for many years. You should have been together a long time ago. I don't call this betrayal, I should call it fulfillment. Su Qingyue is so shameless. He said this without blushing. Lin Yi gave Su Qingyue a thumbs up and said, as expected of a college student, your choice of words is accurate. Thank you, brother-in-law. Su Qingyue was very proud of the 50,000 yuan she was about to get. Not long after, the meal was ready. Li Guilan and Su Qingxue came out of the kitchen. Brother-in-law, go eat. Worried that she would make Lin Yi angry and regret not giving him the money, Su Qingyue followed him happily. Pouring water, holding chopsticks, the service is very thoughtful. Qingyue, what's wrong with you? Li Guilan was very unhappy to see her beloved daughter enthusiastically serving Lin Yi. Mom, don't worry about it. The two reached a private agreement not to let Li Guilan know. Su Qingyue advised Li Guilan not to meddle in other people's business and just concentrate on eating. Qingyue, do you have something on Lin Yi? Su Qingxue suspected that Lin Yi was using something to threaten Su Qingyue. That was why Su Qingyue was so nice to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, I'm warning you, if you dare to harm Qingyue, I won't let you go. Although the two are only a few years apart in age, Su Qingxue fully assumes the responsibilities of an older sister. From childhood to adulthood, protect her and care for her. I don't want Su Qingyue to suffer any injustice. Lin Yi ignored Su Qingxue and thought to himself, your beloved sister will soon backstab you. When that happens, I'll see how you cry. Sister, you're worried too much. My brother-in-law is very good to me. For the sake of money, Su Qingyue took the initiative to help Lin Yi out. After saying that, he went to the wine cabinet and took down a bottle of red wine and beer. Hand the beer to Lin Yi. The two sisters drank red wine. Sister, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's have a drink together to celebrate. Su Qingyue opened the red wine skillfully. Regardless of whether Su Qingxue agreed or not, he filled the red wine glass and placed it in front of Su Qingxue. Xingyue, there's too much wine. I can't drink it. Su Qingxue rarely drinks and has a very poor alcohol tolerance. Sister, it's okay, let's drink slowly. Su Qingxue also filled her own glass. Raising the red wine glass, sister, let's have a drink. Good. The two clinked glasses. Su Qingxue was honest and took a big sip. Su Qingxue just pursed her lips. Xingyue, pour me some. Seeing Su Qingxue and Su Qingxue drinking red wine, Li Guilan felt greedy and wanted to drink too. Mom, you're old. Drinking is bad for your health. Eat more vegetables. Su Qingxue was worried that a bottle of red wine would not be enough to get Su Qingxue drunk, so she was reluctant to let Li Guilan drink it. Fart. Drinking red wine in moderation is good for your health. Although Li Guilan is old, she often chats outside and knows a lot of things. Unable to persuade Li Guilan, Su Qingxue had no choice but to pour some for Li Guilan as well. No, too little. Li Guilan disliked Su Qingxue for not pouring enough. If you want to drink, drink. If you don't want to drink, forget it. Su Qingxue hid the bottle of red wine and didn't let Li Guilan drink it. You're such a stingy bastard. Li Guilan was so angry that she poked Su Qingxue on the forehead with her finger. Soon, Linny had eaten and drunk his fill and sat down to watch the show. Qingxue, I can't drink anymore. Su Qingxue covered the rim of the cup with her hand to prevent Su Qingxue from pouring the wine. Su Qingxue's fair cheeks turned red and her speech became unclear. Obviously drunk. Second sister, I'm leaving tomorrow. Can you drink with me? Su Qingxue snatched the wine glass from Su Qingxue and filled it up again. It's too much. I really can't drink it. Su Qingxue looked at the full glass of red wine and frowned worriedly. It's okay, second sister, just drink as much as you can. Su Qingxue coaxed Su Qingxue to continue drinking. Qingxue, it's getting late, you two should stop drinking. Li Guilan was not concerned about the two of them, but she wanted to sleep. Mom, go to sleep. I'll talk to my second sister for a while. Su Qingxue took the opportunity to drive Li Guilan away. Second sister, I toast to you. Su Qingxue raised her glass and invited Su Qingxue to drink. No, if I drink anymore, I'll get drunk. Su Qingxue covered her temple with her right hand and kept shaking her head. You're at home, there's nothing to be afraid of if you get drunk. Just lie down and go to sleep. Come on, have another sip. Come again. Su Qingxue kept urging him to drink. She may not have any other skills, but she is good at persuading people to drink. I must have gone out drinking a lot at school. After washing up, Linny returned to his room. Wait for Su Qingxue to bring Su Qingxue in. Dining room. Su Qingxue was so drunk that she lay on the table and couldn't stand up. He also started to lose consciousness. Second sister? Su Qinghe patted Su Qingxue's shoulder to see her reaction. Su Qingxue was so drunk that she couldn't speak clearly. Second sister, come on, I'll take you back to your room to sleep. Su Qingxue put Su Qingxue's arm on her shoulder. He used both hands to help Su Qingxue up. Let's go to bed. Su Qingxue supported Su Qingxue and walked towards Lin Yi's room step by step. At this moment, the only thing in her mind was the 50,000 yuan that was about to come. He never considered what would happen to his sister. Lin Yi was lying on the bed looking at his phone. Looking up, I saw Su Qingxue being supported in by Su Qingxue. Lin Yi lay on the bed and did nothing. Let Su Qingxue put Su Qingxue next to her. Good night, brother-in-law. Su Qingxue made an okay gesture and considerately closed the door from the outside. At this moment, there were only Lin Yi and Su Qingxue in the room. Lin Yi turned sideways and looked at Su Qingxue, who was lying beside him. At this moment, she has no image at all. Reeking of alcohol. Spread out on the bed. A loose nightgown, twisted into a rope and hung around the waist, revealing the pink underwear underneath. Looking up again, the spring scenery is equally endless. Very tempting. Su Qingxue kept mumbling, and it was unclear what she was saying. Lin Yi pushed Su Qingxue with his hand. She was drunk as a pile of mud, lying on the bed, without strength to move. Lin Yi turned off the bedroom light. With the help of the faint moonlight outside the window, Su Qingxue on the bed added a hazy beauty. In this situation, Lin Yi can do whatever he wants. Su Qingxue had no ability to resist. Linny raised his hand and reached out to Su Qingxue. Chapter 36 Chain Reaction. Lin Yi's hand passed over Su Qingxue's body, pulled the quilt next to her and covered her with it. What Lin Yi wants is a Su Qingxue who is conscious and acts normally. Not a drunkard who is unconscious. Lin Yi wasn't interested. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Sunday, morning. As usual, Lin Yi slept until he woke up naturally. In my dream, I felt a soft hand touching my body. Open your eyes and look to the side. Su Qingxue also opened her eyes and looked over here. Their eyes met. Ah! A shrill scream echoed throughout the room. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering an 8x critical hit, 80,000 yuan has been credited. Why are you in my room? Get out of here. Su Qingxue was so scared that she quickly hugged the quilt to cover her body. She tried hard to recall what happened last night. I have a headache and can't remember. I was too drunk last night and lost my memory. My mind is completely blank. I only remember drinking with Su Qingxue. She doesn't remember anything that happened afterwards. Su Qingxue blocked Lin Yi's sight with a quilt and looked down. Only after confirming that her pajamas were intact and that there was nothing wrong with her body did she relax a little. Did you hear that? Get out now. Seeing Lin Yi lying motionless, Su Qingxue urged him again in a harsh voice. Lin Yi raised his hand, letting Su Qingxue look at the surroundings, and said with a smile, "Look carefully, this is my room." Impossible. Su Qingxue didn't believe that she would enter Lin Yi's room. Enduring the pain in her head, Su Qingxue looked up and around. It was indeed Lin Yi's room. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Su Qingxue's face. Why am I in your room? Su Qingxue's mind was blank. She couldn't remember what happened last night and could only ask Lin Yi. Before Lin Yi could answer, Li Guilan rushed in from outside. Early in the morning, when Li Guilan saw Su Qingxue and Lin Yi sharing a room and a bed, she felt like the sky was falling. Qingxue, what are you doing? Li Guilan doesn't care about Su Qingxue. She was just worried that if Su Qingxue lost her virginity, she would lose an important advantage if she wanted to find a powerful and wealthy man. Mom, I don't know. I was drunk last night and I don't remember anything. Worried that Li Guilan would be angry, Su Qingxue hurried to explain. Lin Yi. Li Guilan walked up to Lin Yi angrily and said, "It must be you. You took Qingxue to your room while she was drunk. I'm going to fight you. Losing her cash cow would be worse than killing her." Li Guilan stuck her head out and rammed Lin Yi with all her might. Mom, don't be impulsive. Su Qingxue didn't care about her disheveled clothes and hurried forward to stop Li Guilan. I'm fine. Lin Yi didn't do anything to me. Impossible. Li Guilan didn't believe it. Lin Yi has been coveting Su Qingxue for a long time. How could he let go of such a rare opportunity? Su Qingxue heard a quarrel in the room and rushed in. Mom, what are you doing? Qingxue, your sister's innocence is gone, woo-woo. Li Guilan sat on the ground and cried to Su Qingxue, crying so sadly. Mom, I'm really fine. Su Qingxue squatted on the ground and comforted Li Guilan. At the same time, he looked at Su Qingxue. Qingxue, why am I in Lin Yi's room? We drank last night, and at the end, only Su Qingxue and Su Qingxue were left at the table. Su Qingxue must know best what happened next. Moreover, they were clearly drinking together but sleeping in different rooms. Abnormal. Su Qingxue is not good at lying and speaks hesitantly. Her eyes were wandering, and she felt guilty, not daring to look Su Qingxue in the eye. He looked up at Lin Yi in the distance and said softly, I don't know. Yes, you must be drunk too, you don't remember. Su Qingxue had no doubts about Su Qingxue. She couldn't believe that the sister she had loved for many years would deceive her. No. After calming down, Li Guilan stood up. He took Su Qingxue's hand and said, let's go to court and sue him. Mom, I'm really fine. Although Su Qingxue didn't like Lin Yi, she didn't want to take the case to court. After all, Lin Yi really helped her when she was in the most difficult time. No matter if there is anything wrong or not, we must sue him. Li Guilan was firm. If there's a first time, there will be a second time. It's very dangerous for you to stay here. Just take this opportunity to divorce him. When Su Qingxue heard the word divorce, she was stunned. Although I really wanted to divorce Lin Yi, I never thought it would happen so soon. And the timing is wrong. Mom, since my second sister said it's okay, forget it. Su Qingyue didn't want to make a big deal out of it. If she really makes Linny angry, her 50,000 yuan living expenses will definitely be gone. It's okay not to go to court. Li Guilan turned to look at Linny and said, "Give me 100,000 yuan. Are you crazy about money?" No. Even if Lin Yi had money, he wouldn't give it to her. Good. Li Guilan took Su Qingxue and Su Qingyue's hands and said, "Let's go to the court together. Qingxue, you sue him for rape. Qingyue and I will be your witnesses." Mom. Su Qingxue and Su Qingyue were unwilling to go, and were dragged out by Li Guilan. Linny calmly took out his phone, opened an audio message, and said with a smile, "If you sue me, your daughter won't be able to escape." The conversation between Linny and Su Qingyue was heard in the audio. "Tonight, no matter what method you use, send your sister to my room. Let me become your real brother-in-law, and I'll give you the money right away. Make a deal. You sold out your own sister for 50,000 yuan? I don't call this betrayal, I should call it fulfillment." After hearing the recording, Su Qingyue's face turned extremely ugly. She raised her hand and pointed at Linny angrily, "Despicable. You actually recorded it?" Linny was not angry, and lay on the bed leisurely. "Of course I have to keep evidence. To guard against people like your mother. Besides." Linny paused, then looked at Su Qingyue with a smile, "You have no right to criticize me. For 50,000 yuan, you betrayed your own sister. You are even more despicable than me. You." Su Qingyue was speechless after being confronted. She turned to look at Su Qingxue beside her, feeling guilty and not knowing how to explain. "Second sister, I'm sorry, I was wrong." Su Qingyue cried and apologized to Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue looked depressed and stared blankly at Su Qingyue. She didn't want to believe her ears. Why? At this moment, Su Qingxue's faith collapsed. She never imagined that her new sister, whom she had always cared for and loved, would sell herself out for money. "Oh, it's only 50,000. Qingyue, you are confused." Li Guilan was also very angry with Su Qingyue. "With your second sister's looks and figure, she's worth at least 500,000, maybe 1 million. Su Qingxue didn't expect Li Guilan to say such a thing. "Mom, what do you think of me? A tool to make money?" Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a 9x critical hit, 90,000 yuan has been credited. The system prompt sounded in Lin Yi's ears. A recording caused a chain reaction, which was also blamed on Lin Yi. An unexpected gain. Unfortunately, I was just a little bit away from reaching level 10 and triggering the system's mysterious reward. Li Guilan realized that she had said the wrong thing and hurriedly explained, "Qingxue, Mom didn't mean that. I was praising you. It's all your fault, you're greedy." Li Guilan poked Su Qingyue on the forehead with her hand. "Direct the conflict towards her. Blame me?" With the atmosphere set to this point, Su Qingyue no longer had any concerns. Chapter 37 Mysterious Toolkit. Su Qingyue believes that she should not blame herself for all the mistakes. "Mom, didn't you agree to my second sister marrying Linny just for the 500,000 yuan? After scolding Li Guilan, he turned to look at Su Qingxue, "Second sister, although Linny is not a good person, he is willing to spend 500,000 to marry you and face it with you, knowing that our father's medical expenses are a bottomless pit and the family has a lot of foreign debts. With this kind of infatuation, no other man can compare to it. Later, seeing that you were worried about money, I sold my parents' house and raised money for you from friends and relatives. Is it appropriate that someone is truly devoted to you and you won't even let them touch you?" Su Qingyue blurted out her true feelings. "I admit, it was wrong of me to get you drunk and give you to Linny just for money. But you two are a legal couple, sleeping together, so what? Shouldn't it be?" After Su Qingyue finished speaking, the whole room immediately became quiet. Li Guilan and Su Qingxue stood there in silence. Su Qingyue's words made sense, and the two of them couldn't refute it. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a 10x critical hit, 10,000 yuan has been credited. Linny looked at Su Qingyue in surprise. This little girl is usually lazy and likes to eat, but unexpectedly she has a positive outlook on life and actually speaks up for herself. The most important thing is that on the second day after she came back, she achieved a 10x critical hit rate, triggering a mysterious reward. Linny is looking forward to what he can get this time. Ding, congratulations to the host for reaching the highest level 10, triggering the system's hidden function. Randomly get a mysterious reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the top hacker toolkit. The toolkit is placed in the host's backpack in the form of a USB flash drive. Please check it. Linny ignored the mother and daughter, took the backpack and opened it. There was a new black USB drive inside. All of you get out. I need to get busy with work. Linny drove the mother, daughter, and 3 others out. Turn on the computer and plug in the USB drive. Antivirus software, network firewalls, Trojan and virus seeds, etc., all kinds of software and gadgets are available. Among them, the network firewall node can resist any Trojan and virus attacks. Notes on Trojan and virus seeds, which can break through any firewall and invade the network. Linny was very curious, if the two were put together, which one would be more powerful. After putting away the USB drive, Linny walked out of the room. With tears in her eyes, Su Qingyue carried a suitcase and clamored to go back to school. Li Guilan felt sorry for Su Qingyue and held her back, insisting she finish her meal before leaving. Su Qingyue is cooking in the kitchen. It seems that Li Guilan and Su Qingyue have forgiven Su Qingyue. Only Su Qingyue was in a bad mood. Qingyue, come out quickly and stop Qingyue. Li Guilan is old and can't stop Su Qingyue at all. Su Qingyue came out wearing an apron and snatched the suitcase from Su Qingyue's hand. Stop making trouble. Let's eat first before we leave. I don't have time to eat. I have to go back to work and earn a living. Su Qingyue pouted and deliberately got angry with Su Qingyue. Brother-in-law is right, it's better to rely on yourself than on others. I want to make money with my own ability. When I came back this time, I didn't get any living expenses and only had a little over 100 yuan left. Su Qingyue didn't know what to do next. Looking at Su Qingyue's pitiful appearance, Su Qingyue had already forgotten the unpleasantness that had just happened. Well, I'll transfer 500 to you first, and I'll find a way to get the rest of the money. Su Qingyue squeezed out 500 yuan from the originally planned expenses. All right. It's better to have something than nothing. If you spend frugally, these 500 yuan will be enough for half a month. You, come here. Linny smiled and waved at Su Qingyue. Humph, it's all your fault. Su Qingyue pouted and turned her head away deliberately, ignoring Linny. Linny took out his phone and deliberately teased Su Qingyue, don't you want money anymore? What money? Su Qingyue didn't react for a moment. Yes, money for sleeping with my sister. He immediately put on a smile and ran to Linny, my dear brother-in-law, how much are you going to give? Su Qingyue and Li Guilan simultaneously glared at Su Qingyue, what a useless fellow. He's blinded by money and changes his expression faster than turning the pages of a book. Tell me the card number. Linny opened the transfer interface, entered the card number provided by Su Qingyue, and transferred the money. Soon, Su Qingyue received a bank message alert. 50,000? Su Qingyue was extremely surprised, her mouth wide enough to fit an egg. Brother-in-law, did you really sleep with my sister? When Su Qingyue heard the amount, she was very shocked and looked down habitually. Recalling the contents of Lin Yi's recording, she began to doubt herself, thinking, could I be wrong? Did he really? Su Qingyue's face flushed and she didn't dare to think further. Li Guilan came over angrily and twisted Su Qingyue's ear. As a little girl, is it appropriate to talk about sleep all the time? Pain. Su Qingyue pried Li Guilan's fingers apart with force. Mom, leave me alone. With great curiosity, Su Qingyue asked Linny again, brother-in-law, are you asleep? Su Qingyue and Li Guilan looked over at the same time. They both wanted to know, too. Whether you sleep or not, don't worry about it. Linny deliberately kept it a secret. If you think it's too much, give it back to me. No. Su Qingyue hugged the phone with both hands. You can't take back the money you gave me. Linny smiled and said, just teasing you. Don't worry, whatever you want. A gentleman's word is as good as gold. I mean what I say. After saying that, he sat on the sofa and watched TV. Just because Su Qingyue spoke up for Linny when the mother, daughter, and her 2 daughters were arguing in the bedroom, she is worth 50,000 yuan. Besides, she also triggered the system's tenfold mechanism and accidentally gave Linny a top-level hacker toolkit. Giving her 50,000 is not a lot. With this example set, I will definitely be obedient when I pay Su Qingyue to do something for me in the future. Brother-in-law, you are the best gentleman I have ever met. Su Qingyue gave Linny a thumbs up. Li Guilan quietly walked behind Su Qingyue and spoke in a very low voice, Qingyue, you can't spend all the 50,000 yuan. You keep 10,000 yuan, and I will help you save the remaining 40,000 yuan. No. No one knows a mother better than her daughter, and Su Qingyue knows Li Guilan best. Just give the money to Li Guilan and don't think about taking it back. She would never give it. Su Qingxue came over and said, Xingyue, listen to me. Take out 40,000 to pay off the debt, and you can keep the remaining 10,000 for yourself, okay? This is what I earned with my own ability. Why should I use it to pay off my debts? Su Qingyue had just received 50,000 yuan and was reluctant to spend it before she could even warm up to it. Su Qingxue really wanted to retort, this is the money from selling me, why can't you give it to me? After thinking about it. Forget it, I can't argue with a child. In Su Qingxue's eyes, Su Qingyue is a child who will never grow up. Seeing that Su Qingxue didn't say anything, Su Qingyue kindly advised her, second sister, are you stupid? I just sent you to my brother-in-law's room and I got $55. If you go in on your own initiative, you can definitely get more. Shut up. Su Qingxue didn't want to listen to Su Qingyue's bad advice, hurry up and wash your hands and get ready to eat. Okay. Su Qingyue was so happy after receiving the living expenses that she jumped up and down to wash her hands. Some are happy, some are sad. Li Guilan felt very uncomfortable when she saw that Su Qingyue had 50,000 yuan in her hand but couldn't take it. You bastard, you stingy bastard. Chapter 38 Crisis. Li Guilan was so angry that she went back to her room. Only Lin Yi and Su Qingxue were left in the living room. Su Qingxue finally had the chance to ask Lin Yi, where did the money come from? Lin Yi handed over all his monthly salary and royalties, leaving only 200 yuan for pocket money. Today, taking out 50,000 yuan at one time is very abnormal. Lin Yi smiled and looked at Su Qingxue, of course I earned it. Do you want it? Come to my room tonight and I'll give you 100,000. Don't even think about it. Su Qingxue has her own principles in life and will never use her body to exchange for money. Otherwise, with her looks and figure, she could easily find a rich man. Su Qingxue didn't want to pay any attention to Lin Yi and went to the kitchen to cook. Brother-in-law, are you tired? After washing her hands, Su Qingyue ran to Lin Yi and offered her courtesy, let me give you a massage. Good. This is exactly the effect we want. Lin Yi lay on the sofa and closed his eyes comfortably. Su Qingyue's soft little hands massaged the entire body, from the head, shoulders, back, thighs to the soles of the feet. This scene happened to be seen by Li Guilan, who had just come out of the room. You ungrateful bastard. You work harder than I do. Li Guilan was envious and jealous. She especially didn't want to see Lin Yi enjoying himself, so she went to the kitchen to cook angrily. Not long after, Su Qingyue was exhausted and out of breath. Hohu's sister, brother-in-law, are you feeling better? Su Qingyue is usually lazy and doesn't work, so how could she have the energy? After giving Lin Yi a full body massage, he was already so tired that he collapsed on the sofa. Especially those hands, they were sore and painful, and kept shaking and couldn't stop at all. Lin Yi turned around and saw Su Qingyue sweating and panting, and was speechless. If you don't know, you might think that the two of them just did something shameful. I asked you to massage, not to kill yourself. Hurry up and wipe the sweat off your face and take a rest. Lin Yi stood up and made room for Su Qingyue. Su Qingyue took out a tissue to wipe the sweat off her face and stared at Lin Yi intently. Brother-in-law, why didn't I notice it before? You are so handsome. Su Qingyue's eyes were shining, and she was infatuated with him. Lin Yi picked up the phone and said, because, the power of money. In the past, Lin Yi would give Su Qingyue whatever she asked for. It's within expectations, it's as it should be, no feeling. This time is different. Su Qingyue asked for 10,000 yuan, and Lin Yi took out 50,000 yuan at once and spent it on her. Immediately, a mysterious aura appeared around him. Even if you are ugly, you will become pleasing to the eye. What's more, Lin Yi is a handsome guy. The double layer buff is fully stacked, so handsome that Su Qingyue is blinded. Soon, Li Guilan and Su Qingxue came out of the kitchen carrying food. 4 people ate around the dining table. Brother-in-law, I will come back to see you when I have time. Su Qingyue kept picking up food for Lin Yi. You bastard, I've raised you for so many years in vain, why don't you think of coming back to see me? Li Guilan is jealous of Su Qingyue's kindness to Lin Yi. Su Qingyue did not hide it at all. Mom, can I come back to see you? Do you have money for me? Except for the spring festival, Su Qingyue only comes back when she has no money. The purpose of her coming back was not to miss anyone, but to ask for money. Li Guilan immediately shook her head. I don't have any money. Su Qingxue glanced at Lin Yi and whispered to Su Qingyue, this person is very scheming. He wouldn't give you 50,000 yuan for no reason. He definitely has bad intentions. Be careful and don't get cheated. Su Qingyue ate heartlessly, not caring at all. Don't worry, second sister, it's okay. I'll take the money and leave this afternoon. What can you cheat me of? Besides, Su Qingyue stared at Lin Yi with a smile, as long as my brother-in-law gives me money, it doesn't matter if I cheat a few times. Su Qingxue felt that Su Qingyue had been bribed by Lin Yi with money and was beyond help. Lin Yi ate while watching the mother and daughter quarreling, and felt quite embarrassed. Ding-a-ling. The cell phone rang. I picked up the phone and it was Wang Xiaowei calling. Did something happen to the company? Lin Yi had a bad feeling. Brother Lin, come to the company quickly, something big has happened. When the phone was connected, Wang Xiaowei's anxious voice came. What's wrong? Speak slowly. Before you go, understand the situation and be mentally prepared. All of our company's game servers have been attacked by a malicious virus and are unable to start up, paralyzed. Users couldn't play the game and called to complain. The company's customer service department was flooded with calls. Wang Xiaowei briefly explained the situation and finally reminded Lin Yi, Boss Lu and Boss Li are both at the security center, as is manager Sunday. I just arrived, so hurry over. Both CEOs Lu Changsheng and Li Yong are here, and it seems the situation is indeed serious. Lin Yi ate his meal in a few bites, changed his clothes, picked up his bag, and hurried out. Brother-in-law, don't be anxious, go slowly on the road. Su Qingyue enthusiastically helped Lin Yi open the door and sent him out. The service was particularly attentive. Money still works. Su Qingyue achieved this effect by spending only 50,000 yuan. Lin Yi went downstairs, took out his car keys, and drove straight to the company. In short, Lin Yi parked the car and went upstairs to the cybersecurity center. Lu Changsheng and Li Yong looked solemn as they watched Sun Xuanyi and Wang Xiaowei busying themselves. Seeing Lin Yi coming in, Lu Changsheng hurried over to him. Lin Yi, thank you for coming to the company to work overtime on the weekend. Mr. Lu, you're welcome. This is my job, and I have no choice but to do it. Lin Yi replied with a smile. When something big happened in the company, the first thing Lu Changsheng said when he met them was not to blame, but to express his apology. Just because of his magnanimity, Lin Yi would not get angry about working overtime. At this time, Li Yong came over. He glanced at Lin Yi and said sarcastically, Old Lu, I told you long ago that Xian Yi can handle it. Why bother making him go all the way here for nothing? Lu Changsheng patted Lin Yi's shoulder, expressing his full trust. More people, more strength. It doesn't matter if we make a wasted trip. All right. Li Yong ignored Lu Changsheng and Li Yong and walked over to Sun Xuanyi. Xuanyi, how are you? Are you almost feeling better? Don't worry, Mr. Li, it will be fine soon. Sun Xuanyi's face was full of confidence. After Li Yong left, Lu Changsheng reminded Lin Yi in a low voice, perform well and don't let others steal the limelight. Lin Yi and Sun Xuanyi are both new managers. A new official starts with 3 things. If Sun Xuanyi steals the spotlight this time, it will be detrimental to Lin Yi's promotion to minister. Don't worry, Mr. Lu, I will. It doesn't matter whether he becomes a minister or not, Lin Yi just wants to look down on Li Yong's dead look. Lin Yi walked over to Wang Xiaowei and asked, how is it? Wang Xiaowei complained to Lin Yi, feeling aggrieved, Brother Lin, manager Sun only assigned me to do manual labor and didn't let me do anything else. Well, this is one person taking all the credit, how greedy. Lin Yi opened one of the paralyzed servers to check the situation. All the files inside turned into pig patterns and could not be opened. Not a monkey, not a dragon, but a pig. Pig represents stupidity and dumbness. It seems that the other party is deliberately provoking me. He comes with ill intentions. Mr. Lu, it's done. Sun Xuanyi wiped the sweat from his forehead and confidently called Li Yong and Lu Changsheng over. Li Yong deliberately raised his voice and shouted at Lin Yi and Wang Xiaowei, don't bother, Xuanyi has already been dealt with. Lin Yi stepped forward. He wanted to see whether Sun Xuanyi could really solve the problem. Chapter 39 Stupid Pig. Sun Xuanyi copied an executable file he wrote to the game server. Because the file has been specially processed, it is not infected by viruses and can be opened. Sun Xuanyi picked up the mouse and clicked the run button. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The files on the server are restored to normal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sun Xuani used the same method to copy executable files in batches to other servers. 15 minutes later. All files on the server have returned to normal and the virus has disappeared. Ah, that's great. Li Yong clapped and cheered, looking happier than Sun Xuani. Lu Changsheng also gave Sun Xuani a thumbs up, amazing. Women are just as capable as men. Although it was not Lin Yi who solved the problem, Lu Changsheng was very happy that the company crisis was resolved and things returned to normal. Li Yong immediately informed the heads of the IT and R&D departments that the virus had been resolved and all games were redeployed and put online. Li Yong, Lu Changsheng, Sun Xuani and Wang Xiaowei stared at the control console, witnessing this moment of victory. Lin Yi was leisurely looking at his phone in the back. He doesn't care about the results. If it works, I can go home as soon as possible, which is a good thing. If that doesn't work, he has a trump card and nothing to worry about. Xian Yi, you did a great job. I will report to the board of directors and nominate you as a candidate for minister. Li Yong was in a very good mood because he was able to outmaneuver Lu Changsheng in handling this matter. Made a promise to Sun Xuani on the spot. Thank you, Mr. Li. Sun Xuani glanced at Lin Yi who was hiding at the back, raised his head deliberately, and expressed his gratitude loudly to Li Yong. She wanted to let Lin Yi know how big the gap was between them, even though they were both managers. The game is now online and I finally see the familiar game opening interface. Become. Li Yong was just about to celebrate. Suddenly, a large group of pigs swarmed onto the game interface. The pigs, of all colors and sizes, were lively and energetic, gnawing at the computer screen. Soon, the game interface was completely eaten up. Only a blank space remains. Then, the group of pigs lined up and formed groups, and finally formed two words, stupid pigs. Li Yong and Lu Changsheng were so angry that their faces turned green. Not only did they maliciously damage computers with viruses, but they also deliberately provoked and insulted people with words. Too arrogant. Xian Yi, what's going on? I just notified all departments that the problem has been resolved, but it turned out like this. As the CEO of a company, Li Yong was too embarrassed to save face. Mr. Li, I don't know either. Let me take a look first. Sun Xuani logged into the game server. All the files above turned into pig patterns again. The only difference is that this time the pig is giving the screen the middle finger. Bang! Li Yong slammed the table in anger. If I find out who did this, I'll skin him alive. Xian Yi, hurry up and fix this. We can't make any more mistakes this time. Li Yong urged Sun Xuani to solve the problem. Okay, Mr. Li. Sun Xuani copied the antivirus file used last time to the server. As a result, it was also infected by the virus and could not be used. Mr. Li, this virus is more powerful than the last one. It seems to be evolving. Sun Xuani looked embarrassed, as it was the first time he encountered such a situation. I don't care if it evolves or not, just solve it quickly. Li Yong became emotionally unstable, anxious, and irritable. You know how much impact a delay of 1 minute can have on the company. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Li Yong almost broke his voice when he uttered the last word. He was angry not only because of the impact on the company, but mainly because of his face. He has promised solemnly that it will be resolved soon. If the problem cannot be resolved, his personal reputation will be greatly affected. Old Li, don't worry. Lu Changsheng came over and comforted Li Yong. We are the leaders and the backbone. If we all lose our composure, what will happen to these people down there? We can't put pressure on them. After saying that, he called Lin Yi closer and said, Lin Yi, don't put too much pressure on yourself. As long as we can resolve this before tonight, that's fine. I believe you. As expected of a big leader, he speaks with great skill. Take care of employees' emotions and make the deadline clear. Lin Yi put his phone on the table and said, no need to wait until tonight, it will be done in half an hour. Good, courageous. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Li Yong immediately perked up. What if we can't get it done within half an hour? I'm packing up and leaving. Lin Yi looked at Li Yong with a smile. If I solve it, what will you do? I nominate you as a candidate for minister. Li Yong didn't believe that Lin Yi could finish the job in half an hour, so he deliberately used provocation to make Lin Yi take the blame. Old Li. Lu Changsheng stepped forward to stop him, but Li Yong ignored him. Okay, it's a deal. It's a deal. The two high-fived and made a bet. Lu Changsheng pulled Lin Yi aside and said, "Lin Yi, you are too impulsive. How could you agree to him?" Because of Sun Xuani's previous experience, Lu Changsheng didn't believe Lin Yi and could get it done within half an hour. He has always wanted to promote Lin Yi to be the director of the cybersecurity center. It would be such a pity if Lin Yi left the company because of this incident. "Mr. Lu, don't worry, I can do it." Lin Yi gave Lu Changsheng a firm look and walked up to Li Yong. "Mr. Li, the timer begins." "Good." To be fair, Li Yong turned on the timer on his phone and placed it on the table so that everyone could see it. Sun Xuani stood nearby, glancing at Lin Yi with disdain, muttering softly, "Arrogant, presumptuous." She had never believed in Lin Yi's ability and regarded him as a relative of Lu Changsheng. He took this opportunity to drive Lin Yi away and be promoted to minister. "Brother Lin, if you need me to do anything, just tell me." Wang Xiaowei was reluctant to let Lin Yi go, but he was of low status and his words were useless. "I can only do my best to help Lin Yi." "Thank you, I can do it myself." Seeing that Wang Xiaowei was willing to help him, Lin Yi felt warm inside. "It's not in vain that I love him so much." Lin Yi turned around and went back to his office. Turn on the computer and plug in the USB drive. Click on the remote batch transmission tool to distribute the antivirus software to each game server. This is a treasure in the system hacker toolkit, claiming to be able to kill any virus and Trojan horse. Dealing with these little viruses is a piece of cake. The file was transferred successfully. Lin Yi opened a game server. The antivirus software was not infected and could be used normally. And there is no need to install it, you can use it right after opening it, saving time and effort. Lin Yi immediately opened the antivirus software to kill the virus. Other waiters follow the same procedure. It is worthy of being a treasure provided by the system. The detection and removal speed is extremely fast and can be completed in a few minutes. All files on the server have returned to normal. The first step is completed, start the second step. According to Lin Yi's experience, the last time Sun Xuani ran an antivirus scan, he started the server and it was poisoned again. It is very likely that the other party will exploit some vulnerability to launch a network attack. In this case, network firewalls come into play. It is said to be absolutely safe and able to withstand any attack. Lin Yi installed a network firewall on each server. P.S. Antivirus software and firewalls use special encryption and authorization mechanisms and can only be used on designated computers. Others cannot copy it, let alone open it for research. After completing both steps, Lin Yi looked at the time and saw that only 15 minutes had passed. Half the time than expected. Lin Yi walked out of the office slowly. "Lin Yi, how is it?" Lu Changsheng was the first to run over. "If it doesn't work, that's okay. I'll talk to Lao Li." Chapter 40 Bad Idea. Lin Yi made an okay gesture with his fingers and said with a smile, "It's done." "So soon?" Lu Changsheng looked at the time and saw that only 15 minutes had passed. "There's still time. Why don't you check it again?" Lin Yi was speechless, thinking, "You thought it was a test, but you still have to check it again." Unfortunately, this cannot be said. After all, Lu Changsheng was doing this for Lin Yi's own good. "Mr. Lu, don't worry. Please notify the RD and IT departments to deploy and launch all game servers." Lin Yi left the opportunity to show off to Lu Changsheng. Otherwise, it would definitely be snatched away by Li Yong. "Are you sure? Is it really okay?" Lu Changsheng was unsure and went to Lin Yi for confirmation again. If it doesn't work, he will repeat Li Yong's mistakes. Rest assured. Lin Yi left behind a dashing figure and went to find Li Yong. "Good." Seeing Lin Yi so confident, Lu Changsheng hurriedly notified the RD department and IT department. At this moment, Li Yong was in a good mood and was playing with his mobile phone. He has already put the blame on Lin Yi. If the higher-ups really blame us, it will be Lin Yi and Lu Changsheng's responsibility. It has nothing to do with him. "Hey, there's only 10 minutes left, do you still have time to stroll?" Seeing Lin Yi coming over, Li Yong looked at him sarcastically and said, "I'm telling you, even if you admit defeat now, it's useless." Li Yong disliked Lu Changsheng, but they had the same position and he couldn't do anything to the other. He had no choice but to attack Lin Yi. Lin Yi put his hands in his pockets and walked to the console. "I've already done everything. Let's see the results later." "Impossible." Hearing Lin Yi's done, Li Yong's good mood immediately disappeared. "Lin Yi, this is not a joke." "I'm not kidding. If you don't believe me, let Sun Xuanyi see. Among the people present, Li Yong trusted Sun Xuanyi the most. Good. Li Yong called Sun Xuanyi to the control console and said, Xuanyi, take a look and see if he is lying. Sun Xuanyi nodded slightly. She couldn't believe that something she couldn't handle could be done by a person with connections in just 15 minutes. She was waiting to see Lin Yi make a fool of himself. Sun Xuanyi opened one of the game servers. Ha! Sun Xuanyi carefully checked all the documents and looked at Lin Yi with doubt. Seeing that something was wrong, Li Yong immediately asked Sun Xuanyi in a low voice, did he really solve it? Yes. Although Sun Xuanyi was unwilling to admit it, the facts were before him. However, this is just the beginning. Only after the game is deployed and launched can we determine whether it is effective or not. Sun Xuanyi expressed her opinion. For example, last time, Sun Xuanyi killed the virus and confirmed that there was no problem. But after going online, it was infected again, and the virus evolved even more severely. That makes sense. Li Yong agreed with Sun Xuanyi's statement. He patted Lin Yi's shoulder and gave him a fake compliment, Lin Yi, good job. I'll notify the RD and IT departments now. Li Yong did this for two purposes. If Lin Yi can do it, he can notify various departments and the credit will be attributed to him. If Lin Yi fails, Lin Yi will take the blame and it has nothing to do with him. Kill two birds with one stone. Old Li, don't bother, I've already informed them. Lu Chanshan walked over with a smile, holding his phone. They are redeploying and going online. There will be results soon. The 5 people walked to the control console and waited for the final results. Soon, the familiar game opening scene appeared. Li Yong and Sun Xuanyi looked at each other silently. They were both looking forward to the appearance of the pigs. Lu Changsheng was the most nervous. Whether he could save Lin Yi depended on this one time. 1 minute. 2 minutes. There wasn't a single pig hair visible on the screen. Okay, ha ha ha. Lu Changsheng laughed out loud. Brother Lin, you are awesome. Wang Xiaowei was very excited and wanted to hug Lin Yi, but was pushed away. He has no special hobbies and is not used to being hugged by men. Li Yong snorted coldly and left angrily. Having lost the bet with Lin Yi, he was too embarrassed to stay here. Old Li, don't go. Let's discuss Lin Yi's nomination as minister. Lu Changsheng didn't intend to let Li Yong go and quickly caught up with him. He wanted to vent Lin Yi's anger. How come? Sun Xuanyi didn't believe Lin Yi could solve the problem quickly. Open network monitor immediately. It is clear that external cyber attacks are still ongoing. But it is still impossible to break through the game server defense. Sun Xuanyi logged into the game server and after careful inspection, she found 2 additional software programs. Antivirus software and firewall. It is this firewall that protects against external network attacks. The disappearance of the virus on the server is definitely due to the antivirus software. These 2 software only have names and icons, no manufacturer information, and it is impossible to tell which company produced them. Sun Xuanyi wanted to open it and study it, but found that it could not be opened. The software has been specially processed and can only be used, not viewed. Where did it come from? Sun Xuanyi couldn't control her curiosity and took the initiative to talk to Lin Yi for the first time. Keep it a secret. Lin Yi put his hands in his pockets and went back to the office to rest. Wang Xiaowei witnessed Sun Xuanyi's inspection process and learned about the existence of antivirus software and firewalls. Brother Lin, I want to discuss something with you. Wang Xiaowei followed behind happily and followed Lin Yi into the office. What's up? Lin Yi sat in his office chair, drinking tea leisurely. Wang Xiaowei glanced outside the door and closed the office door. She walked up to Lin Yi mysteriously and said, Brother Lin, your antivirus software and firewall are so powerful. Can you give me a set? Is your computer infected too? Oh, don't mention it. Wang Xiaowei sighed deeply. When I browse the web, ads keep popping up, and I get inexplicably infected with viruses and trojans that I can't get rid of. Looking at Wang Xiaowei's serious expression, Lin Yi wanted to laugh. Are you looking at a serious website? I'm too lazy to expose you. Wang Xiaowei pretended to be very aggrieved. I have no money, I'm ugly, no girl would like me. I can only watch that and let off some steam. Brother Lin, please, give me a set. Wang Xiaowei actually acted coquettishly and cutely towards Lin Yi and even pulled at the corner of his clothes. Lin Yi pushed him away and said, let's talk it over nicely. Don't touch me. If you ever see me like this again, I'll kick you to death. Wang Xiaowei did not give up and still shamelessly asked, Brother Lin, just give me a set and I will never harass you again. Look at you, you're such a loser. Linny didn't want Wang Xiaowei to fall into depravity, so he patiently persuaded him, if I give you a set and let you watch it without restraint, it would be equivalent to harming you. Look how weak you are. Linny pointed at Wang Xiaowei's belly and shook his head helplessly. Don't be fooled by Wang Xiaowei's fatness. He is actually just bloated and not strong. Climb some stairs, do some work, and you'll be out of breath. Why don't we change our mindset, give up all the dirty stuff, and try pursuing a girl with all our strength? As the saying goes, the one who is closest to the water gets the moon first. I think Sun Xuani outside is pretty good. You can give it a try. Linny gave Wang Xiaowei some bad advice. Brother Lin, please forgive me. Thinking of Sun Xuani's cold face, Wang Xiaowei was terrified. Instead of looking for her, I might as well spend money to wash my feet. Have you been there? Men's topics are clear at a glance. Chapter 41 Negotiating Terms. Linny had only heard of it and had never been there, so he was full of curiosity. Wang Xiaowei scratched his head awkwardly. Hey, I circled the door twice but didn't dare to go in. Look at you, you're so cowardly. When I get a chance, I'll take you in to have a look. If you live your life again and don't experience it all, you will have regrets. Thank you, Brother Lin. Wang Xiaowei was very touched that his elder brother wanted to take him to see the world. Okay, it's okay, hurry up and pack up and go home. Seeing that it was getting late and the company's problems had been resolved, Linny prepared to go home. It's a great weekend, I can't waste it at the company. Okay, Brother Lin, see you tomorrow. Remember to wash your feet and be sure to call me. Wang Xiaowei was worried that Linny would forget, so he reminded him again before leaving. Seeing his despicable look, Linny was too lazy to pay attention to him. After Wang Xiaowei left, Linny put the USB drive away in his bag, packed up his things, and left the office. When I got outside, Sun Xuani hadn't left yet. She was still studying Lin Yi's antivirus software and firewall. Linny left with his backpack. This is something given by the system, and she couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she tried. Linny drove back home. When I reached the door, I heard some movement inside. There were quite a lot of people, both men and women. Are there guests at home? Linny took out the key and opened the door. Looking into the living room, there was a middle-aged couple with a child about 10 years old. Linny had an impression of this couple. He had met them once at the wedding banquet he held with Su Qingxue. It seems to be Su Qingxue's cousin. I can't remember what it was called specifically. Linny walked in, put on slippers, and was about to go in. The middle-aged couple, holding their child, knelt down in front of Linny. Linny was confused. It wasn't Chinese New Year, so why would he give such a big gift? Cousin-in-law, please be kind and return the money I spent on saving my life. The middle-aged man knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Linny. Stop. Linny shouted to stop the ridiculous behavior, stand up and talk first. He is a relative of Su Qingxue's family, and Linny doesn't remember borrowing money from them. It is estimated that the debt owed by Su Qingxue was pushed onto Linny again. If you don't pay us back, we won't get up. The middle-aged woman spoke harshly and seemed to have a lot of resentment. Okay, continue kneeling, I won't stop you. Linny didn't buy it and went back to his room with his backpack. Don't leave, give me back the money. The middle-aged woman used all four limbs and crawled to chase Linny. At this time, Li Guilan blocked Lin Yi's way. Linny, their child is sick and they need money urgently. They are forced into this situation. Please return the money. Li Guilan acted as a good person and spoke well of them. Linny raised his hand and pushed her away. Why should I pay back the money your family owes? If you want to be a good person, you should pay back your debt. Li Guilan sat on the ground and threw a tantrum. I don't have any money. If I had money, I would have paid it back long ago. You're right, even though you don't have money? Linny didn't indulge her. You're lazy and only like to eat. You just square dance and chat every day. You never think about making money. Learn from the auntie next door. She gets up before dawn and goes to the community trash cans to pick up cardboard boxes and plastic bottles to sell for money. She works from morning till night and picks up a lot every day. At least she can earn enough to live on. There's also the uncle downstairs, who's about your age. He works as a cleaner in the community, cleaning every day and earning a salary. What about you? Don't you know how much your family owes? Linny scolded Li Guilan. The middle-aged couple were stunned. They didn't expect Linny to be so eloquent. They remembered that when they got married, Linny followed Su Qingxue, just smiling foolishly and not daring to say a word. I don't make money, so what? Li Guilan started to act like a rogue. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a triple critical hit, 3,000 yuan has been credited. Su Qingxue couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so she came over and helped Li Guilan up. Mom, don't be angry, sit down and talk. Linny, our mother is our elder, how can you talk to her like that? Su Qingxue is foolishly filial and always speaks up for Li Guilan regardless of whether she is right or wrong. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a 4x critical hit, 40,000 yuan has been credited. He got 40,000 yuan just by scolding Li Guilan. It's so easy to make money from Su Qingxue. Elder? She's not worthy of that. Linny didn't want to argue with Su Qingxue, so he turned around and went back to his room. A leg was found, held by a middle-aged woman. Cousin-in-law, I beg you as your sister-in-law. If it weren't for the child's medical treatment, I wouldn't come here to ask for it. The middle-aged woman hugged Linny's thighs and cried. The middle-aged man is Su Qingxue's cousin, and his mother is Li Guilan's sister. The middle-aged woman is my cousin's wife. My cousin also ran over, knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Linny. Linny is soft-hearted and can't stand this the most. It is especially heartbreaking to see a man kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to collect a debt. A man's knees are made of gold. Perhaps as a man, I can understand his helplessness. Stop knocking, both of you get up first and tell me what's going on. From the moment he entered the door until now, no one told him what happened, and Linny was completely confused. Cousin, sister-in-law, hurry up and speak. Su Qingxue helped them both up. The cousin told Linny that his child was called Nyo and was diagnosed with leukemia, also known as blood cancer, at the city hospital 2 days ago. The doctor told them that they needed chemotherapy and immunotherapy, followed by a hematopoietic stem cell transplant. It would cost a lot of money to get them together quickly. Their family was not well off and they did not have enough money, so they planned to get their debts paid off first. When Su Qingxue's father went to the hospital for treatment, Li Guilan borrowed 20,000 yuan from them in Su Qingxue's name. The couple were honest people and their two families were very close, so they took out 30,000 yuan and gave it to Li Guilan. Li Guilan is the most cunning one among them. She went to borrow money, but used Su Qingxue's name, which made it obvious that she didn't want to pay it back. After learning the whole story, Linny looked at Li Guilan with a smile. Every wrong has its perpetrator, every debt has its creditor. Whoever borrows the money should pay it back. You too should ask her for it. Before Li Guilan could speak, Su Qingxue stopped her. Mom has no money. Then you still. Neither have I. Su Qingxue lowered her head in embarrassment. Come on, let's go inside and talk. Linny took Su Qingxue to his room and closed the door. Why should I help you pay back the money? Tell me a reason. Linny sat on the bed, crossed his legs, and stared at Su Qingxue with a smile. Su Qingxue stood opposite Linny and was speechless when asked. She really had no reason. When the two got married, Linny had given her 500,000 as a condition. But after marriage, he doesn't allow me to touch you. The two are husband and wife in name only. She couldn't ask Linny to pay back the money as her husband. I thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure it out. Linny, please help me pay it back first. I'll pay you back when I have money. Su Qingxue asked Linny to borrow money. With your salary, it's hard to support yourself. It will take forever to save up 30,000 yuan. Linny refused to lend it. So what do you want? Su Qingxue is not stupid. Since Linny pulled her into the room to talk, he must have wanted to pay the money back, but it was just a request that she didn't satisfy. I don't want anything. Linny hooked his finger and asked Su Qingxue to stand closer to him. As long as you can satisfy me, I will help you pay it back. Linny raised his hand and pinched Su Qingxue's chin, pulling it to the same level as his head. Since Linny was sitting and Su Qingxue was standing, and she was tall. In order to keep the same height as Linny, she could only bend over and stick out her butt. The lower body and upper body form a 90-degree angle. Su Qingxue realized that her posture was very embarrassing and her eyes became moist. Chapter 42 Bottom line. I will never sell my body for 30,000 yuan. Su Qingxue gritted her teeth, extremely determined. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering an 8x critical hit, 80,000 yuan has been credited. 8x critical strike, very high level, it seems this is one of her weaknesses. Okay, I won't force you. Linny let go of Su Qingxue, tell me, what should we do? Linny wanted to test her bottom line and then continue to break it. Su Qingxue tidied her clothes and wiped away the tears from her eyes with the back of her hand. I'll do the housework. Need not. Linny smiled and said, your mother must pay for the money she borrowed. She must do the cooking, washing clothes, mopping the floor, and other household chores. Now, just talk about your business and think it over. Linny was not in a hurry and let her think about it slowly. Qingxue, have you guys reached an agreement? Li Guilan was knocking on the door outside. Mom, just wait a little longer, it will be over soon. Su Qingxue didn't dare let Li Guilan in. If I anger Linny, I will definitely not be able to repay this debt. Let me give you a massage. Su Qingxue was extremely reluctant to say it. Linny shook his finger, not enough. So what do you want? Su Qingxue became anxious. Giving Linny a massage was already her bottom line. Linny raised his feet and said, you also need to wash my feet and take a bath. Linny, don't go too far. Su Qingxue didn't accept it. Okay, then you go out now. I need to rest. Linny lay on the bed and stretched. Su Qingxue stood there, not moving. If I go out now, I won't be able to explain to Li Guilan, my cousin, and his wife. After thinking for a moment, Su Qingxue clenched her fists and asked, can we just massage and wash our feet and skip the bath? Taking a bath means being naked and having close contact. She was worried that she would be in danger if Linny suddenly acted on impulse. Okay, for the sake of our long-term marriage, I'll forgive you. Linny agreed with a smile, but there is a condition. You must smile when you see me next time. She's pretty, but she has a bitter face. I could have been in such a good mood, but you ruined it. This condition was not excessive, Su Qingxue nodded and agreed, okay. Linny turned over and lay on the bed, give me a massage first and see how it works. Su Qingxue walked to Linny, raised her slender hands and kneaded Linny's shoulders. Not bad, it's okay. Linny closed his eyes and enjoyed it. 5 minutes later. Su Qingxue's arms felt sore, and she whispered to Linny, can we take a break first, finish the things outside, and then continue the massage? Su Qingxue was worried that if the two of them stayed in the house for too long, it would cause misunderstandings from outsiders. Okay. Linny turned over and stretched out his arm, help me up. Su Qingxue pulled Linny up with force. The two walked out of the room. Qingxue, you guys finally came out. How was the talk? Li Guilan was the first to run over and ask. Su Qingxue first looked at her cousin and cousin-in-law and apologized, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Fine. My cousin nodded hurriedly. As long as I can pay back the money, it doesn't matter how long I wait outside. Then, Su Qingxue called Li Guilan aside and said, Mom, Linny agreed to help us pay back the debt, but there is a condition, you must take care of all the housework. As for her own affairs, Su Qingxue did not tell Li Guilan. No, you want to tire me to death. Li Guilan rolled her eyes and refused. Su Qingxue was a little angry and thought to herself, I will help you find a way to get the money you borrowed. Now the conditions are agreed, I just want you to do housework and work hard. I can endure more than you physically and mentally. Su Qingxue let go of Li Guilan. If you don't agree, I won't care anymore. You can figure out the money yourself. No. Li Guilan hurriedly stopped Su Qingxue and said, please discuss this with Linny. I'm old and can't do too much work. She wants money but is unwilling to work. Su Qingxue said softly, the conditions cannot be changed. At most, I can help you do more when I'm at home. Li Guilan had no other choice but to agree, okay. After reaching an agreement with Li Guilan, Su Qingxue nodded towards Linny, implying that the terms had been agreed upon and payment could be made. Linny took out his cell phone, entered the card number given by his cousin, and transferred 30,000 yuan. Thank you, thank you. My cousin and his wife were very excited and expressed their gratitude to Linny again. Nyo, come here quickly, thank you uncle. My cousin took Nyo's hand and picked her up. Uncle Crab. The little girl has a sweet voice and a very cute smile. You're welcome. That's good. Looking at Nyo's chubby little face, Linny smiled and said, the child looks very healthy and should not be seriously ill. You can go to another hospital. When talking about the child's illness, my cousin said with a sad face, I hope the child is not sick, but the city hospital is the best hospital in our area. And I specifically made an appointment with a very reputable expert, so I'm sure he'll be right. My cousin's wife took the child from my cousin's arms, tears streaming down her face. Nyonyo has been very sensible since she was young. She knows how to care for others. She shouldn't have suffered this. How I wish it were me who got sick. I just hope my child will have a safe life. Poor parents in the world. My cousin's wife hugged Nyonyo and cried non-stop. Nyonyo used her pink little hands to wipe away her cousin's tears. Mom, don't cry. Be good, Nyonyo. Nyonyo is fine. Linny hated this kind of scene the most. Pulling his cousin aside, Linny said with a serious expression, even the most authoritative experts in the best hospitals can make mistakes sometimes. Listen to me, take the child to another hospital for examination. I believe the child is fine. Also, get yourself a full body checkup while you're at it. Don't be stingy with the money. You're the pillar of the family. If you collapse, the family is ruined. Do you understand? Linny spoke sincerely, without any intention of joking. Cousin, can you treat illnesses? Seeing Linny so sure, a glimmer of hope ignited in his cousin's heart. Linny shook his head. I can't treat illnesses, but I can tell fortunes. Okay, I'll listen to you. My cousin finally smiled and said, it's just right that I'm in your city. I'll get up early tomorrow and go to the hospital to register. As long as he can confirm that the child is not sick, he would be willing to change 10 hospitals, let alone one. P.S. My cousin and his wife came from their hometown, and they are not from the same city as Linny. Wife, Nyonyo, it's time for us to go. The cousin told them to leave. Seeing that it was getting late, Su Qingxue asked the family of 3 to stay for one night and leave tomorrow. My cousin was worried about causing trouble and refused to agree. I took my wife and children and went out to find a hotel to stay in. What a real person. But good things happen to good people, and I'm lucky to have met Linny. Otherwise, Nyonyo and her cousin will be in big trouble. Just now when Linny transferred money to his cousin, he activated the skill of reading the face to avoid danger. I was surprised to find that my cousin had a light black forehead and was seriously ill, but at the beginning, he was not too uncomfortable. Nyonyo's forehead is light yellow, so she probably has a cold and cough, nothing serious. Lin's first reaction was misdiagnosis. Although this kind of thing rarely happens, it does happen. Especially inside the TV. Chapter 43 Enjoying Services. Linitsai advised his cousin to go to another hospital for examination because he knew the system skills would not go wrong. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Especially my cousin's family is not bad. He was willing to lend 30,000 yuan to Su Qingxue in an emergency, so he must be a good person. We will take the child to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow. The 3 of us have come from another place and are unfamiliar with the place. We could have stayed at Lin Yi's house. My cousin was worried about causing trouble and disturbing his rest, so he insisted on staying in a hotel outside. Don't like to take advantage. Linny admired his cousin very much and was willing to help him. After the family of 3 left, Li Guilan wanted to slack off and went back to her room, but was stopped by Su Qingxue. Mom, it's getting late, let's go cook. Su Qingxue has principles in life. Since she has agreed to Lin Yi's conditions, she will definitely do it. Not only must he be strict with himself, but he must also supervise Li Guilan. Good. With Su Qingxue's help, cooking is much easier. Wait, one dinner doesn't require 2 people. Linny called Su Qingxue and said, the massage is not over yet. Come back to the room with me. All right. Su Qingxue was extremely unwilling, but she had already agreed and could not go back on her word. Mom, go cook first. I'll help you when I'm done. Su Qingxue followed Linny into the room. Close the door. Humph, what are you doing? You're so mysterious all the time. Li Guilan muttered a few words and went to the kitchen to cook. In the room, Su Qingxue stood up and prepared to continue massaging Linny. Linny took off his shirt, pants, and socks. Taking off underwear. What are you doing? Seeing that something was wrong, Su Qingxue hurried over to stop it. Massage. Linny said seriously, it's the same on mobile phones. It's comfortable. Are you looking at a serious massage? Su Qingxue glanced at Linny and immediately turned her head to look elsewhere. At this moment, her heart beat faster, her face flushed, and she dared not look. Of course, I'm a gentleman. After saying that, continue to take off your clothes. Please, don't take it off. Su Qingxue grabbed Lin Yi's underwear tightly, with a pleading tone. If she was really naked, she wouldn't be able to concentrate on the massage. She was also worried that if Li Guilan broke in, she would not be able to explain. Okay, I'll spare you this time. Linny lay flat on the bed and closed his eyes. Looking at the tall tent, Su Qingxue said softly, turn around. You have so much on your plate. Linny turned over and lay on the bed. Su Qingxue was speechless, thinking, it's all because of you. This time, I can finally have a massage. Su Qingxue's soft little hands massaged her entire body, from shoulders, back, to thighs. The technique is okay, but the strength is too little and it feels weak. You should practice more when you have time. It's not very comfortable. Linny lay down, enjoying himself and making suggestions. I know. Su Qingxue replied unhappily, muttering softly, it's a free massage, and you're still picky. Unfortunately, Linny still heard it. Let me remind you, this is a service you paid 30,000 yuan for. It's like charging a membership card. Do you understand? Even if you haven't eaten pork, you have seen pigs run. Although Linny had never been there, he had seen it on TV, so he probably knew a little about it. If I take this money and go find a professional technician outside, their service attitude and quality will be better than yours. Linny deliberately teased Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue was reluctant to give Linny a massage and was angry. Being scolded by Linny like this made him even angrier. He became more and more angry, used force with his fingers, and vented all his anger on Linny. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a 6x critical hit, 60,000 yuan has been credited. The benefits of massage at home are that you can get paid. The money you transfer out will come back double. Yeah, comfortable. Feeling the force increase, Linny praised with satisfaction. I'll make you feel good. Su Qingxue pushed harder again. After the system transformation, Lin Yi's body strength and endurance are different from those of ordinary people. Su Qingxue's angry massage made Linny feel very comfortable. 10 minutes later. Su Qingxue was so tired that she was out of breath and was defeated. When the energy disappears, the strength also disappears. Linny stood up, opened his arms, stretched his body, and nodded with satisfaction, comfortable, very good. At this time, Li Guilan called the two of them outside to eat. Su Qingxue opened the door, asked Linny to go out first, and rested for a while. Linny came outside and sat on a chair. Li Guilan came out from the kitchen with chopsticks and a spoon. Seeing that it was only Linny, where's Qingxue? She's in the back, she'll be out soon. Linny picked up the chopsticks and started eating. 2 minutes later, Su Qingxue came out. Breathing evenly, wiping the sweat off your face, and tidying your clothes. What are you two doing in the room? Li Guilan didn't want to pay attention to Linny and asked Su Qingxue in a low voice. It's okay, let's discuss something. Su Qingxue hid the truth from Li Guilan and did not dare to let her know. After dinner, Su Qingxue drove Li Guilan out and asked her to chat with the old sisters outside. Wash your own dishes. Really? That's great. Li Guilan didn't want to wash dishes, so she was very happy when she was let out. In fact, Su Qingxue deliberately sent Li Guilan away. After washing the dishes, Su Qingxue brought out a foot basin from the bathroom and placed it in front of Linny. Wash your feet. She will definitely do what she promised. Okay, I'm very proactive this time. Linny placed his feet in the basin, and the water temperature was just right. Soak for a while first. While soaking her feet, Su Qingxue tidied up the room. This way she can help Li Guilan share some of the burden. When the time was almost up, Su Qingxue gently washed Lin Yi's feet. Wipe dry with a towel and pour out the foot washing water. After finishing these, go do your own thing. After enjoying the service, Linny returned to his room to rest. The next day, early morning, Monday. Linny had breakfast at home and went to work. Wang Xiaolui was the first to arrive. Brother Lin, good morning. Wang Xiaolui came over happily, holding a laptop in his hand. What? Linny could see that something was wrong with him. Nothing can be hidden from Brother Lin. Wang Xiaowei placed the laptop in front of Linny and said, "Brother Lin, please help me install an antivirus software and firewall." Still stubborn and continue watching? Linny knew what he was going to do. Wang Xiaowei scratched his head awkwardly. "I read it occasionally when I'm bored." "Remember, don't get addicted." Linny took the computer and entered the office. 5 minutes later, he returned the computer to Wang Xiaowei and said, "It's installed." "Thank you, Brother Lin." Wang Xiaowei opened his arms and was about to go forward for a hug. "Get lost." "Okay." Wang Xiaowei left with a smile, carefully put away the laptop and put it in his bag. "Brother Lin, why hasn't Manager Sun arrived yet?" After finishing his own work, Wang Xiaowei noticed that it was already time to go to work. Under normal circumstances, Sun Xuani would have arrived early. Manager Sun asked for leave? Sun Xuani has no habit of being late, so Wang Xiaowei asked this question. Linny put his hands in his pockets and said, "It's better not to come. This is our territory. We can do whatever we want." "Hey, hey." Wang Xiaowei smiled wickedly and turned on his computer. "Brother Lin, let me show you something fun." Chapter 44 Madman. Get lost. Linny knew what Wang Xiaowei was going to do. It's too embarrassing to look at that thing in public. Linny turned around and went back to the office. Just then, I saw Sun Xuani coming in from outside with two big dark circles under her eyes. "It looks like you didn't sleep well." Sun Xuani pouted and walked past Linny, complaining like a nagging woman, "It's all your fault." After saying that, he returned to his workstation. "Brother Lin, what did you do to her?" Wang Xiaowei ran over with a mean look on his face, the word gossip written all over his face. "How should I know?" Linny was confused. The two haven't seen each other since they left the company yesterday. What can they do? Did he do that to her in his dream? Linny was too lazy to think about it, so he went back to the office to slack off and watch short videos. Just like what Lu Changxing said at the beginning, except for emergencies, the work is easy, too leisurely, and there is nothing to do. If there is any work, it will be assigned to Wang Xiaowei. As a leader, you have this advantage. Linny picked up the phone and took a look at it with interest. If you are not interested, just swipe away. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared before my eyes. Deep V-shirt, hip skirt, black stockings, high heels. It turned out to be Wang Qian. In the short video, Wang Qian has big wavy hair, twists her slender waist, and walks towards the camera step by step. Sexy, charming, and moving. There is a live broadcast logo on the avatar. Linny clicked on the avatar and entered Wang Qian's live broadcast room. There are over 4,000 online users. The gifts keep coming. In front of the camera, accompanied by dynamic music, Wang Qian walked back and forth in this sexy dress. Twist your waist and blow a kiss from time to time. The live broadcast room was flooded with comments and gifts. Wang Qian is very smart and knows how to use her advantages to attract attention and fans. Linny opened Wang Qian's personal homepage, which had more than 50,000 followers. The fact that this point is being broadcast live shows that Wang Qian has listened to Linny's advice, resigned from her original company, and switched to self-media. As long as she doesn't mess around, she should get good results. Linny exited the live broadcast room and continued to watch short videos. Dang dang dang. Someone knocks on the door. Linny looked up and found that Sun Xuani had opened the door and was standing at the door. "What do you want to talk to me about?" Linny put down his phone, looked at the big dark circles under his eyes, and wanted to laugh. Where did it come from? Sun Xuani still had a bitter face. Where did that come from? Linny didn't understand what she was saying. Sun Xuani stepped in. Maybe I was not in a good mental state and didn't notice that there was a particularly low threshold at the door. His feet hit the threshold, causing his body to lean forward and become unstable. Snap. He fell face down on the ground. The incident happened suddenly. Linny was sitting in an office chair inside with a desk in front of him, so he had no time to take action. From Sun Xuani's painful expression, it can be seen that the fall was very painful. It took him a long time to get up from the ground. Linny walked over, reached out to help her up, and sat her on the sofa. It's not the first time we've met, there's no need to be so formal. Linny took out a tissue and handed it to Sun Xuani to wipe her face. Sun Xuani pouted, her eyes moist, not sure if it was out of pain or grievance. A tear flowed from the corner of her eye to her cheek. Linny took out another piece of paper and handed it to her to wipe her tears. It's all your fault. The same words from this morning. Sun Xuanyi took the tissue and wiped her tears. Linny was about to speak when he vaguely felt someone behind him. Turning around, I saw Wang Xiaowei standing at the office door with a smirk on his face. Those small eyes stared at Linny and Sun Xuanyi. Brother Lin, I just heard a lot of noise inside, come over and take a look. Sorry to interrupt you too. After saying that, he closed the door. It's all your fault. Sun Xuanyi repeated the sentence again. Is it ever going to end? Linny didn't want to waste his brain cells and beat around the bush with her. What's the matter? If you want to talk, just say it. If you don't want to talk, just leave. Linny also wants to go out and settle the score with Wang Xiaowei. If that gossipy mouth were to speak out, who knows what would happen to Linny and Sun Xuanyi. I was at the company all night yesterday and didn't understand your antivirus software and firewall. Can you give me a set so I can take it home and study it? Sun Xuanyi stated her purpose. No wonder he has two big dark circles under his eyes. It turns out he stayed up late at the company, studying Linny's things. Okay, bring your computer here and I'll install it for you. Anyway, she couldn't understand what the system gave her. Linny agreed to give it to Sun Xuanyi so that she wouldn't bother him all day long. Thanks. Sun Xuanyi went out to get her computer. Linny walked out of the office and saw Wang Xiaowei smiling at him in a frivolous way. And his smile was particularly obscene. Come over. Linny called Wang Xiaowei over. Brother Lin, what are your instructions? Wang Xiaowei came running over happily. Linny explained, Manager's son came to me and wanted a set of antivirus software and firewall. Don't think too much about it. She wants one too? Wang Xiaowei was particularly surprised. What's the problem? Linny didn't understand. It was just a set of software, not worth making a fuss about. Wang Xiaowei stared at Sun Xuanyi and shook his head. I didn't realize she's so young and beautiful, and she actually likes browsing the web like me. Get lost. Linny kicked Wang Xiaowei on the fat buttocks and said, I'm just doing normal research, I don't have the same kind of fetish as you. It turns out that Wang Xiaowei misunderstood Sun Xuanyi. I don't know what's going on in this guy's head all day long. Why bother researching that stuff? I have time to play games and sleep, isn't that nice? Wang Xiaowei never thought about researching this. Here, help me put it on. Sun Xuanyi handed her laptop to Linny, thank you. As for Wang Xiaowei standing next to her, Sun Xuanyi didn't even look at him, as if there was no one here. Wang Xiaowei felt embarrassed and left in shame, minding his own business. Linny helped Sun Xuanyi install the antivirus software and firewall. Sun Xuanyi took back the computer, sat at his workstation and continued researching without saying a word. Until the end of the day. Except for eating and going to the toilet, I didn't move. Brother Lin, is Manager's son possessed by a demon? It was the first time that Wang Xiaowei saw someone go crazy for researching something. Linny smiled and said, mind your own business and get off work. The two walked out of the office area and went downstairs together. When no one was around, Wang Xiaowei approached Linny and asked in a low voice, Brother Lin, when are we going to wash our feet? Look at how impatient you are. Wait. With Su Qingxue as a free technician at home, Linny doesn't need to go for the time being. All right. Wang Xiaowei instantly lost his spirits and said, I'll go home and continue browsing the web. Linny left the company and drove home. Go upstairs and open the door. The table was set with food and dinner was ready. My cousin's wife was sitting on the sofa, talking to Su Qingxue and Li Guilan. He was smiling and seemed to be in a good mood. Compared to the crying look yesterday, he is like a completely different person. Linny looked around but couldn't see his cousin and Nyo. Seeing Linny come in, my cousin's wife fell to her knees and said, Brother-in-law, thank you for saving my family. Chapter 45 I have the final say. Linny hurriedly helped his cousin's wife up, sister-in-law, sit down and talk. Su Qingxue brought her cousin's wife to the sofa, and they sat side by side. Sister-in-law, why did you insist on waiting for Linny to come back? What's the matter? My cousin's wife was very emotional and took Su Qingxue's hand. I want to thank my cousin-in-law in person. It turned out that after leaving Lingy's house yesterday, my cousin followed Lingy's advice and did not go back, but found a hotel to stay in. This morning, I got up early and found a grade A hospital to make an appointment with a specialist. Help Nyo to re-examine. As a result, just as Linny said, Nyo did not have leukemia, it was a misdiagnosis. In the afternoon, the couple took Nyo to another grade A hospital, but the result was the same, misdiagnosis. The couple finally felt relieved. Child, you are not sick. The two of them cried with joy and hugged Nyo tightly, not letting go for a long time. After calming down, my cousin remembered Lin Yi's advice to him. I quickly registered and had a full body checkup. A lesion was found and based on experience and shape, it was judged to be malignant. However, due to timely detection and surgical removal, it can be completely cured. The doctor recommended surgery as soon as possible. My cousin didn't dare to take it lightly and was hospitalized on the spot. At this moment, he was taking Nyo to rest in the ward, waiting for surgery tomorrow. My cousin's wife took the time to come over and express her gratitude to Lin Yi. If it weren't for Lin Yi, Nyo would have suffered greatly due to misdiagnosis, and her life would have been in danger. My cousin may also face life-threatening situations due to delayed discovery of the lesion, which may continue to grow and worsen. If her children and husband were not around, my cousin's wife would definitely not be able to survive. Lin Yi saved 3 lives and a family with just one sentence. As she said this, the cousin's wife was about to kneel down to express her gratitude, but was stopped by Lin Yi. Sister-in-law, I appreciate your kindness. Go back and take good care of your cousin and Nyo, and take good care of yourself. You are the pillar of the family now. Lin Yi instructed carefully. Thank you. I will. My cousin's wife took out her cell phone from her pocket and said, by the way, your cousin asked me to return the 30,000 yuan to you. You saved my family's lives twice, so I shouldn't ask for your money anymore. As he said that, he wanted to transfer money to Lin Yi. Lin Yi raised his hand to stop them and said with a smile, this money originally belonged to you, there's no need to give it to you. As for saving lives, it was purely accidental. If I were to describe it in one sentence, good things will happen to good people. After hearing this, the cousin's wife was very moved and took Su Qingshue's hand. Qingshuo, you married a good man. Seeing that it was getting late, my cousin's wife got up and went back to the hospital. Su Qingshuo asked her cousin's wife to stay and have dinner before leaving. My cousin's wife declined, saying she wanted to go back and eat with her husband and children. After sending her cousin's wife away, Su Qingshuo stared at Lin Yi with her bright eyes. I've known you for many years, but I didn't expect you to have such a talent. I have many skills. Do you want to try? Lin Yi gave her a look and turned to indicate the direction of the room. No, let's eat. Su Qingshuo understood what Lin Yi was going to do, but she didn't want to do it. After dinner, Li Guilan was kicked out again. Su Qingshuo helped Lin Yi massage and wash his feet, and she was very skilled in the whole process. The next day, after get off work, Lin Yi bought some things from the supermarket and went to the hospital to visit his cousin. My cousin's operation went smoothly and he will be discharged from the hospital in a few days. My cousin's wife and Nyo have always been by my side. The family of 3 is very happy together. While they were chatting, Su Qingshuo also came over to visit her cousin with gifts. Just happened to run into Lin Yi. You two are really interesting. Why don't you discuss and come together to visit the patient? The cousin's wife took the gift and warmly invited Su Qingshuo to sit down. She took Su Qingshuo's hand and looked at Lin Yi. You two have been married for several years, right? When do you plan to have children? My cousin's wife doesn't know, and the two of them haven't had sex until now. Not like a normal couple. Su Qingshuo had never thought about this before and didn't know how to answer. Lin Yi smiled and said, it all depends on Qingshuo. I'm always ready. Then you two hold on tight. My cousin's wife mistakenly thought that Su Qingshuo was shy and stopped talking about this topic. 20 minutes later, Lin Yi and Su Qingshuo left the ward. Hurry up, the next bus is only 3 minutes away. If we walk faster, we can catch it. Su Qingshuo took out her cell phone, checked the estimated arrival time of the next bus, and urged Lin Yi to hurry up. Lin Yi grabbed Su Qingshuo's hand and said, come with me. Where are you going? If you don't hurry up, it's too late. You'll have to wait another 10 minutes. Su Qingshuo often takes the bus and has extensive experience. Lin Yi pulled Su Qingshuo to the front of the car and opened the door. Get in. Your car? Su Qingshuo was shocked. When did you buy it? Where did you get the money? What are you thinking? Lin Yi pushed Su Qingshuo to the passenger seat and closed the door. Get on the bus from the other side. Fasten your seatbelts. Linny reminded Su Qingxue.
Start the engine, step on the accelerator, the car starts slowly and moves forward.
Linny, you shouldn't buy a car. Use this money to pay off your family's foreign debt first. Su Qingxue had a cold face and was very unhappy. Shut up, it's my money, I have the final say.
Linny parked the car on the side of the road, locked the door, unbuckled his seatbelt, and pressed his body against Su Qingxue.
Su Qingxue was sitting in the passenger seat.
The space was small and the door couldn't be opened, so she had nowhere to hide.
Linny, what do you want to do?
Su Qingxue was very nervous and scared, and pushed Linny hard with both hands.
But it can't be pushed at all. Linny continued to press down.
Su Qingxue used all her strength to hold on. I'm warning you, don't do anything rash.
This is the road, others can see us. Linny pinched Su Qingxue's cheek and said with a smile, what if she saw it? We are a legal couple, and I didn't do anything.
After saying that, he let go of Su Qingxue, returned to the driving seat, and fastened his seatbelt again.
Drive home. Along the way, Su Qingxue sat obediently and didn't dare to speak. This is exactly the effect Linny wants.
Don't compare when riding in a car. Soon, we arrived at the community.
Linny parked the car downstairs. Unlock the car doors.
Su Qingxue quickly got out of the car and ran all the way home in fear. Linny walked slowly behind.
When I came to the living room, Su Qingxue was hiding in the room and didn't come out. You two came back together? Linny and Su Qingxue followed one after the other, with a short interval between them.
Li Guilan walked to Su Qingxue's door, and seeing that she still hadn't come out, she glared at Linny and asked, what did you do to her?
She's fine, eat. Linny sat down to eat. A week later.
Just as it was time to get off work, Wang Xiaowei mysteriously grabbed Linny's arm and walked out. Brother Lin, let's go, I'll take you to a nice place.
Where are you going?
Wang Xiaowei leaned close to Linny's ear, worried that Sun Xuani might hear him. Hey, bath center.
I found one online with high ratings, a good reputation, and a nice environment.
Most importantly, the technicians inside are very beautiful.
Wang Xiaowei's smile was particularly obscene. Serious? Linny is worried about Wang Xiaowei. It's a must.
Wang Xiaowei assured him solemnly, I have a strategy, no problem.
Chapter 46 Bath Center. Linny turned around and looked at Sun Xuani.
She was still studying Linny's software, with her head down and not saying a word.
Except for eating and going to the toilet, I basically sit still. This situation has lasted for a week. It's like being possessed by a demon. Brother Lin, let's go.
That place is not suitable for manager's son to go to. Wang Xiaowei mistakenly thought that Linny wanted to ask Sun Xuani to go together.
What nonsense. Let's go. Linny and Wang Xiaowei went downstairs together.
Linny drove and navigated to the address provided by Wang Xiaowei.
10 minutes later.
The two came to the door of the bath center.
It looks like any other store, very ordinary.
The decoration is average, and there is one word missing on the advertising sign.
Is this what you call a good environment?
Linny looked at Wang Xiaowei in confusion. Wang Xiaowei took out a piece of paper from his pocket and said, Brother Lin, wait a minute, let me take a look at the strategy guide.
Soon, Wang Xiaowei put the guide away and explained, Brother Lin, this is the back door of the bath center. The main entrance is on another road.
But, the guide says it doesn't matter which door you go through.
Come on, let's go in. Wang Xiaowei was overjoyed and couldn't wait any longer, so he pulled Linny inside. Etc.
Linny stopped moving and said, we can't go in hungry, let's go eat first.
Okay. But we have to eat quickly. If we go too late, all the good technicians will be picked. At this moment, Wang Xiaowei only had the technician in his mind and didn't care about eating at all.
If he were alone, he would have run in long ago. The two of them went to a nearby noodle shop and ordered 2 bowls of beef noodles.
After eating, Wang Xiaowei hurriedly grabbed Linny and went to the bath center.
After pushing the door open and walking through a corridor, the room suddenly opens up.
Just as Wang Xiaowei described, the decoration and setting are very exquisite and the environment is very good. A young etiquette lady in Cheongsam welcomes guests. Gentlemen, please come in.
One of the young ladies, who had particularly fair skin, came over to greet Linny and Wang Xiaowei. Under the guidance of the young lady, the two came to the front desk, received handcards, and changed into slippers.
Then go into the men's bathroom.
That young lady just now was so beautiful. Wang Shelwei smiled from ear to ear. It would be great if she could give me a massage. Stop being so joking, take off your clothes and take a shower. Linny took off his clothes in a few seconds. Brother Lin, are your muscles real? Wang Shelwei's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Yi's strong muscles, and he wanted to touch them with his hands. Go away, I'm not interested in you. Lin Yi went to the shower area to take a shower first. Wang Shelwei quickly followed. Brother Lin, wait for me. After taking a shower, they asked a bathhouse master to rub their backs. Comfortable. After rubbing your back, rinse it again and you will feel refreshed. Brother Lin, let's go to the second floor. Wang Shelwei can't wait. After changing into the disposable bathrobe provided by the merchant, he pulled Lin Yi and headed towards the second floor. Gentlemen, please go upstairs. The receptionist this time had darker skin and was not as pretty as the first one. Wang Shelwei was a little disappointed. Come to the second floor. There are single rooms and private rooms, and you can't see what they look like inside. Are you two going together, or separately? The young lady asked the two of them enthusiastically. Before Lin Yi could speak, Wang Shelwei said, separate, single room. Okay, wait a moment. The young lady used the computer to register. While the young lady wasn't paying attention, Wang Shelwei took out a corner of the strategy guide from his pocket and whispered to Lin Yi, what's written on the strategy guide must be correct. After registering, Lin Yi and Wang Shelwei were taken into two single rooms. Sir, is there any familiar technician? The young lady asked Lin Yi. Lin Yi came here for the first time and said with a smile, no. Okay, we'll arrange it right away. Wait a moment. Young lady, go out and close the door. Not long after, the door of the single room was pushed open. A young lady came in wearing loose technician clothes and had a great figure. She has a bun and very fair skin. Looks familiar. The young lady also thought Lin Yi looked familiar. Their eyes met. Lin Yi? The young lady was the first to recognize it. Who are you? Lin Yi is not the original owner. Although he has memories, his impression is not deep. I'm Taozi, Su Fengtao. Su Fengtao was worried that Lin Yi wouldn't recognize her, so she deliberately untied her hair. Her black hair fell over her shoulders. Do you remember? We were deskmates for a year in high school. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a 6x critical hit, 6,000 yuan has been credited. I didn't expect that I could make some money by spending money here. It was an unexpected gain. High school classmates, base amount is 1,000 yuan. I guess the system determines that being deskmate is also a close relationship. After being reminded, Lin Yi finally recognized Su Fengtao. I haven't seen her for many years. She is more beautiful than before. I didn't recognize her. You too, more handsome and manly than before. Su Fengtao combed her hair back into a bun. My boss has a rule that we can't leave our hair loose. It's not a good influence. Lin Yi nodded, I understand. We are destined to meet each other. I didn't expect to meet here. Su Fengtao was just as carefree as she was in school, not caring at all about the circumstances of their meeting. And customer and technician identities. Lin Yi, do you need any service? After the pleasantries, it's time to get down to business. Full body massage. Okay, lie down. Su Fengtao asked Lin Yi to lie down and said with a smile, since we are sitting at the same table, I will give you a foot massage for free. Thank you, old classmate. Lin Yi likes Su Fengtao's personality very much. She is straightforward and unpretentious. Sorry, it's not because of my identity as a technician. Don't be polite to me. Su Fengtao first patted Lin Yi's body gently to relax his muscles, and then massaged his shoulders. As expected of a professional, his technique is several times better than Su Qingxue's. How's it going? Is it okay? Su Fengtao chatted with Lin Yi while massaging. Yeah, very good. Lin Yi was speaking the truth and was not being falsely polite. I'm not bragging, but here, in terms of technique alone, I'm second to none. Su Fengtao was very confident. You are lucky to have chosen me. Lin Yi smiled and said nothing. This is his first time here and he doesn't know what the other technicians are like. But judging from the effect, it is really good. You know what? When we were in school, we were deskmates. You were good at studying and handsome, so I had a crush on you for a while. It's a pity that you only knew how to study and didn't understand romance at that time.
Hee hee, later on, I fell in love with someone else.
Su Fengtao kept smiling when talking about her school days, as they were all beautiful memories. I didn't get into high school, but my mom didn't scold me. She encouraged me, saying, there are top talents in every profession. She asked me to continue her business. Su Fengtao's smile disappeared and her tone was bitter. What mother business? Linny had heard of inheriting the father's business, but rarely heard the term mother's business. Su Fengtao stretched out her hands helplessly. This is it, technician.
Auntie too? Right. Su Fengtao smiled and nodded, but she doesn't do this job anymore.
Because she's old, no one wants to hire her.
Do you know what she's doing now? You'd never guess. Chapter 47, third floor. She's on the first floor, scrubbing people's backs.
Su Fengtao asked and answered her own questions, and talked about her current life, which was both funny and helpless.
An hour later. Okay, we're done.
Su Fengtao smiled and clapped her hands, asking Linny to stand up and move around.
How about giving me an evaluation?
Su Fengtao stared at Linny with anticipation. Tell the truth, we can't lie to you just because of our relationship. Linny stretched his limbs and moved his whole body.
I feel very good. Compared to others? Su Fengtao continued to ask.
Except for amateur contestant Su Qingxue, Linny did not ask other technicians to massage him, so he could not comment on it.
So, the fact is, you are the first one. I haven't tried others, so I don't know. Oh. Su Fengtao was a little disappointed. It's okay. You can compare them when you have the chance. By the way, if you come here next time, remember to order me.
Su Fengtao leaned close to Lin Yi's ear and whispered, I'll give you another free service.
You enjoy more services, I get commissions, and I make more money.
It's a win-win for both of us.
Su Fengtao is very frank and does not hide anything.
There is nothing shameful in making money through labor and skills.
Seeing that Linny had no intention of leaving, Su Fengtao asked in confusion, why aren't you leaving yet? You don't want to go up to the third floor?
Su Fengtao looked Linny up and down with a strange look in her eyes.
I didn't expect you to have such a hobby. What's on the third floor?
Linny often heard the third floor joke, but he was not clear about the specific situation. Su Fengtao touched Linny's chest with her fingers, with a sly smile on her face. There are good things on the third floor, you men will like them.
But
Su Fengtao paused and said, I advise you not to go.
It's easy to get addicted. If you really like it, since we're at the same table, I can make an exception and provide it to you.
As she spoke, Su Fengtao moved her body and rubbed against Linny.
Linny quickly dodged. Ha ha ha. Su Fengtao laughed, I'm just kidding. I'm a professional technician, I don't mess around.
Linny was speechless.
Su Fengtao's personality is so cheerful.
Linny sat on the bed and said, I came here with a friend. Let's wait for him to finish and then leave together.
Which compartment is he in? What does he look like? Is he handsome?
Women are all the same, they like handsome guys. Linny told Su Fengtao the private room number.
Su Fengtao looked up and tried to recall, is your friend short and fat? Yes, how did you know?
Linny only told her the room number and did not describe Wang Xiaohui's appearance.
When I came here, I happened to run into him going up to the third floor.
Su Fengtao blinked at Linny and said, your friend won't be able to come down for a while, so he must be enjoying himself.
Are you greedy? Do you want to go up? Su Fengtao deliberately instigated.
Linny shook his head and smiled, no, it's fine here. Linny just came in to take a look and didn't want to play for real.
With the system in place, you can find any woman you want. Why take the risk and find someone else who has played with you?
Su Fengtao looked up at the time and said, no, the clock is up, I have to leave quickly.
If I exceed the time limit, I will be scolded by the boss. After that, he started to pack up his things and said, I'll talk to you next time.
Linny lay on the bed leisurely, don't worry, I'll add another hour.
I'm bored and just want to find someone to chat with. Real? Su Fengtao was overjoyed and patted Linny on the buttocks, old classmate, that's very considerate.
Realizing that the photo was taken in the wrong place, Su Fengtao quickly apologized, I'm sorry, I was so happy that I didn't pay attention.
No need to apologize.
Linny raised his hand and returned it.
Snap.
Old classmate, you have really strong hands. Su Fengtao covered her buttocks and gritted her teeth in pain. Linny moved his fingers and teased Su Fengtao deliberately. I only used 1/3 of my strength.
Do you want to try my full strength?
Su Fengtao was so frightened that she quickly dodged away. Thank you, but it's not necessary.
If it is broken, she won't be able to go to work today. After the pain subsided, Su Fengtao stared at Linny and said, Old classmate, what other services do you need? I can't let you spend your money in vain. Or.
Su Fengtao stole a glance at Linny's body, stuck out her tongue, and licked her lips.
Shall I give you another personal massage?
Linny knew that Su Fengtao was joking again, so he deliberately lay down and said, Okay, come on.
Why didn't you refuse this time? Su Fengtao didn't expect that Linny would agree. Linny sat up and said, It's rude to always reject the kindness of old classmates.
If you're sorry, I can do it myself.
As he said that, he reached out to grab Su Fengtao. Linny, brother, I was wrong.
Su Fengtao was so frightened that she quickly begged for mercy. She just wanted to make Linny happy like before, and she wasn't serious.
What's wrong? Linny pulled Su Fengtao closer.
Because the technician's uniform was loose, he could see a beautiful scene by looking down. Su Fengtao was worried that Linny was serious, so she hurriedly explained, I shouldn't have provoked you.
Brother, I was wrong. Please forgive me.
She was so focused on escaping from the clutches of the devil that she didn't notice she was exposing herself.
Linny lowered his head and said nothing.
Su Fengtao sensed something was wrong and looked down in the direction Linny was looking, her face immediately turning pale and red. Without the arrogance from before, he whispered, Let go.
Linny showed no intention of letting go.
Instead, he leaned forward and put his mouth close to Su Fengtao's ear. You're playing with fire.
Be careful next time.
After saying that, he let go of Su Fengtao. Su Fengtao stood there, her heart pounding. Linny opened the door of the private room and went out to get some fresh air.
I happened to see Wang Xiaowei limping down from the 3rd floor.
It seems that he is severely exhausted and weak.
Brother Lin, I didn't mean to hide it from you. I just wanted to go up there for you and find out the truth.
They had agreed to stay on the 2nd floor, but Wang Xiaowei secretly ran to the 3rd floor alone. When he was coming down, he happened to be seen by Linny, and Wang Xiaowei felt embarrassed.
It's okay, go back.
Linny returned to the private room, said hello to Su Fengtao, and went to the front desk with Wang Xiaowei to pay the bill.
Linny paid first, a few $100s.
It's Wang Xiaowei's turn.
Hello, sir. The total consumption is 2,980 yuan.
The cashier handed him the detailed bill. Wang Xiaowei looked at the amount on it and felt a pang of pain.
Half a month's salary is gone. Back in the car, Wang Xiaowei was still feeling sorry for the money. Linny drove him back first and then went home. Go upstairs, take out the key and open the door.
I heard Su Qingxue and Li Guilan arguing inside.
It seems to be related to the tablet. Linny opened the door.
Su Qingxue and Li Guilan stopped arguing immediately, as if they were afraid that Linny would find out and laugh at them. Li Guilan stormed back to her room with the new tablet in hand. Su Qingxue was alone, sitting on the sofa and sulking.
Linny, have you ever heard of this kind of activity where you give away tablet computers for free? Su Qingxue looked up and asked Linny. Linny smiled and said, I've heard of free eggs and tissues before. But this is the first time I've heard of a tablet computer. That's right. A tablet costs 2,000 to 3,000. Who would be so stupid as to give it away for free?
Su Qingxue became angrier and angrier, so she went to Li Guilan to argue.
He walked to the door, glanced at Linny, and then turned back. He went back to his room angrily.
Linny didn't want to know about their dirty business, so he changed into his pajamas and went to the bathroom to wash up.
Then, sleep. The next day, morning. Linny was awakened by the quarrel between mother and daughter. Chapter 48 Itchy Heart. Mom, this must be a lie. Where are you getting it? Take me there quickly. No. You promised to buy me a tablet, but you said you didn't have the money. Now I'm trying to get one myself, and you're accusing me of lying. My good sisters all received it and didn't see the problem. So, you're the only one who's smart, and everyone else is stupid. Mom, that's not what I meant. Don't say that. I just learned how to use the tablet and I'm definitely not going back. Linny was lying on the bed and could hear the conversation between the two clearly. Combined with Su Qingxue's question last night, I roughly understood what happened.
It's obvious that this is a scam targeting elderly people who are looking to take advantage. If I guessed correctly, you need to bring your ID card when you pick up the phone.
Linny walked out of the room.
Seeing Linny come out, the mother and daughter stopped arguing again. Li Guilan sat on the sofa and played with her new tablet. Linny walked up to Li Guilan, took a look at the tablet, and said with a smile, "The tablet is good, and worth a lot of money." "Of course." Li Guilan proudly held up the tablet and showed it to Linny. "A good friend of mine checked in the store sells it for 29.99, 3,000 yuan.
I'll give you 500 yuan and help me get one." "No, 1,000.
Li Guilan is good at bargaining. "Deal, but one hand is for the goods, the other hand is for the money."
"No problem, give me your ID card and I'll go right away." Li Guilan was very happy to earn 1,000 yuan easily.
Hearing "bring your ID card," Linny confirmed that it was definitely a scam. He searched his pockets for a long time, pretending he couldn't find his ID card.
"What a pity. I'll get it when I find it."
At the same time, he secretly winked at Su Qingxue.
Su Qingxue understood immediately. "Mom, I was wrong. I apologize." Su Qingxue took Li Guilan's hand and said, "I want to get one too. Can you take me with you?" "Of course, it's a shame not to take a 3,000 yuan tablet. I'll take you there after dinner.
Remember, you must bring your ID card."
"Okay, no problem." While Li Guilan wasn't paying attention, Su Qingxue smiled and nodded to express her gratitude to Linny. Linny had his meal and went to the company.
I didn't care about them anymore. With Su Qingxue here, there should be no problem.
Come to the company. Sun Xuani was still the first to arrive.
However, today she did not lower her head to study the software, but looked at her mobile phone.
After a while, Wang Xiaowei limped in from outside. "The situation is better than yesterday." Linny was puzzled.
Under normal circumstances, a woman would not be able to recover and would adopt this posture.
How could he, a man, be like this? I don't understand.
Your legs and feet are not convenient, you should take a day off to rest.
Linny persuaded Wang Xiaowei.
Wang Xiaowei waved his hand and said, "No, I have to hurry and make back the money I spent."
Having just spent 3,000 yuan yesterday, Wang Xiaowei is reluctant to take a leave.
Sun Xuani came over with her phone and glanced at Wang Xiaowei's legs.
"What happened to your legs?"
Wang Xiaowei scratched his head in embarrassment, not knowing how to explain. Linny was trying to hold back his laughter beside him.
"Aren't you two on good terms? His leg is injured, why are you laughing?" Sun Xuani didn't understand. Linny tried hard to control himself from laughing. "It's okay. I just thought of something really funny." Sun Xuani kicked Wang Xiaowei on the leg. "If you scratch it again, the hair will be gone. Let me ask you, how did you do that?" After unremitting efforts, Wang Xiaowei finally came up with an excuse. "I ran yesterday and was tired." Cut.
Sun Xuani curled her lips and said, "No future." He turned around and walked in front of Linny. "Where did you get those two softwares?"
"Can you tell me?" "Cannot." Linny didn't hesitate at all. Sun Xuani glanced at Linny and said, "Stingy."
After saying that, he returned to his workstation. In the morning, everything was peaceful and everyone was busy with their own things.
Afternoon.
Lu Changchang and Li Yong arrived at the security center one after another, less than a minute apart.
"Old Li, why are you here?" "Old Lu, aren't you here too?"
The two of them understood each other's purpose tacitly.
"Since you're all here, let's speak frankly." Lu Changchang looked at Linny and said, "The superiors are calling for network security experts from various companies. I recommend you to go." Li Yong looked at Sun Xuani. "Xuani, I recommended you. You two will take a plane to Kyoto tomorrow morning." Lu Changchang and Li Yong said in unison. "Mr. Lu, Mr. Li, what about me?" Wang Xiaowei looked at the two of them pitifully.
Lu Changchang patted Wang Xiaowei's shoulder and said, "You are in charge of the company and shoulder the responsibility of the group's security alone." Wang Xiaowei pretended to be very happy and said, "Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your trust." In reality, I was extremely angry, thinking, it sounds nice, but I'm the only one who's not loved or cared for, and no one cares about me at the company. Lu Changcheng handed Linny and Sun Xuani their plane tickets for tomorrow, and said, "Look after each other when you get there. Whoever is appreciated by the superiors will bring honor to the group." Lin Yong echoed from the side, "Yes, this time it's a team battle." Li Yong,
Who is your superior?
Sun Xuanyi had just returned from studying abroad and did not understand the meaning of the word superior. According to the corporate organizational structure, this is the group headquarters and the superior of all branches.
There is nothing above. Li Yan's expression was very serious. Don't ask too much. You'll know when you get there. This kind of thing is not something to be joked about. After the two left, Lin Yi and Sun Xuanyi put the two tickets together and found that they were on the same flight and the seats were next to each other. The two agreed to meet at the airport tomorrow. Brother Lin, what should I do if you leave? With both leaders gone, Wang Xiaowei felt unsure. He was worried that if something went wrong, he wouldn't be able to handle it. It's okay, you have to believe in yourself. Lin Yi encouraged him. Sun Xuanyi glanced at Wang Xiaowei's legs and said, you can take a leave. Lin Yi and Wang Xiaowei looked at Sun Xuanyi at the same time. That's too cruel. It's not something a normal person would do. After get off work, Lin Yi goes home. Li Guilan sat alone on the sofa, feeling depressed. Su Qingxue is cooking in the kitchen. After Lin Yi changed into his pajamas, washed his hands, and the meal was ready, Su Qingxue came out of the kitchen. Have a meal. Su Qingxue was in a good mood and called Lin Yi to come over for dinner. Then, Li Guilan was pulled over. Li Guilan was still sulking and not hungry. I ate a few bites and went back to my room. After Li Guilan left, Su Qingxue quietly told Lin Yi. Those people who gave tablet computers to the elderly for free are a fraud gang. Fortunately, Su Qingxue followed and discovered it in time. They took advantage of the elderly's desire to get a bargain and tricked them into signing loan contracts under the pretext of giving them tablet computers. A computer costs 3,000 yuan in exchange for a loan of 100,000 yuan. After Su Qingxue discovered this, she immediately called the police and arrested the fraud gang. Li Guilan's tablet computer was considered stolen property and was taken away. The 100,000 yuan loan contract she signed was invalidated with the help of Comrade Jingsa. At that time, Su Qingxue was scared out of her wits and broke out in a cold sweat. The family already has a lot of debts to pay off, and if we add this 100,000 yuan loan, it will be even worse and even more difficult. Thanks. Su Qingxue personally poured a glass of white wine for Lin Yi to express her gratitude. If it wasn't morning, Lin Yi would have instructed Su Qingxue to change the way she talked to Li Guilan and let Li Guilan take him there. I'm afraid I have to pay back this 100,000 yuan loan. Drinking alone is boring. Lin Yi poured a glass for Su Qingxue. Let's drink together. Good. Su Qingxue didn't know why she agreed. Obviously, I used to hate seeing Lin Yi's face. Now, the more I look at it, the more I like it. The two of them clinked their glasses, drank and chatted, and before they knew it, they had finished half a bottle of white wine. Lin Yi has a good alcohol tolerance, so he's fine. Su Qingxue staggered, feeling tipsy. No, I can't drink anymore. She was worried that she would lose control after getting drunk. Especially during the time she was massaging Lin Yi, Su Qingxue felt inexplicably itchy when she touched Lin Yi's strong muscles. This kind of situation has never happened before. Lin Yi stood up, took Su Qingxue's arm, and walked towards the room. What? Su Qingxue struggled hard and was unwilling to go. Lin Yi smiled and said, let's go, full body massage. Chapter 49 Unlocking New Skills. No, I haven't washed the dishes yet. Su Qingxue made excuses not to go. Lin Yi lifted Su Qingxue up with one hand and carried her into the room. We'll do it tomorrow. The massage is more important. Close the door. Lin Yi took off his pajamas, revealing his strong muscles. Under the influence of alcohol, Su Qingxue's heartbeat became faster and faster, and her face became very red. Lin Yi lay on the bed. Come on, press it. Su Qingxue swallowed and stood by to massage. Start with your shoulders. Because of being drunk, Su Qingxue had no strength in her body and could only lean on Lin Yi and press hard. However, it is still not strong enough. Sit on it and press it. No. Su Qingxue was still conscious and disagreed. Lin Yi turned his head and stared at Su Qingxue. It's not comfortable at all when you press it like this. It's the same as not pressing it at all. I'm lying on the bed. I can't do anything to you. What are you afraid of? After Lin Yi's persuasion, Su Qingxue finally agreed. She took off her shoes and sat on Lin Yi, using her body weight to apply more force to her palms. Okay, go ahead. Lin Yi closed his eyes and enjoyed it. After a while, Su Qingxue was exhausted and out of breath.
Wait, I'll turn over and massage the front. Su Qingxue moved aside, and Lin Yi turned over with his whole body facing up.
Come up and keep pressing. Lin Yi waved at her. No, absolutely not.
Su Qingxue shook her head like a rattle, but her back was okay, as there was enough space for her to sit on her waist.
Where to sit in front? On the stomach? Definitely not. On the thigh? The position is weird, easy to touch. Come up quickly. Lin Yi urged again. No.
Without waiting for Su Qingxue to refuse, Lin Yi picked her up with both hands.
That's great, press it.
Lin Yi held Su Qingxue's calves with both hands to prevent her from going down. Su Qingxue struggled for a long time but couldn't escape, so she had to continue pressing with a red face.
You know what, this wine has a strong after effect. After just a few minutes, Su Qingxue's eyes became blurry.
She shook her head vigorously, trying her best to stay awake and continue massaging. Lin Yi let go of Su Qingxue and said with a smile, "Rest for a while, lie down, I will help you massage."
Need not.
Lin Yi didn't give her a chance to refuse.
2 minutes later, Lin Yi broke through the enemy camp and successfully took the first blood.
Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a 10x critical hit, 100,000 yuan has been credited.
Hard work pays off, and I finally reached level 10. Double happiness.
Ding, congratulations to the host for reaching the highest level 10, triggering the system's hidden function.
Randomly get a mysterious reward.
Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Thunder God.
Thunder God? What the hell?
Before Lin Yi could react, a mysterious energy flowed through his body.
Then, electric shocks started to spread all over his body.
Thinking that Su Qingxue was still on him, Lin Yi immediately used his mind to control and stop discharging.
Unfortunately, it's still a step too late. Su Qingxue's hair stood up all over her body from the electric shock. Like a hedgehog. Fortunately, my skin and body are fine and everything is back to normal. Where's the leakage?
Because of being drunk, Su Qingxue was confused and could not understand the situation.
It's okay, continue. Lin Yi has learned to flexibly use the power of electricity, including partial discharge. It's fun to have some once in a while. The next morning, Lin Yi and Su Qingxue were woken up by the alarm clock at the same time.
Su Qingxue covered her head with her hands.
The alcohol had not yet completely worn off and she had a headache. You should sleep a little longer. Lin Yi got up first and said, I'm going to Kyoto on a business trip today and won't be back for 2 days. He has to go to the airport and can't be late.
Looking at the mess on the bed, Su Qingxue immediately remembered the ridiculous things that happened last night.
Her face flushed with shame. Su Qingxue turned her back and put on her clothes. Be careful on the road.
After saying that, he quietly opened the door a crack and looked out.
It's like being a thief. In our house, what are you afraid of?
Lin Yi felt that Su Qingxue's behavior was very strange.
Shoo.
Su Qingxue put her finger to her lips and said, I can't let my mother know about this.
Seeing that there was no one in the living room, Su Qingxue immediately ran out and returned to her room.
Li Guilan has always opposed their relationship, and Su Qingxue is worried about being scolded. Because he had to catch a flight, Lin Yi packed his things, had a quick breakfast outside, and took a taxi to the airport.
After completing the check-in procedures, Lin Yi boarded the plane and found a seat. I found that Sun Xuanyi was already seated. Morning. Morning.
The two of them exchanged a few simple greetings and went about their own business. Sun Xuanyi was reading a book while Lin Yi was leaning back in his seat and sleeping.
I worked hard until late last night and didn't sleep well. After a shaking, the plane landed. Lin Yi opened his eyes and finally arrived in Kyoto. The two got off the plane and picked up their luggage. There are dark clouds outside and the weather is very bad. Didn't you check the weather forecast? Kyoto was going to have a heavy downpour today. Sun Xuanyi proudly took out an umbrella.
Lin Yi did not check the weather forecast, but he had the habit of carrying an umbrella when going out.
Seeing Lin Yi also took out an umbrella, Sun Xuanyi's arrogance immediately disappeared. The two walked out of the airport and it started raining outside. I hailed a taxi and headed to the hotel I had booked. Outside the car, the rain was getting heavier. Even with the wipers at their fastest speed, I still couldn't see the road ahead clearly. And the water on the road is getting worse and worse.
The low-lying areas are almost submerged by car tires.
Sorry, the rain is so heavy that I can't see the road clearly. It's dangerous to drive. Please get off here.
I have to get out of the car and find a place to shelter from the rain. The taxi driver parked his car on a high place to avoid being flooded.
After turning off the engine, let Linny and Sun Shwani get out of the car. Master, we are from out of town and don't know the way. You left us here and we don't know where to go.
There is still a long way to go before booking a hotel. It was raining heavily outside and I couldn't see the road clearly.
Linny discussed a solution with the driver. Well, follow me.
The driver led the way with an umbrella, and Linny and Sun Shwani followed behind.
Linny only brought a backpack on his back, so he was fine.
Sun Shwani was carrying a large suitcase. There was water everywhere on the road, making it very difficult to walk.
Sun Shwani held the umbrella with one hand and couldn't lift the suitcase with the other hand. Give me. Linny is tall and strong, so he carries the suitcase without any effort. Thanks.
Sun Shwani was very embarrassed. The three of them soon arrived at a residential area. There are restaurants and hotels here, so you won't have to worry about food and accommodation. You guys stay here and wait until the rain stops before leaving.
I have to find a way to get home.
It's raining so hard, and I'm worried about my wife and children at home. After saying that, he disappeared in the rain. Sun Shwani observed the unfamiliar surroundings and felt a little timid.
What should we do? Eat first.
After a long time of hard work, it was already past lunchtime and Linny was hungry.
Okay. Sun Shwani followed Linny closely.
The two came to a restaurant.
The area is not big and can only accommodate 4 tables.
There was no customer inside, but there were 2 delivery men waiting to pick up the food.
It's raining so hard that no one wants to come out. How nice it is to order takeout at home. Come in. Finally, there were customers.
The boss was very happy and warmly invited the 2 to sit down.
Look, what would you like to eat? Chapter 50, Once in a Century.
Linny took the menu, which contained all home-cooked dishes. A bowl of fish-flavored shredded pork with rice.
And you?
The menu was handed to Sun Shwani. Sun Shwani looked at it for a long time, egg-fried rice.
Okay, you guys sit down for a while.
The boss ran to the kitchen. The 2 sat face to face, with no topics to talk about, watching short videos on their phones. Heavy rain in Kyoto has become a hot topic.
It is said to be a once-in-a-century event. Road traffic was almost paralyzed. The Meteorological Bureau reminds residents not to go out and to pay attention to safety.
Linny was helpless. He finally got on a business trip, but he encountered a once-in-a-century rainstorm.
It was really unfortunate. Sun Shwani was more worried than Linny.
There was a heavy rain forecast, but I didn't expect it to be this heavy. If she had known this, she would never have come.
Soon, the boss came out with hot meals. You too, eat it while it's hot. After you finish, hurry home. It's not safe to be outside in this awful weather. The boss had a kind face and reminded Linny and Sun Shwani out of kindness. Sun Shwani lowered his head and said nothing.
Linny smiled and said, "We are both from outside the city.
We just arrived in Kyoto and can't go back." Oh, what a coincidence.
The boss pulled a chair over and sat down next to the 2 of them. It's raining heavily outside now, and traffic is paralyzed.
It's unlikely we can get anywhere today. Do you 2 have a place to live?
Linny shook his head, no. The boss pondered for a moment and said, "Well, there's another room upstairs. Although it's not big, it can be lived in.
If you 2 don't mind, you can stay here tonight." The boss treated Linny and Sun Shwani as lovers.
Sun Shwani, who had been keeping her head down and saying nothing, could not help herself and finally spoke, "Boss, we are colleagues and came to Kyoto on a business trip." The boss, who was knowledgeable and experienced, immediately understood and apologized. "I'm sorry, I noticed you 2 are about the same age and look quite compatible.
It was a misunderstanding. Please don't blame me."
Hearing the word well matched, Sun Shwani stole a glance at Linny, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. Linny is handsome and capable, and he really meets her standards for a partner.
Linny smiled and said, "Boss, please don't say that.
You were so kind to help us solve our accommodation problem.
As strangers here, I'm deeply touched.
When you are away from home, it is a great fortune to meet warm-hearted locals." Hearing Lin Yi's good words, the boss was even happier. Young man, there aren't many young people as polite as you. After thinking for a moment, the boss pointed outside the door and said, "There's a hotel not far from here.
I know the owner.
I'll take you to there after dinner."
Thank you, boss.
It is not easy to find a place to stay in bad weather.
After Linny and Sun Shwani finished their meal, the boss thoughtfully found 2 disposable shoe covers and asked them to put them on their shoes.
It's raining heavily outside and there's water on the road. If your shoes get wet, you can't wear them. I changed into slippers, held an umbrella, and took the 2 of them over. After walking for a few minutes, a 2-story building appeared in front of us with a hotel sign hanging on it. The exterior is dilapidated, and the wall paint inside is exposed after being washed away by rain. There is a particularly deep crack on the side, which is terrifying to look at.
Don't look at the shabby exterior, the interior is well decorated. The boss took the 2 people in. Old Wong, a guest is coming.
Judging from their tone, the restaurant owner and the hotel owner are very familiar with each other. Soon, a middle-aged man came out. He was about the same age as the restaurant owner, around 40 or 50 years old.
"Laoli, it's raining so hard outside, why are you here?"
The innkeeper, Mr. Wang, invited the 3 of them in. He noticed Linny and Sun Shwani standing behind him and immediately greeted them warmly. "Hello, welcome to our hotel." The restaurant owner introduced the 2 parties. These 2 friends from out of town came to Kyoto on a business trip. They encountered a heavy rainstorm and had nowhere to stay, so I brought them here specially. This Lao Wang, my good buddy, is just like me, warm-hearted and likes making friends. Just stay here and he will take good care of you. The hotel owner, Mr. Wang, poured 2 cups of hot water and placed them in front of Linny and Sun Shwani.
"Drink some hot water, don't catch a cold." "Thanks." Linny took the hot water.
For safety reasons, activate the face reading skill to avoid danger. Linny discovered that the forehead of the hotel owner, Wang, was blood red, and the color was particularly dark.
Red means an accident has occurred. Depending on the color level, an accident may happen soon and it is very dangerous.
At this moment, a young couple came down from the 2nd floor. The woman was pregnant with a big belly. The man was supporting her carefully.
"Why did you 2 come down here?"
The hotel owner kindly reminded us, "It's raining heavily outside and the ground is slippery.
Be careful not to fall." "Fine."
The man helped the woman downstairs and said, "The doctor said that it's good for the fetus if pregnant women move around frequently."
"Your belly is so big, is she about to give birth?" "Well, she's over 9 months pregnant."
"She's already registered at the obstetrics and gynecology hospital and should be able to be admitted in a couple of days." The pregnant woman gently caresses her unborn baby with a happy smile on her face.
Linny looked at the couple without saying anything.
Their foreheads were also blood red.
When 3 people encountered accidents at the same time, the first thing Linny thought of was this dilapidated building. "Boss, are there any other customers in the store?" Linny asked hurriedly. "Yes, there is also an elderly couple who came to Kyoto for tourism."
"Please call them down, it's urgent." If this house is in danger, Linny can just leave on his own without worrying about others. But within his ability, Linny is willing to take risks and save as many people as he can.
Besides, this place is very close to the door. If there is really danger, Linny is sure to escape.
The hotel owner didn't want to disturb the guests' rest, but seeing Linny's anxious look, he didn't seem to be joking. I had no choice but to bite the bullet and call to ask the guests to come downstairs.
"Shwani, Bosley, both of you take your umbrellas and leave here first." "Why?"
"It's raining heavily outside.
It's better to stay in the store." Sun Shwani was reluctant to go out. "I doubt it's safe here." Linny was not sure about the cause of the accident and did not say anything. "Impossible."
Upon hearing that the hotel was unsafe, the hotel owner, Wang, was the first to object. "I've been running this hotel for decades, and nothing dangerous has ever happened."
"The past does not represent the present."
Linny looked at the young couple and said, "If you 2 trust me, take your umbrella and leave now."
"My wife is pregnant."
"It's raining heavily outside. What if she catches a cold or falls?"
"Men are unwilling to take risks." Linny said seriously, "Compared to your life, which is more important? You decide for yourself."
Just when everyone was hesitating, Sun Shwani was the first to pick up an umbrella and go out.
She was willing to believe Linny. With Sun Shwani taking the lead, the restaurant owner followed.
He was skeptical about Linny, but compared to his life, getting wet in the rain was nothing. The young couple looked at each other, hesitant. In the end, the pregnant woman decided to follow Lin Yi's advice and go out. She is willing to take risks for the baby in her belly. Lin Yi asked the hotel owner to continue calling the old couple and urging them to come down quickly. Lin Yi stood at the door with an umbrella, ready to leave. The innkeeper hesitated for a long time and followed Lin Yi. It is better to believe it exists than to believe it does not.
A minute later, the old couple came down from upstairs trembling. The old couple is old and has difficulty walking. When Lin Yi saw the old couple, his expression became even more serious. Their foreheads were also blood red, and the color was darker than when they were young couples.